Hello. We are here. We don't have that much to mention. The only real two things that I want to mention real quick before we get started is, first of which, apparently Xfinity is doing maintenance at some point today. Hopefully that is not while we are playing. If it is, and the stream drops, it probably won't come back. It'll just be off. We do record it independently though, so the rest of it would still be uploaded onto YouTube afterwards.
As the stream starts to lag.
I saw it.
Lovely. So, yeah, internet problems, maybe a thing today. If there is, then it'll be uploaded on YouTube, and I apologize for that. Only other thing is, just as a quick reminder, next week we'll be starting again at about 6:30 on Friday. However, the following week we're going to be pushing back, and that'll be for the foreseeable future, just due to work that people have. We'll be pushing to 8 on Fridays. So, with that, jumping into the events of I guess what we'll be doing tonight. Last time, you guys, after dealing with a little bit of additional aftermath in Zoprakar, you met with Dalaran, Gale, and Hurricane, who had various bits of information for you. Some of which helpful, some of which not. Or some of which not as much, I should say. Gale and Dalaran specifically felt that their involvement past the relevant information they thought to give you wouldn't actually matter that much, and so they elected to exit after giving you their relevant information. Hurricane instead decided to work with you as much as possible. So, after building up a plan with Hurricane, you guys had a little bit of downtime where you did your own things for a couple weeks before moving to the coastline to find it effectively destroyed. Weather-torn, to say the least. You guys ventured down the coastline, helping out as you could go, in particular Kane, until you found yourself to a very ostentatious ship. Upon actually entering on this ostentatious vessel, you found that it really didn't have that much of a crew. It seemed mostly manned by what appeared to be golem-like constructs. After a little bit of time, you met with Kelmia and Saga being escorted by a couple of their actual ship hands that were still at least available to help on the ship. And you had we'll say a brief meeting with Kelmia and Saga. Some exchange of information. Kelmia seemed to know Rickshaw, gave him a friendly greeting.
The most friendly.
Yeah, a friendly beating, you might say. But with that, you guys had a little bit of a conversation. And
she's such a kidder.
They had a little bit of a conversation, and Kelmia actually demanded that she actually wants to help you guys. She plans on traveling with you guys to the Magma Crown for the stream. I actually did rename that. I didn't like Iron Core that much. So I am renaming the volcano at the center of the Cinder Isles to the Magma Crown. So Kelmia said that she's going to venture with you to the Magma Crown. And in addition to that, is interested in whatever the relationship you have with the Serpent is. You guys did not give her all the information you had. However, you did tell her that you basically had it, and that is now what she wants as her reward for helping you guys get to the Magma Crown.
You said crown like an hour ago.
It is molten. It is molten. I literally wrote it down and I still messed it up. It's Molten Crown, not Magma Crown. I'm losing my mind.
We're professionals.
No. The Iron Core is being renamed to the Molten Crown, for sure. So, with that, you guys had actually just finished you didn't finish it. Apologies. The last where we ended with is Kelmia pulled from one of the crates in the room the head of Mutalim that had a message inscribed on his forehead for all of you. Upon seeing the message, you effectively got your confirmation that Cytherin is now a villain, I believe is the way that you guys had said it. So where we're going to start would actually be with Kelmia placing the head back in the crate. Pity that Zephyr just left. He's trying to figure out some problems with the stream, I assume. Can you swap it, Kayla, to where you can see everybody? As long as that works, the angle should be swapped. But as Kelmia puts the head back in the crate, she turns back to each of you. She says, I don't know the full details on what exactly it is that this message means other than some obvious hostilities. But I figured I would just show you. With that, if what I heard is to be believed, I do assume that this is property of the crown. So I do intend on sending this back to Zabrakar, the castle, mainly. With that, I'm going to send out a messenger. I could be ready to sail within the hour, though. And she turns to Saga and says, I still have business here on Altira, so I will actually be leaving you at this point. It was good to see you all again. I assume there's no other questions that perhaps I could be helpful or answer before I leave, is there?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Saga, who effectively she's saying that she is not going to be embarking with you guys to the Molten Crown. She is going to she's going to be leaving.
I do have a bit of curiosity.
I think you're unconscious.
No, you guys got him up at the end of last session.
Some curiosity.
She did
Saga.
like the air flick.
Have you
And then you got him
perhaps
up again.
checked on our bank account in New Yabilis?
She laughs a little bit. She says, I haven't worried about finances in quite some time. That said, all the subsidiaries that you have set up, that were set up with we'll say our fund plan in mind, where Hurricane's Fury owns them all. And honestly,
Akiro?
as she looks over to Camille, she's like, and honestly, he might kind of deserve it. He's been quite helpful.
Akiro.
Kelmia would be responding, like, nah, way more fun, Cat. He's good at dancing.
Is there actually a Hurricane's Fury?
Saga now being the one who says, kind of. There definitely is now.
Did he steal my IP?
Yeah, that's your simple way to put it, for sure. That said, he's done quite great things with it.
Well, his name's going on the list.
You could think of him as a replacement. Think of it almost like
No one can replace Akiro.
She tries to think for a moment. She goes, think of it like Raul Pergan here, and he is effectively the leader of the more unsavory side of society in Kalasmir. He's actually quite nice, though. Kelmia is not wrong, and he is very, very good at dancing. Quite charming.
Oh, I'm sure he is. He would have to be.
Well, if there's nothing else that I'm needed for, I know where Broshak is. And I'm going to go meet with him. Theric gave us a little bit more instruction, so I'm hoping that I can convince him to come back.
Well, if you do run past with Theric, can you please let him know I miss him and that I do forgive him for his betrayal?
Saga just kind of nods. She's like, I can do that. And Kelmia then chiming in on top of it says, I think. And he actually, at this point, Kelmia turns to the rest of you and she goes, just so you all know, if you do happen to actually meet with Eric, with Rickshaw, I'm pretty sure he'll treat all of you as hostile. Just a quick heads up. I'll try and soothe him over a little bit, but he can get quite grumpy, really. Especially if you interrupt him while he's making something. I can't imagine if someone sent him news of Rickshaw while he was in the midst of his current project, and he would not be very happy with that at all. Saga at this point. Alright, well, I do wish you the best of luck, and hopefully I can see you all again. I must make my way to the Crystal Eye, as I believe that is where Broshak has made his journey to. She kind of like nods to each of you, and then she actually is just going to cast teleport. And so you guys would see that now actually familiar as you guys actually had to use it, where it almost seems like she goes and gets sucked into almost like a mini black hole and disappears.
technically my teleport would have been different, but yeah.
True, yours actually would have just been the runes lighting up, but that is what it looks like for you. So now, being left alone in the captain's quarters with Kelmia, she says, "So, are we leaving now?"
I believe that was the plan, yes.
Preferably sooner than later.
And I simply... Honestly, I don't even really need them. At this point, Kelmia just pushes the captain's door open and then walks over to the edge of the ship right before it's kind of like that folded down portion. And
The gangplank?
not exactly. I guess it would still be the gangplank. It's so if you recall, the side of the ship is literally folded down so that you could like bring wagons and just go straight into the hold with like chains and what appears to be some kind of magic. It very much so looks like almost like a mechanical door or drawbridge that's dropped down. That's like half the ship that just opens up. But she gets to the edge of it. She calls out to the halflings that escorted you up, and she says, I'm just going to have you guys help with the restoration effort. I'm just going to take the golems. I'll be back in maybe a month. Good luck.
It's a
Kelmia turns around
3-month sail.
and she says, that is how long you might be gone. I have some other things to do along the way, but also, if this is like more of a whisper, she says, if I tell them that, they'll want to come. At this point, you see both the halflings on the dock just shaking their heads at each other, and one of them seems to be pointing up. You can't quite hear what he's saying and seems frustrated. The other one effectively just puts his hand on his shoulder and again just shakes his head and just starts to like drag him away from the dock. And she looks up and she says, see, this is why I brought him on as a first mate. All right. She just claps her hands, and it seems that all the constructs that were in their different completing their different tasks seem to almost immediately pivot, almost as if she had sent them an instruction, and they immediately start to prep to sail. The gangplank style door is pulled up, which the way that's actually done is one of the golems actually walks up to the side, and there's a rune on the side of the ship right next to it. As he places his hand on it, it glows, and it quite literally just pulls up.
Is this Theric, is he the one who built this ship?
Yes, this is one of many. Well, Theric made most of the boats in my ship. It is... I get him materials. That's one of the things that I actually need to do in the Molten Crown, because Theric isn't a follower of Moradin per se. And so he can't really get some of the materials there. So that's a large portion of why I'm going. Another one is a little bit of curiosity myself.
So if I were to gain these materials for Theric,
I doubt he would even accept them. I'm sure that he would assume that some kind of string is attached or some kind of game is being played. I would love to see you try to give that. I would even give you the materials that I collect just to see you give them to him, actually.
As he takes them and burns them.
I think we have an accord.
She just nods at you, doesn't actually shake your hand.
I washed it.
Well, this is going to be a boring trip, mostly. The golems really take care of all the fun things about sailing. It's rather boring, unfortunately. Theric is much too optimized for my tastes. That said, it should be a fairly smooth journey. You can simply be passengers. Unless you have something else to discuss with me, I'm simply going to, and she's kind of like rubbing her head a little bit, is continuing to look at the large world map that she has on the table.
Is this ship capable of defending itself?
I would like to look at the world map too.
Okay. In response to you, she goes, more than capable, yes. And save running into a kraken or something like that, and even then, I'm pretty sure we'd fare pretty well. The only real worry is if I experienced this one time, there is a storm that traverses, I've learned all around Cantifar, but I experienced it in Calasmere. It's almost as if the worlds collide or overlap. It causes, and she seems like she's trying to think really hard. Theric explained this to me. It's effectively like it causes magic signals to improperly work or intercept.
Overlap?
I don't know. The golems won't listen. I can't give them orders if we run into that storm.
So is it more like it turns all magic into chaos magic?
Effectively, yes. It is. It is the closest that we come to the land in between.
I think you were
I think is
it.
what it's called.
Yes.
Just recently.
I don't recall. My spells all worked correctly.
For you, as you were also looking at the world map, Kelmia seems the most focused. Like, she seems to be almost like plotting the course through the Cinder Isles. She actually seems to be more focused on an island next to the Molten Crown, less the actual Molten Crown itself. There's an island that's just up and to the left of the Molten Crown. She seems a little bit more focused on that island. There's also a X that is marked on it.
Is that where the dragon is?
She looks at it and looks back at you. She says, "There probably is one there. So the other reason, I don't think it'd be a bad thing to tell you. So do you know anything about the ancient dragons, the whole fiasco that happened in Calasmere some...
Would I?
40, 50 years ago, maybe?
I was raised in a swamp.
I remember more recently about that ancient white dragon.
The one that returned to Altira, yes. We're the ones that kicked that one off of Calasmere. We had, I believe, 5 of these, or I guess 5 bad ones. There were 5 evil dragons. There were some good ones that were helping us. Whatever the case is, there was a man called Drashum. He was trying to bring about Tiamat's arrival on our plane. And we put a stop to it. But after that, we were looking into what happened with each of these different dragons, these ancient, I believe they might be called great worms. They're like the apex of dragons. And there's only one of each, and the red great worm has since been missing from Calasmere. I'm kind of curious what happened to him. Well, not only that, but I was actually given a job by the Hunters Association. So
Kill him.
More information. I could kill him. But, I might need 1 or 2 of my friends. But we could do it. If I had my ship, I could do it.
I'm sure I could be of great assistance.
I
Against
agree.
the
He would
dragon.
be a great punching bag. While I killed him, he could be focused on killing you.
Oh,
You
yes.
would be a great distraction, for
I
sure.
would be. I'm pretty sure I would be able to survive because you'll kill him so quickly.
Just to be clear, you're saying you would survive against a dragon.
Oh yes.
She's got like a little bit of a smile. She's like, I would kill him quickly, but you're still overestimating yourself. That said, again...
You wouldn't hold back a little just so that the dragon would fell me, would you?
Certainly, never.
Kill me, a lion does not befit you.
She just looks at the map, just ignores the comment. At this point, she seems to just start to focus on the map and almost starts to drown you out a bit.
Well, I'm gonna
Unless there's
go
specifically something else you want to ask her.
find my quarters.
By the way, Kilmia, you mentioned you may be bored on the journey. I am going to be holding effectively a class on the etiquette and proper rituals of the Church of Moradin, if you want to join us during the journey.
She like stops looking at the map and then like looking at you. There's like almost like a grimace on her face and goes, "Not really, no."
You sure? You'll just be missing out.
He's like that all the time.
I
could regale you stories of Riveron instead if you prefer.
Oh God, it's another one. She like briefly looks at Rickshaw and then looks back at the table. And she just like doesn't seem to finish.
He did
each of the
recruit my
thoughts.
help.
I think
Maybe
you
this
just kinda
will be a little bit of a fun trip.
I don't think we really recruited you as much as you kind of just showed up.
You asked for aid from a god and they sent me.
Do you?
I don't think we asked. I think he just forced you on us.
Are
Can
you wanting
confirm
to try and convince her
nobody
to join you for
directly asked
your
Seth.
training, or are you just off?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I'll We'll do the churchly thing.
Can confirm nobody in our party directly asked Seth for
With
aid.
guidance. Mostly on the Riveron part.
Okay.
Oh, that's not very good. Pretty sure that's a failure. Persuasion +1 for an 8.
She rolled a 13 on the die, so she goes, you guys, good luck with that. I will, I have some other stuff that I wish to research. And plus, I wish to accompany you to the Molten Crown, but I'm not actually going to be entering the volcano with you. I'll be on the outside of it. Really, I'll probably drop you off and sail northward around. Check out the island and...
That's fine anyways.
So then will we have
you may be
a time limit of when you'll pick us back up? Unless you're not our return trip.
I'm not in a large hurry. I would say that if you enter the volcano and it takes you a few days in there, fantastic. If not, then head to the north side and you can find me there. The island is fairly close. You can see it from the edge of the Molten Crown.
And Kilmia, it's probably best you don't come anyways because someone of your stature is going to be too well known and recognizable, especially.
Are you calling her short?
No, I'm saying that she knows a very famous dwarf that I'm sure all these people know and probably know her by
Reputation.
But I also know this
yeah.
very famous dwarf, and you don't have the same concerns?
You were stricken out of all the history books.
Make
I
another
was not.
persuasion check.
Reverse psychology.
6.
6? And she seems almost like a little bit lost in thought at it. You get the impression that she might have just took what you said as an insult. At this point, she's...
Apparently you're famous.
I'm very famous. But with that, I'm also very busy, so Shu, go find one of the rooms. And don't mess with
Wait,
any
hold
of the
on.
runes. If
You said it was a boring trip, though.
It's going to be boring for me, yes.
I'm going to...
But if it's boring, then that by default means that you're not that busy.
If what?
I'm trying to
I'm
decide
still going to assume that.
if we're going to get along well or not.
Is it possible if we could inspect the runes, just not mess with them?
Oh, by all means, you're even free to touch one of them. I just don't recommend it.
Are these runes, were they created by Theric?
Most everything on this ship was created by Theric. With my
Approval?
suggestions would be the better way. Unfortunately, I do most things with his approval, not the other way around, which doesn't make much sense when you think about it. I'm the captain.
Well, he's the shipbuilder. You just give him the parameters, right?
Yes. I also just knock him out anytime he gets too out of line, so it works.
Well, I'm gonna retire to my cabin.
You have a cabin?
Didn't we pay to have cabins?
Did
Just
we pay
make
it
your
all?
way just make your way one level down. There's 8 separate bedrooms. Pick any one of them. I don't care.
I go down. I purposely start looking for the student of Bartholomew.
Make an investigation check. As you go down, and 6 of the 8 doors are locked.
I got a natural 20 for a total of 20.
You're confident that 2 of the rooms have people inside of them. You're not.
I feel like we're down with them, right?
If you guys want to, yeah.
I want to be
I would've,
investigating
yeah.
the runes.
Why do you keep jiggling
You
all
can
the
go ahead and
door
make an
handles?
investigation check real quick.
Well, how else are
Investigation
you
or
gonna know
Arcana?
which runes are yours?
I peek off this. I
These
just
would be
go up
Arcana.
on
These ones are
And
clearly
I'm also
occupied.
curious, just in case. Technically, with the new rules, I would add.
She should have been
wisdom
more
to Arcana
specific
instead of
which room
intelligence. I'm
we were
just
supposed to be
curious
in.
and I'm
They
asking.
changed it?
Yeah, for druids specifically.
Oh, that's fine then.
Okay.
We can transition that. We are also transitioning part of the rules to the 2024 game, and we will be fully transitioning on the next level up. That is another thing I want to mention.
That is a 25.
Jesus.
That is what happens when you roll a 19.
The
I
runes.
rolled a nat 20. I didn't get 25.
As you go through and you inspect these different runes, you're able to garner a couple things. One of which is all of them are unique spells. They're all different. I believe it's called sigil. It's either sigil or symbol.
Symbol. We already looked this up.
Yes, symbol. They're all different symbol spells that the trigger seems to be touch. Exactly what they do in each retrospect or in each room would be a little bit difficult. One thing that I would say you are able to determine pretty quickly as you guys venture down on the second floor down, each of the rooms, so there's the 6 locked rooms. All of those, the symbol is currently glowing. The 2 rooms that are unlocked, the symbol is currently not glowing. Apart from that, the other ones that you are able to determine, you kind of already figured this out earlier, but the arcane runes on the cannons definitely seem to enhance them in some way. The arcane runes near effectively the almost like drawbridge section of it are a spell to actually lower and raise it. And then apart from that, the other one that you may be able to get is there's runes on the masts and like the sails that seem to be able to artificially generate wind so that you could travel no matter if it was in favorable conditions or not.
I don't know if this is possible, but with my background and with what I am, could I replicate that effect at all?
I would allow you to spend some time, as you guys are also going to be on this boat for quite some time.
Willing.
You could spend some time trying to learn the runes. However, actually being able to cast the magic spell, you'd have to learn how to cast the spell, but then once you learned how to cast the spell, if you did, utilizing them in a way to do these effects, that's what I would say that you could learn, provided you roll high enough.
And
in your
if
study.
it's not in the druid spell list, I assume I'm just SOL.
Technically, yes, but we might look into it.
Okay.
We'll base it a little bit on how you roll. So with that is what he is currently doing. Worth noting, with what you want to do, you do want to be deciding what you're going to be doing, effectively just trapped up on a ship for the next couple months. As it's a 3-month journey round trip.
I thought it was a one-way.
I don't believe so. Let me double
With
check
the
real
distance
quick.
you were saying, it was 3 months one way.
It is. No, it is. It is. So I actually went through and I marked my map for how long it would typically take to travel on all of these. It is. Apologies. It would be a 3-month trip one way. So you would effectively be having like 3 months of time limited on a ship interacting with golems. So be thinking about what you're doing in that regard.
I already know.
But in the meantime, you have found 2 rooms that you're confident have people in them. What are you doing, Rickshaw?
I will knock on the door.
Roll me odds. Roll me dice. Tell me odds are even.
Okay. Odds or evens?
Just tell me which
Odds.
one you
Oh.
fucking rolled.
Odds.
You bastard.
I got a 13.
That was so dumb.
You're stupid. Okay. Sorry, you said odd?
Yes.
Okay. So... You get no response.
I go to the other door.
Also no response.
So why did it matter?
If
Oh, it
they're
mattered.
locked, we probably shouldn't be bothering them.
We're going to be on this ship for a long time. Perhaps they could pick up a game of Pinochle.
I mean, we have enough people to play.
Pinnacle? Is that actually a D&D game? Pinnacle?
Pinochle? You never heard of Pinochle?
Knuckle? Like
No, I'm really being serious now, not like out of character. Have you not heard of Pinochle?
I was homeschooled. What can I say?
Apparently not.
I've also never heard of Pinochle. Unless Pinochle is like the Knuckles game where you slam each other's knuckles as hard as you can.
It is not that.
So they do not seem to be responding to knocking on the doors.
Wow. Well, this is going to be.
Alone 3 months.
Yes.
Okay.
I will then spend my downtime crafting. Scribing a scroll. How many weeks do we have?
Yes.
3 months.
It's
But
12.
But if it's a fancy boat and it goes faster than normal boats, maybe a little bit less.
It does go quite a bit faster, actually. The travel on this vessel would actually be cut down to 2 months. With that being the case,
Those months.
so actually before I go into what I was going to say, is there anything specifically that each person is looking to do? So he's crafting scrolls. That's what he wants to do. Over effectively would be 8 weeks.
I just want to inspect all the runes, not just the flight
He's
ones.
just researched
Just
runes.
universal. It sounds cool.
He's ruining.
You got a 25 investigation?
25 Arcana specifically. I can roll investigation, but
No, it would be Arcana. You're also pretty sure with runes that you found around the ship that you're not sure how it works, but you're pretty confident that you found enough runes for wind, weight, and flight that I would say like by the end of the first week, you'd be pretty confident the ship has the ability to go airborne. You don't know how, but you're pretty sure the ship has the ability to go airborne. You said you know what you wanted to do over the next little bit, Gurgle. What is it that you would want to do over these 8 weeks of travel?
I'm gonna recruit.
Razor. I've been thinking a little while. You're pretty good with alchemy. You got some weird blood. I got some weird fluid. We should experiment and see if we can create some kind of like poisons or effects. You're interested in that kind of stuff, yeah?
Sure. What
You're
kind
fun
of
science.
blood do you have?
I don't have. It's not blood related. It's.
What he's pulling off, by the way, is like it quite literally
Mucus.
looks like a mucus that is just a light coat on his body.
That's disgusting. I don't know how interested I am,
It's like a
but
poison.
we could do an experiment, yes.
You know what? Like you know how like Tiku came to our village and she like cooked up stuff with our poison. What our poison actually is fluid from our bodies.
I no longer want to eat anything Tiku makes from your village.
aren't you immune to poison?
It's not about the poison.
I thought we might be able to create some cool stuff.
Maybe.
But you don't have to. I can do it by myself if you don't want to.
Sure.
How long does it take to make a potion?
Depends on the potion you're trying to make.
What am I feasibly able to make? Could I make a potion of haste? Like, or is that like...
If you had the proper materials, you could attempt to.
A potion of haste, you said?
That's a real thing, by the way. In Hiram's campaign, at least.
It's a what thing?
It's
A real thing. Because he was saying that questioningly.
I mean, I think potion of haste have always been a thing.
I don't think they
it
are
is.
in base D&D.
Pretty sure that that's a me thing. However, it is a me thing, so they do exist. That said, you do not currently have the components necessary to make
I
a
guess,
potion of
what
haste.
would you say I have the ability to make?
How far can your imagination take you? What do you want to make? You tell me what you want to try and make, and I'll tell you if you have the materials for it.
I know what I want to make.
Well, we can start with you. Your idea of mixing blood and poison. What is the goal
So
behind
like
this?
I want to try and go for like multiple effects. I want to try and go for probably the most fun one would be something that would like paralyze something temporarily,
Effectively
like a paralytic poison,
paralytic poison.
Okay, didn't...
and then just like generic poison. I don't think my body wouldn't have any other properties, so I don't know if I'd have any other material to work with.
Well, his blood has a fire attunement. So if you're using his blood, you can do something with fire.
that
A liquid
debatable?
that produces some kind of fire effect? I mean, maybe.
Like, that's what
I'm fine to
alchemists-
experiment with that kind of stuff too.
Sure.
It depends what you want to experiment for. You want to make a poison and a
paralytic-
paralytic poison.
Paralytic would probably be the most important, and then I would be indifferent between normal poison and something to do with burning blood. Sure.
Like, they literally burn from the inside.
Yeah, some mix of burning blood and normal poison to see what kind of effects we can come up with.
Can you remind me? Didn't we get like a vial of important blood recently?
From where?
The only problem is, how would we test these things? We don't have any live
You
fish.
should have written down what you've collected.
Fish. We test them on fish.
In terms of in terms of miscellaneous ingredients that you've collected,
So-
if you're not
so now we
writing them
spend a couple
down,
days
I would
fishing.
quite literally interpret that as Razu lost them
I'm a very talented fisher.
or experimented
In
with
the
them
ocean?
and they were not useful.
Maybe I'm absolutely just
You're
on
you're a
shrooms right now,
freshwater
but
guy.
I remember
We
like
have
somebody
deep
giving us a
sea
vial of blood
fishing
that was very
material on this
important.
boat, I'm sure.
It was probably the merchant, and I don't remember that, but yeah.
No, like
Probably just
as a Staria or something.
The Saria
Thorn
did
scale
not.
merchant. I'm pretty sure I do remember something vaguely along those
Derek
lines,
wouldn't
but
need that. He would just have a bag of holding with all the food that he could have
you could
possibly
wait through
wanted.
during the
Just
week and
take
then look it up
with him.
on the
He doesn't
recording.
want to waste time fishing.
That's your best bet.
I will tell you that when I give you something, I do not write it down because I assume that you're going to. Unless it's an important item, like for example, when I give you guys the Cube of the Infinite or the Obsidian Heart, I make notes of those because they're important items enough
Key
in that
items.
regard. In idea of like equipment based, like for example, anytime I'm like, you guys have these potions of healing. If you guys don't write those down,
Your SOL.
yeah, like the at that point, it's quite literally that I would interpret that as your character is bad at inventory management, and
Or they got broken in transit.
or you used them in a failed experiment, just like you don't have it.
I mean, fair enough. I don't know why
So-
I thought I remembered something, but
Whether it did or didn't, here's your one-time lesson. Write it down if you have it when you get it. With that said, you sounded like you had an idea for another potion. You were doing paralytic poison, and then like another poison he doesn't really care. He just wants the poison effect.
Not well, time
I
out.
need- I
Not
need to-
necessarily poison effect. We're just mixing my bodily poison, which is a poison effect, with his blood to
And see
see
if
if we
anything
can
happens.
create some kind
Okay,
of
so you're just,
Fire
some kind of
poison?
concoction.
Or
I don't
does
know.
it just fail?
Yeah, we don't know what it's gonna do. Whatever disease he has inside of him mixed with my fluids.
Gun problem.
is there anything
I'm
else you guys
immune to
want to do?
poison.
allow you
This
guys
might
to
be a
test
problem.
So
but
what I'm
your-
going to do
your
for this,
blood has still got some kind of like weird effect.
you two think about it for a second. I will allow you to attempt up to 8 potions over the 8 weeks. Attempt at making up to 8. You've given me 3: blood and poison mucus. You're trying to make an actual poison potion, and then a paralytic poison. That's 3. You can think of 5 other effects. If you haven't thought of them by the time I figure out what everyone else is doing, then you only worked on those.
I need to roll for complications, and I need to roll 8 times
For making scrolls.
for making one 6th level scroll.
Just so you know, Nate, you might be thinking of the essence of the Raven Queen.
Do you have access to 6th level?
Yeah.
All right.
Because that's all Jasmine can think
37,
of.
so no complications week 1.
I think I'm just on drugs.
Week 2,
We just barely got access to 6th
94,
level spells.
no complications. Week 2. Week 3,
You can just roll all the 100 at the same time.
86. It's good. Then it's going to add them all at the
And
same
then you
time.
can hover over it and see each individual number.
Doesn't matter. Keep going. Just roll for your complications.
I forgot where were we at. Were we on?
You're
week-
on number 3. And
Did
you
I
just
just
rolled
roll
an
week
86.
You just rolled it.
You just
number
rolled
3.
the third one, which was an 86.
Okay. Oh, I got one complication. That's an 8.
Okay.
So that's 4. 51.
It's 57, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was 1. 43. So
2 more.
oh, another complication.
1 more. Come on, let's go for 3.
You wishing for his failure?
Yes. Theric would be doing the
79.
same.
He's bitter.
You ain't better than me, Trinity.
All right. So I got I get to roll twice on the scroll complication chart.
So it's D6 2 times?
Yep.
He's asking to get him one.
1 and a 3.
1 and a
Let's
3.
see. So I've used up all the rare ink, angering a wizard in town. So I guess there's...
Guess where the ink came from on this ship.
Yep. And then a wizard eager to collect one of my spells in a book presses me to sell the scroll.
Probably the same wizard.
Probably the same wizard, yes.
Okay. Neither of those are going to happen on the boat.
Oh, good.
Which means they don't exist.
Yeah, that means no complications. Nothing happens. Let me make a note real quick.
I thought you said you didn't write things down.
So I have a scroll
You rolled 1 and 3.
Yeah.
of lightning bolt level 6.
Okay. Tiku and or Zephyr. Is there anything specifically you're teaching people the classes of how to...
That and just trying to commune with what little there's left of Riveron,
Okay.
if
So
anything.
for the sake of this,
I know I have power. I know I have connection to that power. But
He has power but no faith. So what is he?
I have faith. My faith has not been broken yet.
You just have like the Christian version of faith. You don't actually talk to your God.
so start with a religion
Pissed
check.
off like half the world.
Start with a religion check.
Okay. $24.
24.
I can do guidance on it.
The
Bring that up to 25.
the connection between you and Riveron, you are happy to learn over these couple weeks, is still there. It's faint and it's hard to find, and it's no longer feels like you're connected to something else. It's almost as if you have an inner peace that you can feel, but it's like an uneasy, or it's a brittle inner peace, to where at times you're able to feel that connection still, but then like almost like you'd finish praying and then you fall asleep and the next day it seems to be gone. So it's like the feeling that Riveron is there is definitely still present, but it seems more rare and difficult for you to find. Not only that, but again that it seems that when you let down whatever the shield was to attempt to actually dispel whatever that spell that was on who you learned to be Zesteria and the young boy,
I should just let them both die.
you feel a strong connection, and you realize you can always now feel this connection whenever you want to.
Oh,
To an alien power. Almost like a tether, though. So almost similar to how I'd explained it to Cetherin, of where you almost seem pulled in a direction of like, rather than being like you feel connected to your god, it's like you quite literally feel some kind of almost magical connection to something that as you sail would be northwest from you.
so I'm gonna say this. I feel very Star Wars-esque right now. Like I'm a Jedi, but I constantly feel the pull to the dark side of the Force.
I hate the comparison, but you're not wrong. That is an apt comparison to what you would currently be experiencing. But it's almost in addition to that. Not only would you feel the pull to the dark side in this case, your connection to the Jedi, or the good, would be faint. To at points where you sometimes doubt if it's real.
You know how they fixed that in Star Wars, right? They murdered all the younglings.
Okay.
Increase your
With
midichlorian
that,
count.
for teaching, I looked in this, and the one that would fit into this, they say that you can use it's really just what is it relevant to, history, arcana, and everything. For this, it's going to be religion because it's going to be Moradin based. So you actually need to make another religion check. That's going to be the teaching check, and then everybody else is going to roll a history check, like with your religion check, to see how much they're actually
Wouldn't just
able.
be a fellow religion check?
No, because you are not actually practicing religion. He's learned the religious aspects of it. He's trying to teach you that. You guys are quite literally almost like a test, trying to remember these religious practices of Moradin. Unless you want to convert to Moradin, then you can use religion.
I've got a nat 20 for a total of 20.
Okay, that's probably good because you are the
You're the number
supposed to
one
be the high
person.
priest.
16.
What did you make his name again?
Otto.
Auto sarcophagi.
Sarcophagi.
Yeah.
Otto is the answer.
Auto sarcophagi.
Sorry, I actually need yours.
21.
21. Okay.
16.
21.
What are you rolling? Sorry.
History.
History. Anyone from
I was
Tiku as well?
researching.
Who is not good at wills.
Tiku is very average.
7.
That?
That is a 9. 9!
9.
Tiku, I figured you'd have an easier time than this memorizing all those recipes.
See, the keyword here is this has nothing to do with food.
It's true.
Maybe we should.
With cooking, you can just like actually physically get your hands in it, but this is just like, oh, then now you have to wait for this other guy to say something before you can say something, and that just makes no sense.
We'll think of prayer as a type of as a meal.
Oh, we're talking about prayer now. I missed the transition there.
Okay, so the way this is going to work, if you guys actually interact with a priest or anyone like that, who you'd be basically be discussing the steps of the journey in, the 4 of you have advantage on persuading them. You both actually rolled low enough that it's disadvantage. If you got a 10, but between a 10 and 15, you would have been at straight roll, and below a 10, it goes to disadvantage. So when you guys are interacting, unless you can, just so you know, this is still affected by like plausible. You talk to me and you give me a very reasonable thing where they might believe it. Still affected by that, but it's just as a baseline. The 4 of you will have advantage when interacting from a religious aspect with the individuals. And the 2 of you would have disadvantage. And then the 2 things that I would mention in regards to things that you guys would actually know. First of which is if you find someone working on their soulcraft, it is extremely improper, to interrupt the crafting. So even if you needed to interact with them or anything like that, it would quite literally, like, you would just wait until they finish, which sometimes can be upwards of hours long. So if you happen to interact with someone soul crafting, it is not okay to interrupt them, is basically the thing. And then the other one would be specific to the high priest. A high priest would often be consulted even by those not in his actual so like his class, his clergy, with questions about soul weapons, and they are expected to provide guidance. Quite literally almost viewed as not quite a mouthpiece of Moradin, but almost like a step down, just below Drumas, Forge Master, or Forge Maker, sorry.
A prophet.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. It'd be like you'd be like a pastor almost. A pastor but not like the president of a church, if that makes sense. So would not be that uncommon for people to ask you about their soulcraft, and you would be expected to provide them with guidance on their journey.
Oh, Richard's very capable of bullshitting.
Do what you will with that. But yeah, past that is just going to be kind of how you guys interact with them, and the way that will facilitate those that succeeded is the advantage and disadvantage. That said, I believe you were going to say something, Deborah. I apologize. I just wanted to finish that.
Oh, I was just... Tiku, just remember, if the church comes up to you, explain it like you would a recipe. You need all the pieces together to make the meal.
He's still talking. Now he's trying to make it sound like food even though it's not.
Tiku, just repeat it to the priest if you get asked.
Tiku, the
Tell him about
teachings
recipes.
of
Got it.
Moradin is food. It is nourishment
For your soul.
He really gets into this, huh?
It's a little scary, actually. It's like he's a whole
Is it
nother
not
person.
a good thing in this instance?
Oh, it's helpful in this instance. It's just a little unnerving.
And lastly, what are you doing for these weeks, TQ?
Tico is playing with her new pot for sure.
Cooking different fish and killing them and then...
Cooking all kinds of things and constantly making offerings to Kilmia of like different things that she's cut up and made.
A variety of different sea life that you're able to catch as you go.
Yes. Tiku is also playing with her new bib, so getting a little bit used to it.
You're constantly dripping blood.
Yeah, no, that's still fine.
Does the blood, like, stay so she stands in, like, the same place for an hour? Or is she just in a pool?
It doesn't drip off. It's just. It looks like it's.
It just
looks like a
looks like it,
rag
yeah.
where you soaked up blood and you pick it up and it's like soaked.
But
It's like
not
that, but it's an
dripping,
apron.
yeah.
So it's a wet apron, it's not dripping, though.
Yes. Not a drenched one.
Until she kills someone.
Yeah.
True.
No. Then she's gonna be playing with the pot, and then is sad that she doesn't have another portal to the Packer, and then realizes that Gurgle has a portal and asks him to put up a portal in her room on her door. And then you guys didn't realize, but if Gurgle puts it up on the door and agrees, she forgot that she can't like get out of the portal after like the door. Her front door is now a portal to the Packer, so every time she
only
tries to
if
leave,
he opens it. You can still open it just fine. He has to be the one to open it to go to the
It
Packer.
is based on.
oh
whose
well, she
mark it
never
is.
closes it for like 3 days or like 4 days, and you guys just don't realize like because she just like kept going in and then coming back in her room and like playing with her pot, and then goes back in and plays with her pot, but like never closed it, and then she closes it at some point and realizes that she can't get it open again, and so
You just re-ask Gurgle.
yeah, she is constantly pestering Gurgle before
So yes, you would effectively be being
open the door.
bombarded by Gurgle to the point that depending on how you guys roll, I might justify some failures if you do. That Tiku comes up and interrupts you while you're crafting alchemy, and it actually causes basically problems.
But yeah,
Is there
mostly
a goal that you're having with interacting with the Packer? 'Cause depending on what it is, I might actually play it out. Or is it just effectively continuing as you did technically when they were all in Zopper or you're continuing to work with him and train under him?
I want to ask one thing. I assume this one isn't allowed, but we technically have 2 doors right now.
Gurgle and Zephyr.
Could you just go into like Gurgles, find Zephyrs, and walk out?
I don't think so.
You guys have never been able to determine how to walk out of the Packer's domain.
he always
Not a
left it
single
up.
one of you, actually.
Okay.
He always
The
left it up.
Packer has always been the one.
There's always the
who-
door that's like open that you can just leave through that you came in.
In the situations where the room has been the same, yes. However, when Kelmia went in and the room had changed, and you'd be a little bit more familiar with this, anytime the Packer alters the room, the door seems to either disappear or changes in some way, to the point that, like, you would even know this, Tiku, and I would say that you were able to determine this as well, Zephyr. The Packer very much so decides once you enter his territory, domain, whatever it is, it seems that you can only leave once he decides or lets you leave.
It's like the
And
Hotel
that's why
California.
Zephyr doesn't go in.
Very much so. It seems that he's got a lockdown on that area. So to answer your question, no, it would not. You could enter through 2 separate doors, and it would take you to the same place. However, upon exiting them, to the point that, like, let's say that you had a mark on a door and then Gurgle had a mark on a door, you guys both would enter through those doors. You guys would exit through the door the Packer would send you to, but you would still end up through the door that you entered from.
Would they smack into each other?
No, it'd quite literally be different doors.
Oh. I was
like,
just saying if they entered the Packer domain at the same time, would they smack into each other?
Magic wording, you appear in the closest unoccupied space. It's literally how they write it. So no, they do not. They
Disappointing.
it would almost be like you skipped a step and somehow ended up a step ahead if you entered at the perfect exact same moment. With that, is there a goal in mind, or is this more so just continuing to work and train under the tutelage of the Packer for cooking?
Continuing to train, I think, mostly for the cooking. Yeah, I think she's gonna just be training mostly.
I do still actually want you to roll a d10 twice. Sorry, it's a d100. I apologize.
That is a 13. Whopping 13.
You gotta build
4 times your charm.
like walls on that.
79.
13 and 79. Okay. The first time you came in, the Packer. Wow. The Packer. The Packer seemed to be playing a new game that he would have interrupted to continue to cook with you, as he seems to be getting quite a bit of enjoyment as he continues to cook with you. And in addition to that, on that first trip, he gave you a new ingredient. He gave you a white fruit. It looks similar to a pineapple if it were mushy. It's like a squishy pineapple with no leaf on the top. It's just like, it's about this big, so it's smaller than a pineapple as well.
So it's like a pear.
Yes, except for it very much so still has that like the jagged, the ridged outside outer crust, I guess, outer layer that a pineapple has. Skin, that is the word I was trying to say. And then you said the other was a 79, yes?
73, yes.
Yes, 79.
73 or 79?
No, 13,
79.
79.
Okay, 79.
I mixed it up.
The second time, he seems to be speaking with a dwarf.
Hey, it's Theric.
No, actually. Upon entering on the second event, the dwarf that he's talking to does not seem to have a face. It is not too unlike when you guys were looking at when there was the almost like the translucent images of the gods when you guys were in the temple, where it's not necessarily it doesn't have a face. There's a poor description. It's more of like you can't make out the features on his face. His nose almost seems kind of faded out in that same almost wisp-like design that the last time that you had gone last session, where you had all these individuals that were lined up. That thing, but it's only parts of him. The dwarf's nose seems to be like that. The bottom part of his jaw is also has become almost like ghost-like. However, his cheeks are fleshed out, and you can see his upper lip. His beard quite literally transitions down from you can see what appears to be like almost like a light red hair color down into, again, almost like more of a ghostly apparatus. One of his arms seems to be still corporeal. The others, again, seem more so transparent. And as you walk in, it seems that the Packer seems to almost like finish something up with him and then gestures him towards another door. And that individual actually exits in that kind of translucent state.
That kind of looked like the gods when I saw them before.
He actually does what he says. It's not a god. Don't worry.
It's an it, like gods though. Or bugs.
A little bit. Along the lines of keeping things moving a little bit, though, just because you have the few months at sea. For that interaction, he actually gives you something that time too. So again, you interact with him more than twice. It's just in 2 of the interactions, he actually gave you something. In the second interaction, he did not give you an ingredient. He actually gave you what appeared to be a small bowl of soup.
Soup.
The soup itself, so it's in it actually contained, so a sealed container, apologies. And upon giving it to you, he would
I
say,
get his leftovers.
he says, Red, be careful about when you eat this. It is only just the one use, but it will, in your words, make you more godlike for a time.
Ooh. I can power my inner Zephyr? That's pretty cool.
What he actually just gave you would effectively be a gaseous potion in the form of a soup.
Nice.
What is potion?
This is great.
Gaseous basically turns you into a cloud.
Okay. So that would be your 2 weeks. So now for you guys, again, I said that I'll let you attempt up to 8 potions, and then this is where we're going. You guys gave me 3. What other things do you want to attempt to make?
Oil of sharpness. Potion of speed. Potion of growth.
So this is 4
Or
each.
8 each. Or 4 each. Okay.
4 each. So the paralytic potion I kind of had as Paul. The paralytic potion and the poison, and then the blood poison, I would say, could be either of you. That'd be like a joint one. So you said, sorry, let me get to the magic items real quick.
Invulnerability. Speed.
Are we going to
Vitalia, and
Are we going
oil
to
sharpness.
2024 crafting rules too?
I have not had a chance to look over them, so I'm going to say no for now.
I mean, it's pretty easy. Each
Oh.
one just is tied to a stat now.
Really quick, Tiku's also going to be like helping out on the ship whenever she
So
like
for-
sees something that she can help with,
So for like
and is trying to give the golems food constantly.
So for like healing potions, they're like Arcana checks plus tool proficiency, and then for like poisons, it'd be nature checks plus proficiency. Plus tool proficiency.
I don't hate that idea, but for now I would just stick with the alchemy, which would be an intelligence-based check with proficiency, and then I will look into those rolls.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's just more specified to specific checks.
It's specifically, I guess instead, I guess that kind of makes sense. So you're using nature and arcana depending on the nature of the potion.
Yeah, it just depends on what the potion effect does, and also this extends to all crafting methods as well. So, crafting, smithing, for example, is no longer a strength roll; it's an athletics roll plus tool proficiency.
I don't hate that idea. I'd be okay with
you just
it.
You just have to find out whatever you're trying to craft will be tied to a specific proficiency stat, and you just look it up before you attempt the roll. That's the only difference that they have for now for crafting.
Okay. And then, so you said a potion of sharpness and a potion of invulnerability.
Oil of sharpness, invulnerability, speed, and vitality. No, growth, not vitality.
Okay, so for the sake of this, for you, I'm gonna have you just go ahead and roll me. So this would be based on that. It'd be Arcana plus your proficiency modifier.
Yeah, if there's any kind of like weapon enhancement things or anything like that, that would be an Arcana. So you add your Arcana.
Roll a
and
d20.
if you're proficient with
Add
the
your proficiency
tool,
and your Arcana.
If you're proficiency with the tool, then you get your proficiency.
Can I use Kenku Recall for this?
Are you? Sorry. One last thing. The reason this is important. This is specifically a buff to crafters. This is what they did in 2024. And if you're proficient in the roll and the tool, you get advantage. So if you're proficient in Arcana and you're also proficiency with alchemy tools, then you do get advantage on the roll.
I mean, I'd be okay with that. The answer to your question is no.
Okay.
My thought process behind that being, you haven't done it before.
First roll is a 7.
7 total?
Yes.
And then, yeah, I have
Okay.
3 from you. I
So,
have the poison, paralytic poison, and then mixing the blood and your...
Yeah, paralyzing, and then just so you know, And you can decide if you want to stick with this. But the most popular method of determining poison efficacy is it has tiers, starting at a 1d4 for poison damage, and then it scales up to like a 1d12 poison damage, depending on how well you roll on the
Efficiency
of it.
to be determined.
But what I'm just saying is like you can do a scale like that, or you can just say whether it works or not. I don't care either way. I'm gonna do.
I lied. It was a 10.
I'm gonna do a gaseous one. So like basically boiling it into a gaseous state so that you can throw it like a bomb.
Okay.
And then we'll do the paralytic. We'll do the blood poison mixture, and then we'll just do a basic poison.
Okay. So for the sake of this, we're gonna do just 4 rolls.
Each, I assume.
It's in succession. So yours is gonna be 3 nature, 1 arcana. I need you to tell me each roll as you go.
First one's an 11.
Okay.
Second is a 18. Third is a 10.
And this one would be arcana one.
Last one is a 6.
We're talking super quiet. Okay, and then you got a 10.
That one's
mine
the
are
one that
all
Tico messed
Arcana?
me up on.
Yes, all of yours, based on what you just told me, were arcana.
Okay. Second one's a 22.
Thank you, Tiku.
It's
18.
important. Way more important than your
21.
juice.
Okay, and I'm doing this based off of...
I opened it for you 3 times.
I did interpret that as one of the ones that Gurgle failed, because he did fail one of them, is actually that he was working on it, and you actually interrupted him in the middle of it and caused the experiment to fail.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You said Arcana, right?
The last one was an arcana, yes.
Hold on.
It was a 6.
I know, but I think I'm proficient with Arcana. Which I'm
That
not
would bring it
proficient
up to a
with nature.
10 maximum.
Oh, I'm not proficient with Arcana.
It's a
No,
6.
according to the rules, if
Oh.
I according to the 2024 rules, I'd have advantage, so I get a roll.
Yeah, advantage, not double proficiency.
Um,
Okay, so
and I'm not proficient with Arcana, so it doesn't matter.
you guys, you did not have a great crafting, unfortunately, Nate. You were successfully able to make the potion of invulnerability. All 3 of the other ones failed.
Only
You
one
got
was
the
a better
best
roll.
one.
Actually, he got the worst one.
Potion of invulnerability is the worst one?
You get
Of the ones that he was
invulnerability.
trying to
Speed
make.
is literally you just get haste for an hour.
I will also just tell you, just so you know, if you're ever trying to make a purple or a orange, so very rare or legendary check, or vial, very difficult, especially while on.
Those should have all been. Oh yeah, fair.
It's a 25 check.
You're making something that's almost, especially considering you're on a boat and not on an actual alchemy station. Fun fact, there's a jeweler station on board. And you would actually see Kelmia at the jeweler station for a large portion of the ship making jewelry. With that being the case, though, so you are able to make a single-use potion of invulnerability. It gives you resistance for a minute. And then for you, Gurgle, you are able to make a paralytic potion. However, the DC of the paralytic potion is what you rolled, which is an 11. So it is a single use. It is also ingested. It is an ingested Constitution saving throw paralytic potion. That again, the DC is specifically 11. That's what I was having you roll for on that. The poisons are actually fairly simple in making, so that's kind of what I was doing across the board on these. Your gas, so your poison gas.
Bomb failed.
Sorry, one more time.
You said the gas bomb failed.
The gas bomb, I actually, from the order you had, no. Your gas bomb did work. I actually had it as your highest roll at the 18.
Oh, I wasn't sure where you were going with it.
I was just going in order. I was saying that your gaseous potion was actually the best that you made. I would say a 5-foot radius, so technically you could hit up to 9 squares.
Okay.
And the DC is again what you rolled. So you got the 18, and it is an 18 DC to beat. That one is also all of these are going to be Constitution saving throws, as they are poison. Actually going through and mixing your guys' blood, you think that there's actually something there, or more so you do, Razu. As you guys are messing around with the poisonous mucus from Gurgle and whatever your blood, whatever magical properties it has, it seems like you might be able to do something with it, but you can't find the proper mixture to actually get them to combine. There's technically a word for that, but I don't remember what it is.
And also just checking, I don't
know, just to actually get the material to mesh.
He's trying to get a.
But you guys are unable to do that over the course of this trip. But again, you think that there might be something there. If attempted again in the future, it might be something that you can actually do and actually make something that can be utilized.
I'm just checking. I failed the growth, which is an uncommon potion.
The potion of growth.
You cast the enlarge spell on
Were
yourself.
we able to determine any effects of it? Because we would test these. The way we would test.
I kind of have that in these that you are testing them, so that you're using party materials.
Like fish.
Yes, or I would say different life that you bet, whether that be birds or the different sea life, not necessarily fish. Because another thing worth noting for you guys, as you continue to sail towards the Molten Crown, the fish life that you start to catch starts to get
exotic.
Interesting. Exotic would be another word for it. The most common difference that you start to find, and you'd actually be one of the main people that find this, Tiku, of both interesting and challenging at the same time. The fish almost seem to grow harder. They start to almost like become armored. Like they have natural armor that isn't just like fish scales. It is like actual, almost like plating. To the point that at one point you guys would even catch, so for you, Tiku, you even caught one its scales almost seem to be made out of a gemstone. Upon you actually skinning it, Kelmia likely would have taken the gemstones and started to make them into additional things at her jeweler station. But the sea life, again, from fish to you start to catch different like eels. You catch what appears to, it makes you think of almost like flying fish, as rather than having fins to their side, it is almost like they have more so wings.
But they're still under the water.
They are still underwater. You do not see any actual flying fish, but it's almost as if they look like it should be able to fly, but it uses them underwater. Doesn't quite make sense, is some of them quite literally have like feathered wings in place of fins that would typically get wet and you'd think cause it to sink, yet they seem to be able to swim normally through the water. But yes, that is to say the things that you're testing on them do get progressively more exotic. With that being the case, so those are the potions that you're able to succeed on. I apologize. You would have been able to succeed on the potion of growth. I looked at the one right above it that's legendary, and I was just like, nope, and just kept going. It's definitely not. So you got your potion of growth and the potion of vulnerability, and then you got the 3 potions with the varying DCs. Those are not going to be in the monster. Those are not going to be in the book. So you'll just have to write down what the DC for each of them is. Your gaseous potion's 18. Your paralytic potion is 11 and needs to be ingested. And here, Paul.
I had the blue book.
Well, for now, take that. Okay. With that being the case, though, that is where you guys would spend the majority of your guys' time in terms of your own effort. A couple things that you do notice on this journey. First of which, the 2 individuals in those rooms don't come out even a single time. And the other 4 doors that are sealed are not opened even a single time.
So the one that was Arcana, just to clarify, was the mixture
Yes.
that we tried and it didn't work?
It did not work, but specifically Razu saw potential in it. But yes, all 6 of those doors are shut the entire time. Upon like a little bit of conversation with Kelmia, she would explain that there isn't always someone in those rooms. Those rooms are
they connected teleportationally?
Teleportationally.
That's a cool word, and I made it up 2 seconds ago. I'm gonna say for the sake of this, you go to her while she's at her jeweler station and had it explained over time, and she says, Not exactly. I don't know exactly how the runes that Theric made work, but those are the rooms for our current members. Each one is only accessible by the member of the Dawnbringers that it belongs to, and they can access it from anywhere. It is not too unlike. She kind of like points around. We'd be looking for what Tiku is. She would have noticed that you were going in and out of whatever this door is. Not too unlike what your little kobold friend has been doing, Tiku, getting her food, different testing things. They're connected to different points on Casimir, as well as the jeweler station is on the same floor. It's just in an open area with the other bedrooms. She kind of gestures to one of the other rooms. She says some of them are even connected to Lagrotos currently, as I believe that is where Tronile is. Go ahead.
Just to remind him, he did want to draw a card last week.
I was waiting for him to actually tell me that he wanted to do it.
I was planning on doing it at the end of the session, just in case the character dies, because that would be kind of bad to happen at the start of the
If you want to draw a card, you'd want to draw the card. This would be over these few weeks.
This is the best chance, because if you draw a big-ass monster, we can have
That
her
reminds
fight
me.
It's not a bad
This is
idea.
actually the best chance that we could get as a party.
Hey, Rickshaw.
Whatever. Sure.
Rickshaw.
I will do it because I was planning on doing it. It's just the idea was not to do it till the end of the session, which is why I waited till Harm said, "That's it for this session." That's why I said to do it then because I didn't want to.
Hang on a second.
Before you do that, yeah.
Rickshaw.
Let him wait for a second. Let's have a
Rickshaw.
talk.
You said you were bored, right?
Say what?
You said you are bored, right? You want to play
Well,
a
I'm
game?
scribing the scroll, but yes, I could use something to tantalize the mind.
Here, draw a card.
I would like to make an insight
Persuasion
check.
versus insight. You roll persuasion, you roll insight.
Can I also roll insight?
I'm playing a game.
Are you present?
He's immediately like,
I would say sure. Yes, we'll say that you guys were
questionable.
Oh,
you
not
guys
very
were
good.
together.
I got an 11.
13.
I got a 7.
You know something's questionable.
There is a how I would say you interpret this. There is there is a familiar mischievousness behind his request.
It's just a game. Depending what you draw.
You gotta do it on camera.
Yeah, I gotta move it.
Do it on camera.
Well, this is actually I had this in here too.
He split the deck.
Doesn't trust him. He moved something. He set me up. You know what's really sad about you shuffling it for him?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know what it is, but Ruin was at the bottom of the deck, and now it's not.
That doesn't look good.
Show the camera what he drew too.
Prisoner.
It's called prisoner.
Show him
not
the.
good.
These cards are gorgeous, by the way. They're so pretty. It's a very nice
Sometimes
set.
they're bait. It's probably not that bad.
All right.
This would be so funny if it actually sent Rickshaw back to prison.
That would be ironic.
Wait, then we're fucked. Our priest is gone.
Race to be gone. That would be terrible.
Listen, I rolled a 20 and he has a 21, so we both have 21. We're good.
So somebody just pretends to be the priest.
Okay, thoughts?
It's usually under your chairs.
That's not good.
I'm looking at the DM. The DM is.
The DM is
Well,
not. The DM is smiling. It's already too
The
late.
DM is like, well, I regret this decision.
By the way, I did that early, just so you know.
Day 2.
Yeah.
What were you doing for the 2 weeks?
I was scribing a scroll.
2 months.
2 months, yes.
You ain't doing that anymore.
He only gets partway through.
I was gonna do it last time, but we ended.
Roll me a d4.
Oh!
Jesus. Even though I think he has
Become a god, Rickshaw.
This is one of 4 effects.
4.
Did you just get sent to another plane for D4 years? Ooh.
Okay, right, new character.
You become a prisoner for D4 weeks.
How do I want to explain how this would feel to you?
Got a 4.
You shouldn't have split the deck.
So upon handing him the cards, he draws the card. Rickshaw kind of like looks at the prisoner, and then he like flips it around towards you. And as he flips it around towards you, chains seem to shoot out of the sides of it and wrap Rickshaw. They immediately bind him into a coffin position, or a mummy-like position, as if you were being laid into a coffin.
Hey, he's just dwarven saluting.
I think you lost.
Yeah, so you're trapped until someone frees you.
What's the D4?
The D4 is how long it lasts.
I win.
1 is probably
Make a
like a
charisma
week,
saving
2 is
throw.
like a month, 3 is like a year. 4
All
is permanent.
you cannot cast spells. Any magic item you're wearing has all of its effects suppressed. Also, if left chained for 30 days, you lose your connection to magic.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Would he just die?
you know that,
because
though?
he's a sprig?
I'm gonna say that he
I would
cast
identify.
identify on the chains and learned that
I'm just like spouting off. Da, 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 yeah, lasts for this long. Da, 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 you
This
can't cast
is-
spells.
this is
And
Circle
then
of Chains,
The very
and-
last little bit, I'm like, oh yeah, one more thing before I walk away. If you're stuck in there for 30 days, you lose all connection to magic.
the only way to destroy the
I'm
chains.
your way in.
The only way to destroy the chains is a disintegrate spell or a DC 30 dexterity saving throw, so Thieves' Tool check, that can only be attempted once a day.
You got this, Gurgle.
Hey, Gurgle.
You were built for this.
You have 30 attempts, or in this case, you
I could
technically
easily
have.
pass it
I'll,
in 30 attempts.
I'll give
Well,
you guidance.
technically you wouldn't. Also, there's a different effect that happens after every single week, but it explicitly says these are undetectable. So I
Okay.
need to know if you get it in the first 7 rolls.
But like, you guys have to sell me in game on why I should try to unlock.
Hey, Gurgle. Me and Rickshaw.
I'm your way in.
Before we even get to you, Gurgle. I was playing a game with Rickshaw, and I had him draw one of the cards out of the deck that the Packer gave me.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I did that too. I got a cool sword.
Yeah, I think Rickshaw lost.
Okay, so what
You
does
shouldn't
that
have
mean?
tried to
So
fight
what's
the
the
Packer.
point of that deck? I assume it's magical. Of course
Oh
it's magical.
yes, it's very dangerous. Don't touch them. Ah.
You guys
What
don't
does he
like
lost
Rickshaw
mean?
very much, do you?
Like
Well, currently he's wrapped up in chains, and he can't cast any spells.
oh, that sounds great. Let's just leave him there for the whole trip.
You are naked.
Oh,
So
yes.
you are
He's
chained
my
up
hat.
naked. Because you were just using the deck of many things.
it looks
or
like
sorry,
a
the hat
Hat
of
of
skies,
Disguise.
which
Well,
is suppressed.
this would be funner with some whips, maybe a little bit of company.
Speaking of which, Gurgle, can you help me carry him to his bedroom? It looks very indecent
Ooh, yes,
on the
now I
floor.
know where this is. I like where this is heading.
This isn't heading anywhere.
Oh, by the way, if he
Also,
stays-
that's not a good idea if I touch him. You realize that, right?
why is that?
I can't turn off my poison, and if it comes in direct contact with any skin, they have to make the save.
Oh, that's
I mean,
okay. That's perfectly fine.
I mean,
It just makes things more
he's
interesting.
consenting.
My safe word is pineapple.
By the way,
Vaguely,
Gurgle,
that's what it was
if
last
he
campaign.
stays in the chains for 30 days, he loses connection to all magic. So
Would he
we might want to help him
die as a sprig, a creature of magic?
I have no idea.
We could find out.
Do you want to?
Not particularly. It wouldn't be the first time death has found me, but
Creepy.
I mean, I'm not necessarily a fan of killing him. Like, he hasn't gotten that far for me yet, but, like, losing his magic, I mean that wouldn't offend me.
I mean, Gurgle, you're the only one that's going to be able to get him out anyways. I don't have the skills to be able to do it.
so are you helping carry me?
I guess I can.
I mean, we can get Razu if you feel too uncomfortable about
Because
it.
I don't think you're going to really hurt me.
It's just a DC 12 con save, and it's not
He's-
actually even a hurt thing.
He's immune to poison.
Yeah, well, then it doesn't matter.
This is totally up to you, Gargle. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to trying to teach Tiku. Tiku, remember, like a
Tiku's
recipe.
not here.
I don't like
Tiku,
school. I don't like school. I don't like school.
Like,
I don't like
she
school.
like ran into the Packers door as you said that.
So this deck, is it all negative effects?
No.
I mean,
One of our friends literally made like more money than all of us combined times 10.
all of mine have been negative effects so far. I mean,
How many have you drawn?
One.
But I don't really. This isn't necessarily a negative thing.
I mean, we could leave you like this if
Rickshaw's
you like.
way
Rick.
I mean,
BDSM.
if you don't want me to help you, I'm fine to leave you there for the whole month.
Oh no, you can help me. I'm just saying things can be getting a little interesting.
In what way?
In the most degenerate of ways.
So how many people?
You
have
realize
drawn
I'm not
cards?
going to feed you, right?
How many people have drawn cards?
Oh yes, please torture me.
Oh God.
I believe Razu's pulled a couple. We just had the
Google,
one I had.
you mentioned getting a cool sword.
Oh yeah,
I'm
it was
I'm gonna
dope,
try
but
and
we
hop
lost it.
away.
One at a time.
He like gets up and he starts like
Acrobatics.
Oh no!
Snake off.
Help!
Disadvantage.
Look out! I'm trying to escape. Did you say with advantage?
No, I said with disadvantage.
Oh, disadvantage.
I am going to like literally
I rolled
block
the
my
same.
vision.
So 13 and 13.
13 still enough. You're just
Terrible.
you're able to huddle to your room.
I feel like
no.
I feel like at some point I hear this like Rickshaw. You're not trapped here. Feel free to leave whenever you want.
Oh, you tease.
Are you going to attempt to unseal the chains, or are you going to leave them chained?
Not with them acting
Does
like
he go
that.
up to like
I'm
kill
not.
Mia? Like this?
To the captain's quarters I go.
Kill me is gonna kill him. Kill me is gonna kill him.
At that moment, so he says that, you round a corner and you see Kelmia, and like right before you can actually say something, you guys just hear a flurry of blows, and he just into the hallway unconscious, and she like kind of like leans around the corner
You
and
know
snaps her fingers, and a golem takes the chains that are like around the back of his neck and quite literally like drags him to the point that like the
realize-
wood on the ship itself is just like
Scraping.
Your ass is just completely raw by the time you're thrown into your room.
And unconscious.
Tell me, you know he likes the abuse, right?
The golem throws him in the room. She goes, I don't know exactly what he's up to, but I can throw him overboard if you want.
I mean, I'm considering it.
After that,
The golem,
swell,
seemingly almost in response to that, picks him up while unconscious and heaves him over his shoulder.
Are we?
after that display,
No.
I mean,
Or not. I just was considering it.
As it kind of turns and you were almost expecting Kami to move forward, the golem instead throws him on the bed and Kami
but
says,
me and you are really
"No, I
good.
know he's
Do we
important to your
really
plan.
need it?
Plus, Thera could be most upset if I didn't let him have we'll say a few choice words with him first."
We're probably going to want his help. But, I mean, ultimately, you're the one that has to get him out. Right now, he's
Do I
unconscious, so
have
this is the
to?
best time.
But do I have to?
I mean, you can think on it for about a week.
How long do you wait? I actually need to know because
Would it be possible for me to draw one of these cards?
Oh God.
It's a week cooldown?
week cooldown per person.
I thought it was per deck.
You said per deck originally.
Yeah, you said per deck originally.
It is per deck. I apologize. Per deck, so
You
have
can
two.
pull one next week if you want. If you want to try your luck.
Can I?
I assume this is a cooldown thing.
Yeah, it takes about a week.
So
sorry, the one thing that I did miss is you can elect to draw up to 3 cards. You
Yes,
just have to
1 to
choose how
3.
many you're drawing the moment you start.
All right.
To be fair, you weren't told that. He just said draw a card, so.
What you're the one who actually has the ability to do this. Gurgle.
I kind of want to do it, but I kind of want to like. I kind of want to like disarm it, but then I want to like let him think that it's still armed.
So he wants to unlock it so that way the magic's not affecting him anymore, but he's still bound by the chains.
So the way that I would do that is you would make your own check to unlock it, and you'd have to unlock it, and then you would redo it. So you would make your own new check to make a new.
Or you could like tie it with like a rope or something behind him so he can't see. So it's unlocked.
Well,
but
for the sake of
tight.
this, let's first see if you're able to do it. It's just one roll with.
Would he
team
have
tools.
guidance?
No good on the first day.
Like, would Zephyr be guidance again?
Day 1, no. I would say yeah, probably. So you could roll with the D4.
Definitely day 2, no.
Day 2, no. And again, the check is 30.
He's got a plus 17. He doesn't actually have a bad chance of, or has a good chance of passing.
Day 3 is a
Definitely
no.
day 3, no.
Definitely day 4, no.
I mean,
I can literally see these. He's rolling so bad. He hasn't rolled above a 10. Day 5's a no. Day 6 is a no. So if you fail this check, the negative takes effect.
Oh my god!
Roll me a D6 and don't roll a 6, Rickshaw. Good luck.
7 rolls, all of them below 9.
I need to roll what now?
You roll me a D6. Don't roll a 6.
I even used your guidance.
1.
1. Okay, that's literally the best option.
I still
you permanently
didn't roll
lose
above
a
a 10.
first level spell slot.
oh,
Shit. Gurgle,
Oh.
you may just not be very good at this.
Listen,
It's okay.
my heart.
I didn't even create this. this is just the thing.
The thing is, you gotta realize my heart's not in it, okay?
I mean, how do I?
I'm not
how
super
do I-
committed to get
I don't think you can. You would just have to keep one marked at all times. Just anytime you rest, you'll just have to use one because I don't think you can actually edit to
can't.
change your amount of spell
Out
slots.
of curiosity, Gurgle, if a negative
I just
effect
permanently
befalls
lost a
me,
spell
would
slot.
you perform with the
Level,
same
just
gusto
level,
to free me?
luckily.
But it's gone permanently.
Also,
out of
worth
curiosity.
noting,
I would
he
care.
rolled a D6.
I would
and rolled
care
a 1.
exactly 50% more than him.
I'll take it.
So day 8, roll again.
Oh, you
Imagine all 30 days he just fails.
Well, at 18
trying.
days.
14 days.
These rolls reflect Gurgle's enthusiasm to get him out of it.
You should almost be rolling at disadvantage.
Oh, okay, that
would be
that's
bad.
Okay, so you don't get the next one, which is good.
All right. And then rearm.
All the while, I'm going, pineapple, pineapple,
Okay, the rearm is a
Pineapple!
36.
36?
pineapple,
34.
pineapple,
35.
You wouldn't.
I don't
He's
think
like,
you'd
I'm
have.
done with
I don't
this
think you'd have
game.
his guidance.
pineapple.
34.
That's a 34, yeah.
It's a 34.
oh god.
Assuming you have a plus 17.
Yeah.
Okay, so the effect was already bad. I'm still gonna let you make your spell scroll.
Wait,
Pineapple.
10.
Yeah, but it.
Oh, wait, no, we haven't updated
We haven't
yet.
updated yet. We haven't moved to that yet.
Were you gonna say something, Tree, or?
I do not let him know that I freed him.
Pineapple,
A week has passed and I kind of want to draw a card.
Sorry.
pineapple,
First off,
sorry,
did you
Rickshaw,
actually
this-
draw a card in the
this-
first
this-
week?
pineapple.
That's not good.
That's
not a good card. That's not a good card.
Show the
You're
camera.
cooked.
Show the camera.
Skull.
No, it's the camera right next to you, the phone.
I think it's
I know it's,
I,
that one's facing him.
After about 10 days helping work
That's
on
good.
Rickshaws chains, I'm
you
just
got
like,
it.
I'm sorry, Rickshaw.
what are we doing?
These things are.
Everything's too hard.
Everyone's
I
dying!
don't know if I can do this for you.
Pineapple.
I wish I got the chains.
when do these cards get drawn? Like, what's the time frame here?
Day 2, day 3.
There we go. Sure.
Pineapple.
I feel like Razu, after seeing Rickshaw Poland, like starts second guessing us. Maybe I shouldn't. And then the next day, he's like, you know what?
I was already planning on it.
I shouldn't let them deter
Let's
me.
wait until you see what Nathaniel's done.
Yeah, I'm curious too now.
I think mine's worse than just being locked up.
We make him roll.
Nathaniel drew his own card.
Yeah,
Why-
Nathaniel
No,
owns the
no,
deck.
yeah, but like I feel like we're doing one whole event played out, and then
I mean, yeah, it's we're just doing
we
one
might
thing
not
at a time.
actually be unlocking him. Is what I'm saying.
It's a one thing per day. I'm pretty sure you can take the time.
I died.
Where were you when you drew the card? Just give me the location on the ship.
In your room, on the deck, in the cargo hold,
I have pineapple. Pineapple.
in the
It
crow's
was
nest.
inside of Kelmia.
Was I
Like,
with him?
I just be by the jewelry stand while she's making some jewelry.
Well, you were
He
working on
was
potions.
making a potion.
No,
That's
you
the
be
one of the
making
ones he
your
failed.
potions,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like you should be making potions for sure.
The alchemy station is, or sorry, the only place that has actually stations would actually be in the same
Yeah.
area where the jeweler station is. To be
I
fair,
specifically draw it when Camelia's in the area.
He's like,
are you sure
looks
about
over
that?
at he looks over at Kelmia.
Just kills everyone in the room.
He looks over at Kelmia.
I'm gonna let dice decide this. Kayla, is Kelmia's your character?
Oh no.
I'm gonna have you roll roll me any die. Evens, Kelmia is present, and odds, she is not. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you want an odd.
It's an odd.
Who would all be present?
It was an odd.
We're gonna have everyone roll. Everyone roll a die. If it's evens, you're present when Razu draws.
Wait,
If-
counter
tell me it would-
argument.
Oh, I guess
no.
Tiku might. It would be very rare, but
I mean,
I would be
even.
inspecting runes.
like, I wouldn't be there that much either. I mean, Gurgle might
The
be.
only one
Gurgle would be there a
Gurgle.
lot.
How wait, how
Well, it depends on when he does it, because he could be drawing during a meal
I got odds.
for
so.
terms of safety. Okay, so actually, before you tell me anything, so don't tell me. What's your thought process before you draw this card? This is something that is important enough that
Summons a monster, you probably want to be around the party.
you don't know what the deck does.
What
It has
did it
never
give you last
summoned a
time?
monster before.
What did it give you last time? You try to go with something around that assumption.
Something around the thing that bad happened. He got a ring, probably someone that could dispel something. So
He's
someone
fine.
with a counter spell, and somebody that could res me. But I wouldn't want to be next to the person that
He's
res me. in
hanging out
case-
with Zephyr.
Technically, I wouldn't know that this could spawn like a fucking
I could do
meteorite
all
and
those
kill
things.
everyone next to me.
Do you
So
tell anyone
my
you're going
point.
to draw the card, or you just draw the card?
Because on the other thing, I have tried to stop you from drawing cards before. Zephyr has done this.
But also, he's the only one that we know of that could dispel and
I can
potentially res you.
Again,
I'm
question.
saying those things.
Do both.
Just
He can't rest.
Yeah.
tune this out for just a
He
second.
does. He has. He has.
Do you would Razu tell anyone that he's drawing a card?
I would inform Gurgle and Zephyr that I was going to draw a card.
Okay.
Zephyr
He
tries-
informed you guys that he's going to draw a card. And
Zephyr
just so you
told
know, no
him
matter
not
what. So Zephyr told him not to. So in that case, Zephyr's not going to be around. What would Gurgle's response be? Literally, just tell him you're planning on drawing a card. Play this out.
I only let Rookshaw draw a card because he's kind of expendable.
Pineapple.
And he was bored.
But as luck would have it, I would get something good.
I'm going to say all three of you guys are together. So
By the
you
way,
guys
I
can-
didn't
I
roll
mean,
any.
or you can end up like Rickshaw again.
Then Gargle could just let me out.
He still hasn't gotten Rickshaw out now.
Pineapple.
He's not
But he
trying. He
could.
said so himself.
Okay, but he tried once or twice and he's still not out.
Well,
he's
he
not
still
trying.
could get me out, and I don't even have magic anyway.
Pineapple.
How much do you know about these cards, Zephyr?
No, hardly anything. They're just
That they can be really good
they're
and
almost
really bad.
they're almost chaos magic in physical form.
Pineapple.
So I got a thing. He got a gem. He also got a curse ring. Speaking specifically of Theron, not Kane.
The bowl got smarter. Well, he got
The bull got
wiser.
smarter. Yeah.
And I got literally more intelligent.
As far as I can tell, this only affects a single person, so if we're scared, we could be in the next room. He could draw the card, call out if he's alright.
Oh,
Pineapple.
no, I'm not gonna let him draw a card, but if he draws one without me, then I can't stop him.
Pineapple.
That's, you can't take the deck away. I think that's part of the whole deal, right?
Pineapple.
So, just to get this clear, the deck doesn't kill, it just curses.
Pineapple.
No idea.
Pineapple.
But as far as we can tell from all the negative and positive effects,
I have no problem. I have no like in my head. I want to say that Gurgle wouldn't be there, but that's the metagame Paul. in reality, Gurgle wouldn't really have a huge negative experience with these. There's only a minor.
Just I've not confirmed if this is positive or negative. It's just.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just saying this is Zephyr's.
It's just important.
This is Zephyr's stance, no matter what.
Cool. So Zephyr for sure is not going to be there. How afraid would Tiku be of this?
Pineapple.
Because I would say this would make its rounds pretty quick to where you guys would know what's going on.
I feel like she brings pineapple to you. Tiku actually just serves you
Yeah,
pineapple
Tiku
because you keep
brings-
asking for it.
She like hand feeds it to
Also,
you.
worth noting, you would actually not be there because he does this in the first week, so you'd be chained up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, I'm just saying he probably just did it in the same room.
I'm
Because
extremely.
he did say I'm present.
I gotta be as objective as I can and say that I also rolled a 14.
But if you don't want me to
So,
be there, I'll not be there.
Odds are, I'd probably be doing alchemy somewhere near him.
Okay. Tigu. What would Tigu's thoughts on this deck be? You've seen
I
this,
rolled a
and you know
9.
that the Packer.
Unless he like
No,
woke
you've
up
seen
and he
these
drew it on
decks.
his bed.
100%. You've seen these decks.
And Zephyr would explain it.
Tiku would have been.
You would know that they're a gift from the Packer.
Tiku would be around just to see.
And also,
Probably. Okay.
also we have not
So I've got
had a
you.
super negative
You
experience.
three are going to be there.
We've
I'll
had
say you
minor
do it in,
negative
like-
experiences, but-
So it's going to be the alchemy station, which is effectively, if you have the alchemy station here, quite literally, so the area where the jewelry station is and the alchemy, there's a hallway that have all the rooms. There's a stairway and another stairway at the end of the hallway that go up and down to the opposite floors. So the three of you are going to be present, and you're going to be in that, basically the craftsman portion
level
of
fireball, here we
the
go.
second floor. And then
Pineapple.
I'm going to say that Zephyr is topside on the ship. What are you doing, Kane?
Truthfully, since I want to draw a card myself, I would normally be there, but Zephyr's abnormally scared of this. So I feel like I would trust Zephyr as he is an arcanist, a wizard, if you will, and I would just be a room away.
So you're going to be staying in one of the two rooms that basically is allocated for you guys.
Yeah.
You like caught wind of what was going on, but you're like, I kind of don't want to be near it though. Just in case.
If I'm drawing it, that's totally fine. If someone else is drawing it, I don't want to get their backlash.
Razu,
Pineapple.
as you draw this card, and you see the skull card. that
I
you
read the
saw,
word. I just look at girl.
That's not good.
As he says that,
I'm just like.
the skull that Razu wears as almost like a
he
headpiece.
knows the card.
You look at it, Gurgle, and the skull seems to move for a moment. You're like, what the heck? And then in a moment, not only does it seem to move, Razu almost seems to take a slight step forward, like he's out of breath and seems to gasp.
Pineapple.
So we start.
Initiative.
This would start with Razu taking.
Damage before initiative.
This would start with you taking 34 points of necrotic damage.
We're fine. We're fine. It's not too
As
bad.
you Gurgle, looking at him, he doesn't notice this immediately.
I'm like
almost pulled out of Gurgle. It looks like a shadow or a soul ripped out of Razu. Sorry,
That doesn't look good.
what appears to be shadow form, almost a clone of Razu, appears behind him and immediately takes the scythe and reels it back. And you need to roll initiative.
Death has come for him.
Pineapple.
Is there a reason you're not having everyone roll initiative?
Am I not rolling initiative?
So I'm going to say you are going to roll initiative. However, your initiative is independent from his.
I would.
Rather than keeping your initiative
That's
together,
not
it will be
good.
independent. Tiku,
Please
you
tell
roll
me
again
you
as
roll
well.
low.
Everyone that's involved in this, so on the same floor, I'd have you roll as well. So you and Tiku
I was
will be.
gonna move in as soon as they did. work,
Pineapple!
So I feel like Razu screaming would be enough.
But by the way, the whole time this is going on, Zephyr is preparing his next lesson.
Okay.
For Pete's sake, someone untie me!
To top off the bad card,
Six.
I rolled a 6 on initiative.
It's just actually have a map for this. So.
Can I see
You are the proud owner of my knee.
There we go.
We're good, guys. We're good.
So I'm actually going to draw this.
You're telling me you weren't expecting us to start combat on the boat? How dare you?
Definitely wasn't expecting you to spawn this. Okay,
What
so
is
for the sake of
this?
this,
A spectral shadow behind you.
Nah, this is what Razu was supposed to be.
This is your worst nightmare.
This is your worst nightmare.
This isn't his worst nightmare. This is his inner ego.
This is the genetically superior specimen.
You have allowed your
Justin, did you bring your Destiny's Reaper?
Razu. You have allowed your mortal kindness to cloud your judgment.
Mortal
This is
kindness.
the most ghetto map we've ever had.
Is that a dick?
I'm actually gonna finish it because of that.
That doesn't
Now
look
it's
any
just a
better.
bow.
It is what it is. That's
It's just
that's the design behind it.
It's too
You
weak.
literally designed this. I wrote down the design for
I
shit that
mean-
you made.
TTP, guys. TTP.
Two wieners touching.
Yeah.
They're touching tips.
Death Demon 29, huh?
They're not touching tips. They're touching
That is Skylar.
faces.
And anyone that knows pirate software knows what TTP means?
Oh boy.
Time to penis.
Oh brother.
We just filling in things a little bit. We'll grab a couple more real quick.
Oh, I need to make my mini on Hero Forge. I keep forgetting.
You know what? You know what?
You
would
might
help?
not draw a card.
You know what'd help it not look like a penis? You just draw rooms on the side.
Or you make it triangle.
No, you just draw just two rooms on the side. You'll be fine.
3 rooms.
3 rooms on each side.
Here, and here.
No, it's 3 and 3. Or no, it's 4 and 4.
There's 6 rooms total.
Just make them little
There's 8
boxes.
rooms, because you said 6 of them were locked.
Yes.
Are the locked rooms on a different floor?
No, no, they do not. They do not have growths.
This is not a boat that has cancer. This is Jasmine.
She's not immune to that.
I'm just saying, why do you hate all of us when she's the one saying it?
Dude, she's been doing this to me all And then technically there's 2 additional doors here.
You know, once you see it, though, it's really hard to unsee it.
You know what? I'm changing the design of the ship.
It's just like the Sonic movie.
Just make it a big bowl. They're just boxes.
Straight up. So you guys can fuck off. I didn't design this. It's gonna be good.
It's just boxes.
That's much better.
That's the design now. It's become square.
Minecraft dick.
I wasn't sure this monster was gonna kill you guys, but I'm pretty sure now.
Hiram's like, all right, bitches.
Oh my god. Okay, so
This thing has 200 HP and does
that's
50
gonna be
damage
fine
per
for now.
attack.
I
also
am
has
gonna put this
6.
up. I'm gonna put you guys up here. You guys are gonna be a full turn of movement away, should you wish to react to any sounds you hear.
Even if I was prepared to move in?
I'm talking about the people on top deck.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have you one of the off rooms. I'm gonna have him. I'm gonna have you be in the room with Rickshaw.
I would not. I would rather not.
He is in fact. He is still, in fact, naked in chains at this point.
And you rolled odd for Kelmia.
Actually,
so Kelmia is
I would
gonna
have
be
covered him
topside
with a
you.
blanket.
Kelmia is gonna be
It's not
topside
like he
with
can
you.
stop it.
We might need Kelmia.
I mean, he can wiggle it off.
Where is Kelmia? I don't know where your mini is, Caleb. It is not there. Everyone else is. Yeah, everyone else is except her.
Did you use her last session?
Nope.
You and literally everybody else, Jasmine.
No. Kelmia has her own mini.
Yeah, killing is unique.
Okay. Everything's gone off the rails. I need something in here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Why is she in there?
Someone probably just put her there without noticing.
Worth noting, this is notably a size category larger than Razu. This is the closest thing I have that would actually represent this.
I've seen that guy before.
It's the angel of death.
Okay. With that, sorry, what did you say you rolled on initiative?
6.
Okay, what did Gurgle, what did, the number to beat for you guys is a 10.
18.
Actually, sorry, what is your plus?
1.
Sorry, it's a 9.
18.
17.
What about you, Tiku? You go ahead and roll as well. I'm going to put Kelmy in on your initiative, just because this will be determined on when you can actually interact.
So, out of curiosity, I'm just spitballing here.
Well-
Does it gain, or is its strength equivalent to the members that are close by?
Who knows?
The
I was just
biggest,
asking.
the biggest waste of a natural 20.
Okay.
20.
That means you can't react to whatever the sounds are because you technically go before them. Okay, but that said, you three see this thing spawn. It seems to have pulled out of Razu. Razu seems a little bit winded. He's now starting to sweat. And it's very clear the intent behind this thing as it seems to reel back this scythe.
Can I?
I may be getting slightly targeted, guys.
Funnily enough, I actually have...
Can I make? Because I don't know what the hell it is, so I wouldn't know if I would have immediately just go straight to attacking it. So I think I'm gonna make
It's currently trying to kill.
I know, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
like
you know, some crazy ass
yeah, I know.
ghost thing is like holding.
My
a
thing
scythe
is
out.
Also
my
worth
thing
noting-
is thematically. I feel like what the first thing I thought of is I'd whip Razu's leg and then like pull him out from underneath the slice.
Do you actually want to attempt to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and make a attack. Or make a... Actually, what I would probably do for this is I would just call it the help action. You'd be taking the help action to you would be imposing disadvantage on the enemy, is what this would be.
Well, I mean, I could just pull him, right?
I mean, yes, but just, if you do that, then it could just move on its turn and attack normally.
I'm thinking specifically like if I could hold my action. I mean, it'd be the same.
That's what the help
It'd be
would
same
be.
thing.
And
But
it'd
yeah.
be making him attack with disadvantage to help. So you'd be using your action to take the help action.
Because like I wouldn't know what the heck it is, so I don't know if I'd immediately jump to attack it.
Okay, so yeah, you're using the help action then. And then that's totally cool. You're using your action, use the help action on
Kellenborg
Razu.
has come for me.
Worth noting, everyone can hear the whispers. That sound you can hear, everyone can hear that.
Pineapple, pineapple, pineapple!
Are they speaking
And
in a
that.
specific language?
What languages do you speak?
Common, Draconic, Druidic, Infernal, and Celestial.
Yeah, they might be. You don't know it.
Okay.
Celestial Primordial.
You also don't know it.
Dwarvish.
Nope.
Nate's like, I'm gonna throw out another language.
I mean, if it came out of me.
Okay,
Draconic.
so he's taking the help action.
Or undercommon.
What are you two doing?
I'm gonna just throw out languages.
Oh, wait.
Tiku's waiting.
Okay.
She's just gonna wait her, like this is the Packers trial, so she's waiting to see.
Waiting for something with a proc, or just not taking any action? Are you
to
holding your
see
action?
If Razu really needs help or not.
Yeah, you're just gonna
We're
watch
gonna try
Rosin's
it.
head get decapitated. Ugh.
Wait, can I instead of imposing disadvantage? Can
I'm
I
just here to
say,
observe.
If my to hit is higher, then I pull him out of the way before I drop him to prone before he gets hit.
No, because if you dropped it to prone, then the creature would have advantage to hit it.
But like while he swings it, like as he swings.
I mean, you can do that, like, if the help action
I would
works.
say that if he misses, you would drop Razu to prone.
We're gonna try it. We're gonna pop out. We're gonna see this fucker. We're just gonna be like, oh shit! And we're gonna try and cast a spell magic.
Okay. Go ahead and use your spell slot. It doesn't work.
Well.
Well, it might be like undead now and might already be here.
It's the simulacrum.
Did bro just spawn more shit?
As Kane comes around the corner and casts a spell magic.
Well, technically, I was peeking out.
So you peek out.
He also gets the sucky suck, and then
And
something
you guys
spawns
watch
behind
as
him?
Kane pulls out, and again in that same thing, he seems to cast a spell, and he and pulls to the side as
Oh, I know what this is now. I saw a short on this 2 weeks ago.
you take 17 points of necrotic damage as a ghostly apparition of Kane a little bit smaller for what it's worth.
Can I roll something? Because I now know what this is. Can I roll something to recognize?
Make a history check.
Come on.
So,
Actually, for the sake of this world, I'm going to say it's a religion check. Due to the nature of 21? This is a
Avatar of Death.
corrupted version of one. So I'd actually say what this is Kane is familiar with an Avatar of Death. However, Avatars of Death, at least within Cantivar, are supposed to be envoys of Kelemvor, and they're not hostile. These seem corrupted and hateful. Very much so.
Alright. I would then call out, "Don't engage! You'll spawn your own."
Why is mine so big?
That's what she said.
No, that's what he said.
No, unfortunately not.
It sucked more of the
Why is mine so big?
So Tiku is holding. You're holding your action to impose disadvantage. And at that point, you have movement left.
I have bonus actions.
True. Sorry, real quick.
What do you mean by not engaging?
Actually, real quick, what's your maximum HP too?
94.
I am going to ignite my staff with Shillelagh.
What do you mean by don't engage or you'll spawn your own?
Oh, that's why you didn't want Camilla there.
Camilla would have smacked it and then be like, "Oh shit."
No, then she'd spawn another Camilla and you just be like,
Wait. Go ahead.
Kalmia, do you hear that?
I did call out loudly, "Don't engage, you'll spawn your own."
She does immediately yes, that doesn't sound good. What are your friends doing?
I thought they were just working on potions. We should go check that out. And then we hear the screaming.
And then that's when you would start to hear the things. I will say that on that turn, Kelmia activates her boots of speed as well. She will not have to expend her full turn to get there. Okay, so with that, it's now their turn.
I'm scared.
We're going to start with the one that's attacking you. You have 2 attacks right now, yeah?
Yes. I have to fight myself but take 34 damage at the start.
Okay, it is a 22 to hit and a 13. I know the 13 misses 22.
Yes.
Okay, so as it slashes at you...
I lucked that. I don't want to get hit.
Go for it.
Boom. You rolled a 4.
Okay, so this is going to miss. As it slashes at you, it but it seems to move through you. Oh wait, you don't have to luck that. It has disadvantage from what you did.
Yeah.
So the first one would miss, it would stop rolling.
The second one would also miss for sure because that's a natural 1 on even the one that hit rolled. So that does count as engaging though.
I didn't hit it. I tripped him.
I already looked up this assisting the person that is being assaulted in any way is considered a hostile action.
I said don't engage!
As this one also, similar fashion from Gurgle, just and seems to pull from you.
I mean, he technically took his turn first.
It does damage when it spawns. I will say this thing doesn't get to move right now.
Oh, he's saying I did my turn first.
I'm just saying on its turn is when he did his turn. So.
You were holding your action to assist effectively.
The help action doesn't require your reaction, so he still would have his reaction technically.
I mean, I would allow that, but that'd be bad for you because you use your action, it would spawn, and it would get to go now. It's a bad thing if we play it that way.
Well, it would still occur on his turn. It's just the help action. I guess fair enough.
I would say you can keep your reaction. That said, you take a... There's not even a save for this, really? Jeebus. Okay, you actually took the highest roll I think I've rolled at 20 necrotic damage.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I took 38!
He was rolling more dice for you. Let's be fair.
Does it matter if I half it? Does that affect it in any way?
Necrotic, read me uncanny dodge.
Anytime you take damage
It's
from a source
not
you
damage
can see.
specific.
Okay,
From a
can
source you
uncanny
can
dodge it.
see, I'm pretty
The way
sure
that I would
it's
say that you uncanny dodge it is like you start to notice the effect, and you're able to almost like pull out because you notice this as it hits Razu, even though it doesn't seem to attack him, it moves through him, and you take more necrotic damage.
Wait, what?
It passing
what
through you does damage.
You take an additional 10 points of necrotic damage, and I would say that in noticing that and realizing your arm is about to spawn with your uncanny dodge, you move to the side so it only passes through part of you. So you would take 10 points instead of 20 points of necrotic damage.
By the way, you're on the floor.
Okay, and yes, Razu did just prone you.
What have I done?
Okay, so yeah. He has to be able to see it coming. When an attacker that you see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to half the damage.
I would say that he knows this is coming.
Okay.
I would say it would still be applicable. Okay, so now we got the one that's attacking you. I believe you only have one attack, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so we got a 16 to hit.
Really? Yeah, that hits.
For what it's worth, yours isn't nearly as strong. You are going to take...
So what do we do with them?
If I remember right, as soon as you've engaged, you can now attack the Avatar of Death freely, right?
What'd you get in your check?
21.
Yes.
Yes, if you've already engaged, you can engage freely.
14 points
Any
of
of
necrotic
them,
damage
or
on the
just
hit.
the one that came from me?
And then it is going to move from you, and it is going to be an additional 6 points of necrotic on top of that.
So it moved from me, so I get an opportunity attack?
No, they don't prevent attacks of opportunity.
Provoke, but yeah.
Also, it moved through you. It's still in combat range.
Okay. Ow.
Tiku's turn.
If it kills one,
Now,
If it-
technically, all of your guys'
All of
turns
us turn?
again.
if it kills one of
Let's
us,
kill me and
does
Zephyr
it
at
help the other
bottom of
one?
This round.
It's
Tiku's
gains
gonna
health,
back
yes.
out of the room.
Well, so like I can hit any
It
of
won't.
them?
It won't.
Yes.
It hasn't
If
hit
you've
me or
already
anything, right?
engaged,
Have
you'll
any of them
engage.
looked at me?
They haven't even looked at you. They seem wholeheartedly focused on
Their targets.
their own target.
You got this. Tiku does.
I am going
Come
to
on.
rage.
Emotional support. Another one spawns.
Tiku kind of moves back into the...
I just moved back.
She's like...
I get up from prone.
I will have some good food ready for you guys when you're done.
Thank you, Tiku.
I don't even
Worth
know what the
noting,
hell these are.
One other thing
Where
that
did
you
they even
know
come from?
with the roll that you got is that if never Avatar of Death drops you, it takes your soul.
Yeah, that's what I told Razu. I'm pretty sure it also heals the main one, if I remember right.
Excuse me, what?
Meaning if you're killed by an Avatar of Death, you can't be rested.
you're
Any
dead,
way.
dead.
Your character's gone.
Come on, kill yourself. You got this.
Is his side titanium?
Kill
He
yourself.
seems to be completely a shadowy apparition of you. So you stood up, you used half your movement, your rage is your bonus action. Great Weapon Master or no?
Brother, my armor class is
So
20.
does that mean that we are both flanked and flanking both of them due to our positioning?
You're not opposites.
You're technically kitty cornered.
They're not flanking, neither are you.
Also, he's a large, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so
He is actually large. The other ones that have spawned are smalls, though.
Can you
What are you doing with your action?
be engaged with two monsters and still flank
we
for
hit
your
him.
friends?
We hit him.
Yes.
Oh, great weapon master. That's
So
fine.
long as you're not.
Okay, no Great Weapon Master. Flip your paper if you didn't already. He has a paper that he writes whether or not he's using it on. He just rolls on top of it.
25.
Say it again.
25 to hit.
Yeah.
19 to hit.
Nope.
I'm assuming it's my armor class. Okay.
Give me damage.
This is epic. 7, 14. 16 damage.
16 damage. Okay.
Oh boy.
Two of you.
Oh, this hurts so
Just
bad.
making sure the spell works how I think it works.
You know what you're doing, girl?
So, you say it looks like me,
So
right?
I'm
Just
supposed to
bigger.
kill myself? Or my shadow?
Kill your shadow!
Okay.
Just freaking Kermits.
Kill myself.
I kill myself before you kill me!
I will kill
Everybody knew what I meant. Don't be so
myself.
dramatic.
Mush, mush, mush. We don't even have everyone involved in this combat. So we need to go
shoot.
fast.
Alright. I'm just gonna attack it.
You recklessing?
Yep. I'm pretty sure that's a miss too. If it has my armor class.
Where'd you get hit?
18.
That is a miss. Why did my whispers stop?
Will action surge, sure. We're probably not gonna get another combat on this boat. 26 to hit.
26 hits. Oh, what's your maximum hit point, Gurgle?
75. Bonus action like my whip first.
Animate them.
Okay. Might be a little bit loud with my whispers.
12. 15.
Nathaniel's nervous. His leg bouncing.
I mean, I felt like I always do that, but
How injured are you looking?
not bloody.
Not bloody? Okay.
Yet.
I just hope he doesn't deal at least more damage than I do.
Roll higher initiative than me, John? I thought you'd be going first.
It's so we're doing initiative where everyone just goes at the same time.
As long as you're before or after
Yeah.
The only reason I
It's
split
before or after the monster, yeah.
Roger from you is because I need to know if you engaged with these.
Where is Kate?
19 plus 5 fire damage.
Okay.
That's it.
19 plus 5. Misses. 24. Jesus.
I apologize. One more damage.
Okay. What are you doing, Kane?
Alright, I'm gonna bonus action cast Healing Word on myself at 2nd level. Heal myself for... while that's loading. I'm going to attack with Shillelagh. With a 24 to hit.
Yep.
And he takes 9 points of a combination of fire and bludgeoning damage. I don't exactly know, like
It's not
Okay.
either, so it's fine.
And I heal for 15 health, and that'll be the end
Okay.
of turn.
That's after this. And then at this point, this is where Kelmia and Zephyr would both arrive down here.
I would call out to her, please do not engage.
As Kelmia runs down, she looks across the hall and sees it, and she goes, "Oh, I know how to fight these now." As she does go into combat stance, make a persuasion check.
She probably wants to fight herself. It's a good training exercise.
Persuasion, that's a 12. I have a +0.
So she actually responds to you. She like gets ready to punch. She goes, "Why?"
It'll create more.
It'll make another you.
And that's all she needed.
It's better to fight than myself.
She is so fast, it's ridiculous.
She can go anywhere on the ship, probably.
She literally could almost go from the top of the ship to the bottom of the ship without consuming her action. She did have to bonus action Step of the Wind, though, for what that's worth. She is going to go up to yours, and she is going to attempt to hit yours. She has 3 attacks. She cannot use Hollow Mind, and she had the bonus action Step of the Wind. That is 2 separate hits. And 2d12.
I just hope she one-shots the shit out of mine.
I mean, she might.
If it has as much as
really
me,
low roll.
very, very realistic, but
So that's 8 plus 26. 34.
Yep. That's a really low roll. Does more damage than all of us.
She's still strong. As she just effectively sends a very quick sequence of 3 punches into him. A couple things that you notice. First of which, where Kelmia punches specifically, the shadow seems to disappear. She quite literally seems to punch holes in it. As she does,
she's
she's
also
like,
really good at fighting ghosts. I forgot.
As she goes, I didn't really get to fight that many ghosts. And you said there's, and as she says it, that same like, that same essence pulls out of her.
Really good
That's
at
the one
finding
we're
those.
scared of.
Hers is a higher level, so she takes 48 points of necrotic damage. Oh wait, I don't need to write that down. I can actually just put it in her character sheet. And
He's got to get a special mini.
I don't know if I have a mini that would actually represent it.
Apparently, I need to print off more minis.
What's a big boy?
We need to print off. So I got clear resin. I need to print off all of our characters and.
Hello, Rickshaw Bubble. How you doing in
Just
there?
for this fight.
As the ghost seems to, as this apparition pulls out of Kelmia, you guys kind of turn. You're like, oh no, it's another ghost. As what appears to be a physical undead seems to spawn. As this one comes, and the shadow of Kelmia is there for a moment, and then it starts to morph. And quite literally grows a bit. Seems to get a bit taller. A large book appearing in his hand as it stops and kind of like looks up. Its cheeks are sunken. It has a hole directly through its chest that looks charred, almost like lightning. As the shadow seems to corporealize.
Of course, Kelmia's turned into a real undead because she could kick a ghost butt. Doesn't want to have its own advantage or disadvantage for being a ghost.
Worth noting for you, as that turns, Kelmia turns and is kind of smiling, and her smile actually does go away. She goes, I thought we killed you. And this individual kind of like looks down at his book and then holds his hand over his chest and goes, so did I.
What?
Thank you, Kelmia, for making our lives worse.
Kelmia at this point actually turns and just, oh, I made it a lot worse. That's my bad. As she gets into a fighting stance. That's the end of Kelmia's turn. What do you do, Zephyr?
Well,
Doesn't she just turn for whoa?
Okay, so I see a hell breaking loose across the other side, I assume.
Yes, you can see what appears to be shadow form. There's a large form of Razu. There is multiple different versions of your friends, except for the one from Kelmia does not seem to resemble her. Just in case anyone's judging me, this is a small tweak that I did, yes.
And just in case anybody's wondering, this was a lich that we had to kill on the last campaign, and he had like a whole city of undead, and it was a big thing.
We
This
attacked
man-
it with a literal army of Dragonborn.
Yeah, literal army of Dragonborn.
You don't know this, but I'll give you a little tidbit because it's Kelmia. He does not look as powerful as he did before.
I assumed, otherwise we would dead. I don't remember what level we were, but we were pretty high.
What are you doing, Zephyr?
I feel like I should engage.
You guys were level 14 when you fought him.
At
Yeah.
the same time.
Let me guess, you want to fireball us all. Big shocker.
It will be a big shock.
Not for me, it won't.
But
For you guys, it will.
You won't pass the save.
There's no way I don't pass this.
You won't pass the save.
I need a decision. Do you want to do something or are you going to hold?
Do
I
it,
will say
Zephyr.
with the amount of...
Do it. You've always done it to me before. Just do it.
With how high your religion is, I would say that you're familiar enough with Kelemvor to know about avatars of death, and you would have kind of like the same foundation he does of these are avatars of death. Your initial assumption would be like Kelemvor's come to collect, like these people are supposed to be dead, but then you would see like the almost alien features of these shadows, and again,
The
that kind of-
corrupted magic.
the perversion of the magic, and realizing that it is off. But knowing enough as well that you know that if you cast a spell, one's going to spawn right next to you.
I know.
For the sake of this as well, Rickshaw, just because I don't want you to just be chilling there, I'm going to say that this card was drawn in the second week, and you
Can't be here for
I'm going to
the
say
first
that,
week.
so he said that he kind of chained you back up. I'm going to say that first turn, in this like panic of hearing the whispers and everything, you like in that panic were like moving around a lot and like fell off. So I'll say you're prone as you fell off the bed and your bindings came undone. So I'm actually going to... I am going to say that you can, because this is now
sad.
turned into something that I don't want you to just be sitting there the whole time. So via a set of happy coincidences.
Don't be right in front of me.
He doesn't even know
Don't
why.
be right in front of
he
me.
doesn't even
It
know why
will
his
move
chains
that,
fell
and I
off.
need
He's
it to
like,
move
so,
that.
What the?
Thank God.
You're going to be prone, and we're going to say that this
Like
happened.
one
in the
square to the
second-
left is good. There you go.
So I have a 13 initiative.
Wait a minute. There's also someone in one of those rooms.
All right. So how many?
I walked the doors.
That wouldn't have happened.
1, 2, 3. There's currently just. Wait. There's just 3 targets right now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4. Yes.
Do I make the problem worse, or do I?
Will you make it worse by joining in? That is the question.
The only bad thing is,
Will you be helpful?
Or would be overall net negative?
do these things actually duplicate us perfectly? Because if they do, he's probably not going to.
I can tell you right now, because of the research they got, no. They take attributes of you, but they are still they're still a creature. One might say that. Roll a religion check. I'm gonna see how you combine with him to see how much I tell you about these things. I'm looking for above a 20.
23.
23. Okay, I'll tell you. So I'll tell you that they take a portion of your HP, not even all of it. They do not take your armor class. They have their own armor class, and then they take 23. They take one other feature from you, but all the other stuff are normal from them.
All right.
Your max HP really 60.
You know, I'm going to join because caution to the wind.
No,
Okay.
it's just the numbers, the irony.
Use your thunder thing and then just not hit us, because you can do that.
Not yet. I'm not going to. I'm just checking a spell real quick. I got to read all my spells just because it's all new stuff.
We're using the new rolls. So
Is there
we're all
anybody else that
learning
has a
little
turn
bit.
that can go while he's reading
We've
spells?
updated to the 2024 spells, is why he's having to read through a little
I'm
bit.
pretty sure everyone else is gone.
While
So
he's
am I-
reading
am I
through
just
his
able to get up and
while
go,
he's reading
or-
through his spells, I'll say you have to use half your movement to stand.
Yes.
But then you could act normally. You would also be clothed now because your hat would start working again.
Is there anything in this room with me?
Nope. You can see Zephyr. So the way that I angled the doors is correct. So you can see Zephyr.
There's a sky
Oh,
shelf,
actually,
he has
this
to
door's
cast
backwards,
it.
I apologize.
Right?
Yeah,
if he
that's
didn't
true.
expect
It
that
is
would
an
work, then
action.
He might not try to cast it.
So I can see Zephyr.
Besides, we're saying this happened one day after I let him free.
So
he's
is
been
the-
suffering for one day.
The green thing. What?
This is Razu.
I would need to be what's fuck. Why?
What's the green thing?
It was my bad. What green thing are we talking about? I'm sorry.
The only green thing on the board that you just moved.
This?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, that's you.
That's
Okay.
Kane.
I never saw as many before.
He actually
The shadow behind him is the,
Okay.
the effort that's currently trying to kill him.
I'm gonna move 15 feet next to Zephyr.
Damn it, Hiram. If you want, I can say that you instead hit behind this.
That
And
works.
and
I just need to be one square closer.
and I'm going
was-
to
it
then
was my bad,
cast
it's a room.
false life on myself at I'm gonna say at 4th level.
Okay.
So that will increase my. I'll have 22 temporary hit points.
I just looked back there. I'm like,
Oh, your chains fell off. That's convenient.
A little bit.
Yes, thank the gods for that.
I know, right?
Is anyone injured?
Yes.
I'll get to you next round.
Yeah, dude, the gods are.
That's technically
the
not a
gods are
hostile
such
action
cool
towards them, so you would
guys.
not spawn. You would not spawn something. Okay, so I assume you had a chance to read through your spell now.
I'm going to start off with Bless.
Okay, what
It
level?
must have been Seth getting you out of
How many
that.
targets we got? We got 6. Right.
Technically, you have 7 if you want to include Kelmia.
Oh yeah, that's right. We do have 7.
I mean, literally just you 6 plus Kelmia.
Tiku's not engaged in combat though. Neither is Rickshaw.
Oh, that's true.
So
I mean, that's okay.
You actually technically can't see Tiku. She's around a corner.
Oh, that's right.
You can see everyone else though.
I guess I got to read the new Bless. Hang on.
they changed
What?
bless too.
cast Blade Ward on us.
Don't have Blade Ward.
That's such a good cantrip now. It's like reverse bless.
You guys want to hear something kind of funny? In prepping for this session, Justin saw me do this. I picked up the top card of Razu's deck because I was like, in order to maybe save time, I'll just know what he's going to draw. And then he shuffled the deck. The top card was good.
You're done effed up, Aaron.
I was literally talking to Justin about it. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm just like, I'm just prepping, so I'm going to look up what it is before because I knew he was going to draw a card and to try and save time.
So
and he shuffled the deck before he drew.
I'm going to cast it at...
Justin's like, oh no.
Cast at what?
Level 5, so I can get all 7 targets.
You can't see Tiku.
Oh, I can't. Wait, hang on. I don't think it requires visual. Does it?
It's okay. Tiku's hiding in a corner.
Says
She doesn't
within
want to get
range.
involved.
Range. Yeah, it's 30 foot. Wait, no.
30 feet?
Anyways, I just bonus action summoned my guy anyways.
So
I can see, for sure.
I don't know where your dude is. You know, for the sake of this, we've been using one of these guys for your dude. I'm gonna use this weapon so it's easy to determine between the enemies.
That's fine.
And how far away can you spawn it?
It's like 30 or 60 feet.
You have to spawn like right there.
I think it's 30, 20.
I think it's 30.
30's right there. 30's still not in range of Tiku. It's in range of
60
everyone
feet.
else. Oh, 60 feet?
Yeah.
And you would just do this.
Well, no, because then it wouldn't be in range that way.
Not true.
I think the range between Rickshaw...
It's fine. We'll say it's right there.
Tiku is 70 feet, so you wouldn't be able to get both Rickshaw and Tiku.
Yes, he would. He can cast from him or his thing. That's why I was thinking that. So we can do this.
But the spell itself only
I
has
think
a
I can only cast out
It's
one.
centered
the
on
other.
one or the other, though. But
Oh.
centered on
I have to
both.
do one or the other.
Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, you would not be able to get Tiku and get everybody else.
Okay, I just want to do Tiku and I'll cast that one last level.
Okay, so just put this right here. And then
So
that's
level
gonna be
4
everyone.
spell, and Tiku's the only one that's not blessed.
Zephyr, she doesn't need it. She's just hiding in a corner.
That is considered a hostile action, though, as you are buffing someone.
Currently in combat.
I think I might be able to give
I
healing
have a
potions.
wizard
Maybe.
that has a bird that's a ghost.
Aerith gets duplicated too? It kind of does.
So in all the other cases, it spawns in front of you from what you're doing.
Oh, okay. No, you said it was
Or
behind.
sorry, yes, behind you, which actually it does mean it's right here.
Or does it spawn by my copy?
No, it specifically says it spawns from you.
Okay.
Lowest necrotic roll yet, though, at 3.
Oh, great.
He's still got to roll concentration, though.
That's
I
true.
actually minimum damaged that. That was 1/1/1. It is still 1 attack, though, so it's just 1 concentration.
I have advantage. That's a 16.
I would laugh
16?
so hard if
Okay.
it broke instantly.
All right.
Oh, I also have bless, so.
Yes.
Did you take Warcaster?
Yeah, I've had it since level 1.
Oh, what have we done?
Such a good perk.
Oh, what have we
Somebody that uses a lot
done,
of
my
concentration.
friends?
Probably the best thing in the game for somebody that uses a lot of concentration.
Also, that
What?
con proficiency.
Although I keep hoping I get a chance to use the opportunity attack with spells. It's never come up, ever.
It's just so hard because you got to be in melee range, which
Yeah.
isn't something you want to be doing as a wizard.
And who runs from the wizard in melee range?
That
Someone at
too.
1 HP?
You know what you need to do? You need to combine it
So
with
he's
Sentinel. Run up into melee range.
at the end of your turn. He is gonna go ahead and use a legendary action,
He got legendary actions.
and he's going to cast Disrupting Life, which is
I'm
everyone.
gonna use my reaction to counterspell.
I don't know if this is a spell.
What is it?
Each creature within 30 feet of him must make a DC Constitution saving throw or take damage. I would still allow you to counterspell this.
Alright, he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah,
DC 19.
that's a D12 that I just
No, that's fine. Keep
Yeah,
that
go
number.
ahead. What was the total?
Does that
Hang on,
include
hang on,
me
hang
as I'm
Well,
not
actually, I guess I don't need to
engaged?
roll that yet.
No. No.
Because we technically got to decide if multiple, right?
If multiple?
If I want to cast counterspell.
Oh yes, you do have to decide if multiple.
Well, I believe like we
can-
should actually
So how-
make that be like if multiple people say it relatively at the same time, Sure, but if someone says counterspell and then someone goes, "Oh yeah, I want to cast counterspell,"
Well,
maybe not.
Well, I can't.
No.
I would
What
say
they're
before
saying.
the roll happens.
What
Oh
they're
yeah,
saying.
or before the roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
What he's saying
what
is
I'm doing.
in the new rules, if 3 people want to counterspell, you can't each roll and then the next one roll and the next
No,
one. roll.
that's when the thing
That's
since the
that's our
beginning.
rules. Yeah, that's
Yeah, no,
that's-
actually, you can just. Everyone can counterspell it. By the rules, he can counterspell it. My guy succeeds, he can counterspell it. That fails, this person can counterspell it. However, I say, because I don't like that, if you want to make him roll multiple times, which in this case he would just have to roll twice, you must say it before the die is rolled, because that way you still have the higher chance, but you're not waiting to see if the first one succeeds, and then the second one, then the third one.
So we're saying this is a spell, though.
Yeah, I am counting this as a spell, yes, and we are using the new counter spell, which means that he will be rolling a Constitution saving throw, which I did already roll for the first one.
So, are you rolling separately because they'll have different saving throws?
Let's do
No,
it.
they won't.
Let's
It's
do
a
it.
Constitution. Oh, it is.
Because he's got DC 19, he's got DC 17.
Yeah, but he would
This
just have to
thing's
roll
scary.
against them individually.
This thing's scary.
Yeah, so I was asking, are you rolling for each?
Yes, if you choose to make multiple counterspells, he'll have to roll against each one of them. So he did the first roll against you, and that's what this die is right here.
What is it?
Have you seen it?
You are?
I did.
Gurgle.
Yes.
Okay, his first one
It's an undead
is
messenger.
exactly a
Go.
19.
Oof. If it was a mouse,
And then what's your save?
saber-tooth thing.
18.
That is true.
That's a 17.
Hey!
As effectively what you see is as he's kind of like holding that hole in his chest, he almost seems to like pull some kind of purple essence out of it, and it starts to expand in a cloud as Zephyr's and almost like sends a small like spark, almost like a bolt of lightning that, and the cloud itself, that purple cloud, seems to almost ignite like almost like a combustion chamber, just kind of, and he kind of like looks at it for a moment and goes,
You're like the small one.
as he smiles, you notice he's missing teeth, and the back of his mouth is just black. It very much so almost looks like a pit.
Just to be clear, this is the Lich guy that tried to do that.
Yes, he is the one who cast the legendary action. With that being the case, that is...
Oh, Lich Guy's been in combat the whole time.
No, he counterspelled, and he wasn't in
That's
the thing
true.
before.
He's now in combat. Rickshaw just entered combat.
You did. Right before the thing. Okay, so go
He
ahead.
gets
Would
stuck, he
that
sucked.
would that be a defensive action though, not offensive?
It doesn't matter.
No, bless even spawns these.
I tripped Razu and it still counted.
Okay, Trinity. Go ahead.
Foul creature, you have no place here. Leave.
I
don't
will.
think he cares.
Yeah, she does respond. You just...
I will. Just with pieces of you.
like
So
like
what
you're
happens-
saying, like
You take
pieces
7
of
points of
Zephyr?
necrotic damage. As,
no save.
there is no save
Okay.
against them, as again it for same essence for you, as it almost feels like part of you gets ripped out as
That's
a.
cool. That takes from my 10 HP. So he stole false soul.
I mean, it is what it is. That said, it's now their turn, and I just went from having one enemy to a
yes.
lot. It's taking, you're like, good luck, and then like it slowly starts to go into like panic.
Backer, let me in.
Okay, so for the sake of this, all of these creatures move through the target they're fighting, and they're going to take necrotic damage. And for all of you except Razu and Kalmia, the damage is the same. So I'm just going to roll one roll and have it apply to each of you.
Okay.
So this is for Kane, Kane,
Gurgle, Zephyr,
Gurgle.
Rickshaw.
I don't want to call you Cytherin.
There's
Rickshaw and
There's an important question. Is Rickshaw still naked?
No.
No.
is it an action to activate your, or bonus action to activate your
Oh,
Hat
it
of
might be. I
Disguise?
could still be naked.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Chat
So
would
all
like
of you
to
take
know.
9 points of necrotic damage. That's each of your
Yes, he's
each
fighting
individual moving through you.
Ghosts
Roll.
It
and
does take an action.
Lich Ghost.
It does take
Yes.
Nick
Rickshaw
Bunny.
is still naked.
So specifically, you just want a piece of Zephyr? 'Cause, like, I can get you a
17 and
hair
22.
or something. We can talk this out.
Kane, move towards me.
Go, girl. I think they want our
22 hits,
souls.
17 misses, yeah.
I like the 22. I want to get hit. rolled
They
a
technically
4.
can be in that, so he technically would move into it. You'd only be able to see part of him.
I rolled a 4.
Okay, so Razu is again consumed a luck point. Technically, you have to tell me that before they attack, by the way. You can't wait for me to roll and then
With-
say it.
With the new.
With the
are we
new
using
lucky
the
feat,
we're using new feats too.
Yeah, so I was transitioning.
Okay.
Well, actually,
New
because then
feats?
I
I was
have
gonna
to
say,
change
we were
Great White
just
Magic.
doing spell
No,
book.
for now we'll stay with the same feats. So I apologize.
Okay.
And you've been doing it anyways. So we're just gonna continue with that.
You said
I'll
9
probably
damage,
change
right?
feats next session, so we have a chance to look over it for you guys. But for
said-
now, we're gonna keep the same.
You said 9.
Everyone, yes, all 4 of you took 9 points of necrotic damage. Razu got missed twice because of the lucky feat. He also needs to take
I assume kill me. It does not.
23 points of necrotic damage.
I assume the lich.
Did you
does
roll
not.
an 8 and a 7?
No, the Lich actually cannot move through. He just acts in, normally.
I'm like talking to Lich. I'm like, so like you just want specifically a piece of Zephyr, right? Because like we can talk this out. I can maybe like get you a hair or something.
He looks towards you. Make a persuasion check.
Damn.
Conversing with death.
Corrupted death.
14. 14? he does, he says, he looks at your ghost and he says, I'll give you one chance. And he almost seems to clasp his hand, and your ghost seems to, and he almost seems to pull it into him as he and pulls it. And worth noting, you see that hole around his chest starts to heal just a little bit.
Like specifically just a hair, right?
He looks and he says, I want nothing from you. And he points towards Tiku. He says, go stand in the corner.
You just got told to sit in time out.
So, both missed on you. Your ghost just got taken. For you, 17 to hit.
That hits.
I'm just rolling to hit each of you because they only have 1 attack. 12 to hit on you.
That misses.
17 to hit on you.
I have an 18 armor class.
So that's a miss as well. So the only person to hit is Kate. For an additional 6 points of necrotic damage.
Why is mine so much worse?
And you guys all took the necrotic already, so now the Lich just needs to go. He's going to not be hitting Razu.
Didn't
He wouldn't be
use
attacking
action to
Kelmia.
explode?
So he was going to attack Kelmia until he got counterspelled. Yeah, so what he does, he looks at you and he goes, he seems to look at the book, and how did I do that? Yeah, I'll just do this. He taps the book and he seems to pull a purple tendril off the book, and he points at you.
Oh god.
He is going to cast a spell.
Oh god.
It's called Finger of Death.
Counterspell.
Oh God!
I don't think we can. We've used our reaction.
This is the same.
Isn't this a new round?
No, he legendary actioned on his last turn.
That was a legendary act. My bad. I thought that was
Constitution saving throw.
Goodbye, Zephyr.
So,
Do you need more?
No, I have them. I just don't know where they are.
okay. I have bless.
I'll even tell you what it is. It's a 16.
Roll that first. Oh god, no, it's a failure. I can't win.
He
It's over.
just failed.
It's over. It's all over. The total of 8. Oh.
You have your inspiration.
Oh, I do. Oh, yes. Yes. Inspiration. Thank you, Allie. Maybe. Oh, yeah, that's way better. Ooh. Okay, so that's 19.
Which is a success.
Inspiration coming in clutch.
So you take half of 68 points of necrotic damage.
Holy shit!
How much?
68, so 30,
Divided by 2
34.
is 39.
Is this like a situation where
No,
like
it
if
is.
you drop, you get your soul sucked, or do you have to like
Well,
die?
Finger
I
of
will
Death
tell you
will,
that the
like, kill you.
Lich, it has unique rules.
Okay. Well, I'm up.
Okay, so that is the end of their turn, though. It's back to you guys.
Best use of inspiration.
I'm going to move up between Zephyr and Kane. I'm going to use 2 of my sorcery points to twin spell a 2nd level Cure Wounds, 1 on each of them.
Okay.
I do want to go next for what it's worth.
Did I skip Kelmia last turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
She did not move.
Hold that thought. She's going to be going for the one with Razu. There's a chance that you might not take your necrotic damage. She's going to attempt to kill it. Because she for sure would be moving. That was my bad. No, Tiku! Pull up Kelmia.
You're playing Kill Me.
I'm not even gonna do it.
You rolled high, didn't you?
Tiku is sitting out of this combat anyways. Pull up your old character. Just go to the last campaign, pull her up, and tell me what you do.
For just one session, you get a replay.
Live my whole life.
It's not even one session. It's one combat.
One unplanned combat. This is a good way. This is how I can get everyone involved.
Why do I shuffle every time I draw a card?
You want to know what the card would have done?
Sure.
It was going to teach you. It was going to teach you 3 cantrips. You were going to learn the cantrip Mage Hand. You were going to learn the cantrip Prestidigitation, and you were going to learn the cantrip. Was it Spare the Dying or?
What if you already knew those cantrips? Would it just be useless?
No,
now he's just gloating.
Here we
He's
go,
just
boys.
gloating your misery, Nate. This is what he does to you.
Sorry, I had the third one.
Hey,
I know where it is.
He's telling you it's in the deck, so you should keep drawing.
There's good options in there. You can learn spells.
I got like 60,000 platinum.
And this guy got smarter.
You know the potion of invulnerability?
I got wrapped up in chains and lost a spell slot.
This is your one that would have been the best. It was the potion of resist. Or sorry, it was the spell resistance.
Around her neck, on her head.
Oh yeah.
Resistance would be goaded for me.
Yeah, it would have. Okay, so, Kelmia, what are you doing? I assume that the bonus action is Hollow Mind.
If she hasn't used that yet, then
She has not. She had to use her. She did expend this key points to Step of the Wind. Also, if it didn't adjust her HP,
Took 40 something.
I think that I did.
yeah,
It was 48.
It did.
You're good.
Yeah, I didn't actually expend her key point as I should have, but she did already Step of the Wind. But that's all she's done so far.
Okay.
Oh, and her Boots of Speed are currently active.
Okay, so she hasn't used Hexblade's Curse or anything, right?
She's not used Hexblade's Curse. I believe, doesn't your tattoo have to be activated as well?
Yes. It's about
Her tattoo is not activated. Her Hollow Mind is not activated.
Okay.
She's character takes a lot to build up. After
as
3
soon
turns,
as
once she gets
does,
online
300 damage.
at ranged.
Okay.
So first off, what's the bonus action you're going to do? Do you want to activate the tattoo? Would you like to activate Hollow Mind? I will say, because Kelmia has fought this before, she would know that this Lich has Blind Sense, so the invisibility trait would not actually be effective versus him.
Technically, it still would, even if you could see the creature.
Even if that's
Yeah,
true, the answer is
she'll
nope.
do. Empty body is actually.
Is it empty body? I thought it was
It's
hollow
empty body, but it's actually one of her actions, or it's actually her action
Take your action and do it.
to do that. So she's gonna empty body with her action, which I'm surprised she wouldn't have done that before she entered combat, but she probably would have technically. But and then she'll Hexblade Curse her target as her second.
She was very bored on the
Apparently
ship, and she got really excited for her
got
fight.
really excited before she did anything. She's gonna Hexblade Curse her target.
Okay, so that's the Lich. Is she going to hit? Who are you going to hit? Currently, you
can't
are
attack.
Kelmia.
She
Get
had
back
to-
into your Kelmia line.
She had to use her action to empty body.
Oh, is it an
Bonus-
action? I thought it was
It's
a
an
bonus
action.
and
Oh,
then
apologies. Okay.
Bonus action, Hexblade Curse.
Where are the rings?
My book is on top of them.
Oh, there they are. Give me the hex. Okay, so that's what she would have done, which works out because they didn't do damage.
There
She
is
hex
actually
breaks
just in this
10 feet. Probably more like, no, probably like 12. Your standard like building.
How much healing?
20.
That's for you as well, Zephyr. That's your action, technically 10 feet of movement. You have movement, but you are currently. Wait a minute. You would have moved out of combat range of your clone. So that would have provoked an attack of opportunity as well.
Would it though? Because he was in a wall.
Yes.
It counts.
So only part of him is actually in that thing. He can just occupy the same space as it. You can actually still attack him as well.
I get to play my boss character.
No, go ahead. Give me the attack of opportunity. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll sacrifice it to heal
Good
my
choice.
comrades.
That was a 9.
Yeah, so there we go.
All right.
9 to hit, by the way, so it just missed.
Are you done?
So I cast one level, so I can still cast a cantrip as a bonus action. So I'm going to spend a sorcery point to quicken spell. What should I quicken spell as a cantrip?
Chill touch.
Is necrotic damage been working on these guys?
We haven't tried.
Well,
I also thought chill touch was cult damage.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Chill touch. Think of it more of like a
Are
touch
these
of
things
death.
floating or are they
Like a
walking?
deathly hand. All of them are floating. To the point that the bottom half of them seems to just like fade out.
Like Genie.
no. I'm just gonna quicken spell
Genie kind of
2
comes down to a
firebolts.
point. They literally just seem to stop. Can you twin spell twice in one turn?
No,
He's not twin spelling.
sorry, twin spell. I quicken spell. No, I'm gonna do chill touch, and I'm gonna target those two because when I use a necrotic or a necromancy spell, I can target an additional character within 5 feet of my initial target. So those two that are right next to each other
Okay.
are gonna get chill touched.
As the hand reaches out to touch them, the necrotic energy seems to almost just like pulse around them, but does
They
not
don't
seem
give
to
a
have
shit.
effect. Necrotic damage does not work on these.
Okay, well we learned that.
Okay, so that's his turn. Technically, it's everyone
Unfortunate.
forcing Kelmia again.
I do want to
Doesn't
go.
chill touch have an effect on undead?
Let's see
Okay.
if radiant damage works against these things.
Hold on, let me-
So
I
basically,
just
what I
used
would
up
do
5.
is I assume there's
Yep.
like windows and stuff, and I basically reach into the room, just plucking just a small mote of sunlight, and I basically start swirling it around my hands. And I almost mumble to myself, "I really hope this is as indestructible as she said." Doors, kill me up! As I'm going to sunbeam these 3 targets.
Okay, it's a dexterity.
Yes.
Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw, Kelmia.
No, it's a Constitution. Oops.
Oh, that was the old chill touch.
Yeah, Constitution is a little different.
I
one-
thought it was X.
This
My
one,
apologies.
the new
So
one,
Roger's
makes it
clone
so that they
was
can't
a
regain hit points.
He's like, don't, and she's like, wasn't expecting that.
Roger's clone got a natural 20. I'm pretty sure both the other ones failed with a. So oh wait, sorry, he's got a bigger plus. Is it Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
Sorry, that's a 17 for him.
Fucking really?
I thought it was a fail, but it's not. And the last one's a 12.
The save is 17, so he does pass.
So that means these two passed. He failed.
This one is blinded
Tell me
to
I
make
get
the
to 24,
save
so.
It's the same here too.
Oh, really?
What is
until the start of my next turn. So it's just blinded for its turn.
Everything
What
else
is
takes
the-
half.
17.
I got a 24, but what's the does it do half damage?
You
or
have
anything?
damage, and if you fail, you're blind.
25. What the fuck is that roll? 25 radiant damage to the ones that failed, and half that, so 13 to the enemies, 12 to Kelmia. Oh.
The radiant damage as it goes through them almost seems to, at a rapid pace, seems to disintegrate them. Seems quite effective. That said, technically this is the mini for the Lich, so I'm
He's just gonna swap it. Is it a large size?
after absorbing the one from Gurgle, yeah.
Oh, okay.
This
It
is
wasn't.
his final form.
But yeah, technically this mini was originally printed for this Lich in the last campaign.
And then I don't
Did
have-
seem very effective on him as well, but he is still
I
okay.
do not actually wait. Produce flame.
It's a one-hit wonder.
I don't have bonus action, so that's the end of my turn.
Technically,
Actually, I can't move around.
technically, he would have had to make a Wisdom saving throw to
Will.
to hit me with that, but
We'll move.
It's not casted directly on you.
it says
Get back a little bit.
any
that's
creature who targets the warded creature with an harmful
Targets the
spell or
creature.
attack.
Yeah,
So he's not
So I guess
targeting
he's
you
not
with the spell.
targeting me. Kind
No,
of?
so a targeted spell. He also can hit you with a fireball.
Oh yes, it
Even
says
if you were a hostile
the spell doesn't protect you from a spell like fireball. Especially says that. So
Yeah,
never
so
mind.
this is
Yeah.
the same thing. It's just a line instead of a circle. Okay, so with that, he is going to use his legendary
What
action
was
again.
the total
This
damage
takes
again?
24.
25, so 12 to you.
Yes. He's going to
6
use
me.
his legendary action.
You're resistant to radiant damage?
She's resistant to
I'm
everything.
resistant to everything.
Damn.
No, she's not resistant to psychic damage.
Except for psychic, yeah.
Okay, so he's going to use 2 of his legendary actions to cast Cloud Kill.
I'm going to counterspell that.
You do have your reaction.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing.
Actually, that's not true. It's everything but force.
21 for you.
Damn.
It's the same thing. 16.
Yeah, it fails. 18 to save.
It's like we're expending spell slots to give him disadvantage on one of the counter spells.
It's working.
Wait a minute! I messed up! I forgot that it doesn't consume his spell slots anymore. He still has.
Yeah, he has both of them.
Okay. It doesn't matter. This is legendary action. It's over. It's still your guys' turn. I've gotten you two. I think.
Yeah, we two are gone.
It's all four of you.
Technically, you're
it's my
out
turn.
of combat.
Our
No, so
turn?
you moved up and healed them.
Right. Oh,
So this
that's-
is that same round. They just need to go. He just used a legendary action.
Nah.
I use a potion of healing.
Which?
Okay, so you drink. That's a
which
bonus
of the
action.
which of the invisible guys are still up? Lich.
These two and this guy. And the Lich is not invisible. He is very corporeal.
Where's Comia?
Right here next to Lich.
Okay, she's gonna whack this way. Lich. Let's do this thing.
Are you doing
Let's
hostile action? What are you doing,
do
Gurgle?
this thing.
I'm gonna do something, but I'll just let other people.
Mia's about to wreck some shit.
Yeah, bless.
I have bliss. That's coming
Do I also have this?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Everyone has bless except for Tiku.
Right.
Alright. So technically, invisibility still gives me advantage. But your last roll means they don't get disadvantage, right? Is
no,
that how
so
we played it?
if he can see you, invisibility's negated. That's Hiram's homebrew rule.
Kind of treat it like it's based on how you can be seen. If they're aware of your presence, you'd still have all the effects. They could just hit you. It's just impossible to hit you. If they can just see you, this goes for you and for them. I'm open to this. I'm not super set on this. If you guys want that too, that's fine. It'll be applicable for my enemies too.
I was gonna say that makes total sense to me. Of like, if you can see them, why would they still have advantage?
That is how I've interpreted it, but
well,
I'm
they
not
give you
super
advantage
set.
and them disadvantage.
And then,
which
it's
is
just straight up makes no
I think
sense.
it's fine.
Okay, so no, it's
no.
just gonna be a straight roll then.
Alright, then. Where's Razu right there?
Razu is right next to
Razu is within 5 feet.
It's a large creature anyway, so it doesn't matter. Never mind.
You would also have to be flanking it.
Well, I know I was gonna flank it.
She was debating on flanking it.
What was it, 17?
17, natural 20.
I don't know why I'm rolling. I think a 30 hits.
No.
So 30, 33.
Sorry, babe. Thanks. Okay, and the first hit, I'm gonna do Quivering Palm with the first hit.
Palm?
Yes.
18.
19 is the save.
That stuns him, doesn't it?
No.
Oh, it's much worse. It's the one shot.
I have
they
to
can't
take. I have to spend an action. It's nothing. It doesn't do anything right now. I have to spend another action for it to do anything.
Yeah, but he's gonna legendary resist it.
Yeah, you should, because if you don't, then next turn he
It
goes to
will
0.
kill
he's gonna legendary resist it. That's the first one.
Okay. Then this second hit, she's going to stunning strike him.
Make sure you're spending your key points.
Yep.
25.
Rip. Okay, that does not work to anything then. And then
You can tell when you haven't played a level 20 character in a while.
yeah, sorry, it's taking me a hot second. And then as a bonus action, she's gonna Fury of Bliss. So
This was not my plan for this day.
We still got to pull another card.
oh yeah, lovely.
Although you might have second thoughts after this.
Oh.
You might have said about the pulling your card after.
Based upon the laws of probability, 2
Does 20
bad
hit?
cards back to back,
A 20 does hit.
it's almost guaranteed to be good.
Okay, then all my hits hit. Sorry, it's been a really.
That's only true if it's 50-50.
Maybe we should
It's
just.
not 50-50. Yeah.
Well, that's not right
knows?
though, because I need.
To be fair, he did roll
my
7 times and failed the 50-50.
2d10.
Drew, you draw 7 bad cards in a row.
2d10.
Then you gotta keep
12.
drawing, because eventually you're gonna get to that good
Yep.
That was actually
yeah.
that was actually 11 times failing.
And 12.
No. You said pass on the 8th check.
I don't think I did.
I hit
It's
4
really-
Passed on
times?
the-
You passed on
No, it was
the
the
8th
9th.
check.
It was the 9th.
It was one day after the 7th.
No, he failed 8 times in a row.
No,
It
I
might be.
definitely
It
failed
doesn't-
one of
doesn't
the
actually matter.
second week. I definitely failed one of the second week.
What kind of damage we talking, Kelmia?
Because I was laughing. Because after the 7...
As she is just calculating
Using the
damage,
computer.
you guys, tell me what you're doing. She's just calculating damage.
84.
Zephyr, Razu, and Gurgle need to go.
And a calculator. Hold on, guys.
What do you guys
It's
do?
been a
You
minute.
drank a potion as your bonus action, so let's go with you.
84
What's your action?
Is
plus-
reckless attack Kelmy's bonus action?
No, it's just a
you
free
attack
thing.
recklessly.
Reckless attack.
It's just a barbarian trait that just decides when you hit it.
Oh,
If you use it, you get advantage and they get advantage.
Plus 12.
Oh,
No, no, no,
24
no,
hit?
no.
Yeah.
24 hits?
It was a 6 though on my offhand.
But it is important too to note, you can
Minus
only get
13.
advantage on strength rolls, whereas everything that hits you has advantage.
Does 19 hit?
It's
19 does hit.
2 hits?
7 and 7.
Okay.
And then let's just make sure. No, and then Hexblade Curse does an extra 6.
Hexblade's curse is d6.
No, mine's not quite like that, but it's just 6, I think.
How much damage?
It's Hex Warrior, technically,
56.
from what it's from.
56 damage. Not
It's not a.
bad.
It's
Oh,
not from-
Hexblade's curse, it does your proficiency in damage, I'm pretty sure. So which would be 6.
6. It's 6.
6 damage.
Did you Great Weapon Master that?
So it's times 4.
Oh man. Too bad. If we change feats next session,
That's 156 or 158 damage.
you get a +4 damage. if you
Jesus,
Great
what did
Weapon
I do
Master.
to
Plus 10.
Oh, and she also
Technically,
healed
there's no
for
negative.
like
A
40
lot.
or 50 health.
Yeah.
So
She's max health.
One of those actually will give me advantage for next turn.
156?
158. Woo,
You know
max
how I
level
said that 300
characters.
damage?
all right.
Okay.
I need.
As you lay into this lich, you hit it multiple
Oh.
times, and it seems to almost like go lax. It's kind of holding its book to the side. Its head tilts, doesn't fall over.
Okay, and then he needs to make a dex saving throw. Nope, I'm gonna do strength saving throw. Nope. Yeah, it's dex. Sorry, it's dex.
Just
It's
which
dex.
is
It's dex for sure.
17.
It's a 19, so he falls prone.
Okay. As he takes up the entire hallway. Okay, so you've knocked him prone.
What does the hex do?
Bonus damage.
Oh,
We still got Zephyr and we got
I haven't played this
Gurgle.
character in a long time. I should have taken away his reaction, but I'll do that next time. Taking away his reaction would have been better, but we'll do that next time.
I'm going 6th level fireball on the lich and the one next to him, and I'm also using my my ability to avoid people. Right? Isn't there something next to the lich?
I mean, there's no one.
Oh,
You actually don't have to. You can stand right between them.
Yeah, there's no friendly range.
Oh,
That's your mind.
oh. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just get these two. I'll hurt the lich and the one in
Yep.
front of me.
Okay. And you're doing lightning and the max damage thing.
Yeah, avoiding people and max damaging it.
Okay.
By the way, if
Remind me how much damage that is. It's
66.
If we
Isn't
are
it 10
using-
d 11 d6?
It's 11d6 now.
Yeah, so that would be
If you want to
66
hit
damage.
yourself, I don't think you can hit yourself.
I don't think you'd
no.
be able. It's not close enough.
Is it not?
Oh wait, actually, do I even have to avoid anyone?
No.
Oh, never mind. I don't have to avoid anyone.
I don't know if
That's
this is
literally perfect.
The Lich does have disadvantage on his deck save, as he is prone.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's all lightning damage.
This is just.
He's got to succeed that. So
Or it's
he got a 19 on
or
the
it's
die.
important
With
for everybody
disadvantage?
to know. Sorry, this is semantics or important for everybody to know if we're switching to 2024 rules. Fireball does ignite everything that's ignitable in the area.
It
and
does
we
that
don't
It's a
have to do that
lightning
before.
ball.
Yeah.
It's a lightning ball for one. For two, noteworthy. As Gargle kind of thinks about it, he's like, we're in a ship. And you look around, wood seems charred at best.
That's what I figured. That's why I was willing to shoot through those.
That said,
Walkers.
a few of the runes are
Ferric
glowing.
ship!
A few of the runes are glowing a little bit less bright.
Stop destroying Theric's ship, Zephyr!
It's also
There are
Kelmia
undead
actually responds
death
to you and
creatures.
says, "Well, if he breaks it, honestly, I'd be impressed."
I think that's a challenge.
Cover does apply to cover does apply to fireball, and for that matter, any AOE spell.
Doesn't matter. There's no cover. Okay, so it's just you now, Gurgle. What do you want to do?
I'm just like
Wait,
just walking this way.
Did I blow up the one in front of me?
And then I jump up on the roof and I whip him. I'm like,
Sorry, I don't like skeletons.
Watch me whip.
You do
Watch
not
me
get
name.
advantage for surprise, just in case you were wondering.
oh, I know, but he's prone, right?
He is prone. For what's worth, he also almost seems unconscious. Like, when Kelmia hit him, he seemed to almost like go lax. His head's, at this point, flopped onto the ground. The only thing... 20 hits.
Alright. 22, 24, 31.
31.
Fire and slash.
Okay. It's everyone, yeah?
Gurgle.
Is this a new round? Because I haven't gone yet. I've
No,
gone
you
before.
healed at the very beginning of the round. People,
It's still that round.
Kelmia was still was taken, but
Okay.
this one is... And to be fair, she hasn't played in here in a long time.
So I'm gonna keep going on to this roof. Just so that we're spread out a little bit.
He seems to almost like... And his eyes come back open. The burn marks around him, the parts of his body where you've caved them in, all seem to almost start to almost like heal back up. He almost seems like confused for a moment. Goes, and then he looks at you, Razu.
I see.
And he's going to reach out. He is effectively going to attempt to sleight of hand you.
He's stealing your heart.
With a 33.
Oh shit.
Oh, kill Mia with her passive perception of like 50.
Oh no, you see what he does. He's not being subtle about it.
He just
as he
spinning.
like
Do I get
as
to
he goes
do
to reach,
anything?
you're prepped for like the necrotic feeling you got from before and
Is it
everything.
an attack roll?
You go and it is not. You prep yourself, and he seems almost to just like reach into your side and give me the skull card.
Oh no.
He quite literally pulls the card out and he goes, lovely. And almost as he clasps his hand, it disappears. And then he kind of like just torn surgeons.
If you want to take this card as well, just so you can have the cards that we pulled.
They stay with the deck.
No, they don't. They well, it depends on
He
the card.
shuffled the
Some
decks
get shuffled
together.
back in. Some of them say they disappear from the deck upon drawing. But yeah, no, that card specifically seemed to not disappear. However, he seems to have just taken it. And as soon as he takes it, he's kind of again looks over again. He's,
Thank you. Most of them are gone.
that's his action.
What?
Did he say most of them are gone?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
And now he's going to use his movement. He
Just phase through the fucking wall.
can move through objects. And he's just going to quite literally just
Go
almost
through the
seems to
ship?
back out of the ship. He looks at Kelmia for what it's worth. So as you're currently playing Kelmia, he goes,
I'll come back for all of you. A kingdom left kingless, is destined to ruin.
he's going to ring.
And I'll
you
kill
guys-
you every time.
Could she
Oh,
run?
but
Couldn't
no,
Kelmia
wreck
catch
this
his
shit.
ass? She can run on water.
You're currently playing Kelmia. What does she want to do? Also, if you guys want it, you can have an attack of opportunity.
Runs on deck.
I just want you
Then
all
starts
to
running on
know
water.
Yeah.
that this is
Camille
has
probably-
not been any of my fault.
Yeah, she can. As
No one
long
ever
as-
said it was your fault.
I think she can.
Good. In agreement.
If I remember right.
I rolled a 20.
A natural or just a 20?
Natural 20.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Because I know there are some. who
I
would
tried to cut off his
lay the
arm
blame
and
on
took
me.
the card. Wait, you said the card's gone.
Well, he seemed to grab it and then just he grabbed it and then almost like moved his hand back towards him and it
I tried to cut off the arm that's holding his book.
That's a good choice. That actually might change things a little bit. The weapon would be able to do it. On a 20, you can sever a limb. So I would say that means that he drops his book to the ground.
7, 14.
No, he's too scared of Kelmia currently. He would still he would leave his book behind.
Oh shit! I get a
A
book.
lich abandoning his spell book. That is not good.
What'd you get to hit, Kelmia?
I wonder what spells are in there.
It's just one attack. It's not a turn of attacks.
No, it's just the dice.
It's a natural 20.
Double nat 20.
Shit.
41.
Wait, are you guys actually potentially going to drop him again?
41.
It's a natural 20.
She doesn't do a lot of damage on a crit though.
You got to do a lot if you want to drop
She
him.
has an extra 2d10 plus her base damage because of the gauntlets that she has.
I messed up my damage last time.
She forgot about the 2d10.
No, I forgot that the crit doubled the. I did 20 more damage last time on the 2d10.
I don't think it mattered.
You got to do a lot to drop him again,
I mean.
but it's possible.
19 plus. 12 plus 57.
Not quite.
He's still not free, just so you know.
He does look very hurt though. But with that is when that exchange would have happened. You say you'll kill him every time, as he would phase through the walls. He does leave his spellbook and his arm there.
Kelmia probably would go after him.
Okay. So with that, Kelmia literally just takes off. Unfortunately, you don't get to know what happens because you are Tiku.
I am Tiku, even though I was
I will say one thing that she
budding
adds
my
in.
previous soul.
As she like sees him running, she turns towards the stairs, and you being the closest to her browser, she goes, "This ship is programmed to go where it needs to go. I'll catch you later." And just
Well,
programmed isn't how she would say that though. She would say the ship
Automated.
knows how to get.
Yeah, it knows how to get
Incinerate that last ghost with another sunbeam.
It's technically his turn. He gets to move first.
Oh. You just did kill me, so.
Also, I just realized that
And now I have.
that technically she wouldn't move until after this.
Yeah.
Because that would have been on her turn. I just barely realized I've been doing these things entirely wrong. Once you're engaged with them, they can move up to their speed, and they technically damage everyone they move through.
Oh.
So I severely gimped these, but we're just going to stick with the theming because I also made a lich, and technically that's not supposed to happen. So it's just going to move through you for 8 points of necrotic damage.
oh no.
And then it is going to swing to hit you with a natural 20.
My level 20
Oh,
character.
Triple nat 20.
That is 3 natural 20s in a row. Because all three people rolled one. So, sorry, I'm on the lich.
I almost wanted to roll
Poor
it
rickshaw.
earlier. So you can
Body my inner
Sounded,
goddess.
and now you're getting freaking.
Oh, hot damn, that's pretty good.
Oh, wait. I forgot about this part. Is it affected by sunlight at
41.
all?
Okay.
Is it affected by sunlight at all?
This creature? No.
Okay. I just don't know if, like...
That said, that would be the end of its turn.
I mean, I'll just con save and just...
I'm gonna heal myself with a level 3 cure wounds.
Yeah, it's...
How much damage did you do?
Let's roll damage. Oh, that's the wrong damage. That is the right damage. If it will actually work.
31. I get 31 hit points back.
Okay.
24 radiant damage.
As it moves through and slashes through you, like in response to it, kind of cure yourself and then turn around to fight it, as quite literally a beam of light just shoof, and almost like in a flash, just
The full-on
shoof, and it's
Super
gone.
Smash Bros. Trailer where like...
It's just gone. And with that, you guys have successfully dealt with.
Well, I'm gonna head over to the book.
Skull.
You okay, Rickshaw?
We have successfally dealt with
What?
Skull.
Are you okay, Rickshaw? You're
Yes,
not
I'm-
looking the best.
Could you put on some pants?
I'm looking pretty good.
Oh, are you? Oh, good.
As you look at him, he's literally covered in blood. It's like
And you're
dripping
still
out.
naked.
He's definitely not. He was not looking.
I appreciate
Not looking
you
great
putting
just
on
because he
some
hasn't cleaned
clothes.
himself up.
I pick up the book.
Okay.
I
book has been picked
also
up?
inspect the book with him.
Wait a second.
I would stop him, pick up the book, and give it to Zephyr.
Razu is the closest to the book, so Razu would be the first one
I
to
would
actually
pick
be
up
able
the
to.
book and hand it to Zephyr.
It's I guess it's not cursed.
Okay.
Okay, so book's picked up, and his rickshaw comes over to take it. Roger's like, and hands it over to you.
Oh,
the book is sealed. And
you guys bound me, cursed me, and I don't get to look at the book. I came and I healed you folks.
I mean, you can look at it with me.
What is it? What is it called? I'm sorry. What are the dried out heads called?
Wait a second.
Shrunken
You know when
heads?
they like shrunk? Are they just called shrunken
Yeah,
heads?
shrunken heads.
There's a shrunken head on the front of it, and it's not like a picture of one. There is a shrunken head built into the fabric of this. Also worth noting, the book it closed the moment it was dropped. The book itself, as you kind of like hold it for a moment, there's like this moment of like, this is a weird material. It's human skin.
I do want to take off up to the top to see if I can see where they went.
Okay.
Guessing lots of necrotic
Kane
spatters.
moves up to the top.
Yes, I'm very. I can be a great help of deciphering what is in this book.
I mean,
Now-
let me cast Identify on it first.
Hold on a minute.
That's just very dangerous.
Didn't
But okay.
you get chained up
We're already
yourself?
touching
Yes, I did get chained up by his card.
You're
But
the one
did
that drew
he
it.
actually do it?
Yes, he offered me the deck.
I told him we'll play
He
a game.
did not tell me the dangers.
Okay. Do you want to identify it?
Yes.
It is actually just a spell book. This is not a magic item.
I'm looking for like any spells like on it.
It does it. It tells you. I know if you cast on a person, it tells you all the spells that are cast on it.
does
Does
on
that
the
also
object
apply
as
to
well.
an
Yeah.
item?
Yes.
Okay. It is.
All spells currently affecting it.
It is indeed currently cursed. Sorry, I don't remember what the spell is. And
It is cursed.
Well, it currently has a spell on it. I should say.
Do we want to break first?
Yes, actually, that's a great idea. Thank you. While I look up that spell, as Zephyr picks this up and identifies it, we are going to go to break. Woo! After a random encounter that I did not plan. Yes, we will be back in about 15 minutes to identify the book and see what's inside of it and explain what happened with Kalmia. Be right back.
Hey, depending on what you got.
we are back. Whew, I just ran down the stairs really fast. I'm a little bit out of breath.
The other front line.
But yes, so
Me, I don't know what you're talking about.
Zephyr, identifying the book. Again, as you cast Identify on it, there are the features that I did already tell you.
I can explain it.
Yeah, honestly, I would just have you go. As you identified the book and you know what it does.
The rickshaw. It seems to be cursed, kind of with a has slight benefit to it, but at a cost.
And you touched it.
Only upon reading it is the curse take effect,
Oh, what language is it?
and mostly upon opening it. I believe whoever opens it will be able to read it.
It does self-translate.
But the curse requires a sacrifice. It grants you a boon, but you have to sacrifice a part of yourself as well. On the other part, I've seen that it also, if we were to try to destroy it, it would just reform. It seems it's also destined to always return to the Lich. Quite an ingenious way to keep a spellbook around.
Well, destined to return to the Lich as in,
I wanna make
like,
one
you can't
change what I
get the
told you.
benefit even though he would be reading it?
You can get the benefit.
You get the curse and the boon.
But then, no matter what, it's always going to try and run away from you to the Lich.
It's if you tried to destroy it, it would reform itself, and it seems it and the Lich have a connection, and through some twisted fate, it may try to bring itself back.
So it's going to kill you.
And
We
the
were
Lich
all
itself would
deceived, for
probably
another book
come
was
and
written.
get it too.
One thing I'm going to change about that, I just thought about this. Apologies. Rather than doing the higher number, it's going to be 1 to 1, but you pick and then the other one's random.
Oh, okay.
That way it's actually more of a curse.
Well,
I thought about
this
this.
day can't get any worse.
Do you? Oh, you gonna? You sure you want to do it?
Opens
Okay.
it.
He's like,
He doesn't even.
Okay. So
It takes an hour to read.
So
So
give
this is
me-
not just a, I got it. You
Okay.
would actually have to spend an hour reading the book.
And it is written in Abyssal.
Okay?
and when you open it, or after you spend an hour researching it, so first of all, roll a d. How many stats are there?
Do I
Six?
see
So just
anything?
roll a d6.
Yeah, roll a d6.
And then re-roll on a 6.
Do I see anything?
I rolled a 5.
So
So
wisdom.
I'm just doing this left to right.
So your wisdom goes down by 2,
Oh, joyous.
and whatever stat you want goes up by 2.
Choose
Wisdom.
wisdom.
you actually can't pick the one that you got. So what that means is you need to re-roll the d6 because you pick one and then one of your randomly determined other stats
Is
goes
wisdom your primary stat?
5.
down. Roll again. you can't get the same
I know,
one.
I just thought that was funny.
I thought charisma was gonna be your
6.
primary wanted.
But you reroll 6s.
No,
Rerolls?
No. So he was in this case
thought
because
that
he wants
charisma was the
wisdom.
one.
Yeah.
So
You can go
charisma
up to
would
24.
be 5.
So charisma goes down.
You can
wisdom
go
goes
up to 24 with this.
Alright.
Charisma, or all the stats can go up to 30 now with
No,
the new rules,
well,
right?
not just that, but even
No,
This
I was
actually
actually,
can-
that is incorrect. I was mistaken when I thought that.
It
It
can't-
doesn't
well,
matter. This
it can't
this
with magical items.
this can supersede
Correct.
everything. The answer is your wisdom goes up by 2 and your charisma drops by 2.
I thought you said my wisdom goes down.
But
No, your
usually,
wisdom goes up.
but usually,
You said
Originally
wisdom was your.
rolled the wisdom.
I rolled
Yeah.
5, and you said that wisdom goes down by 2.
No,
And
so
then you said roll
which stat
again,
do you
and now
want?
that
Which
goes up
stat
by
do you want to go up?
charisma.
Okay, well then,
okay.
yeah. Actually,
Why'd
the
you
first
say
one.
go down?
Why'd you
need
say
to re-roll
wisdom?
anyway. So wisdom goes down 2, charisma goes up.
Yeah, it's the opposite. So the way that it works is you pick one stat that you want that goes up by 2, then you randomly roll to determine the other one, which in this case 5 would have been wisdom, so your wisdom would have gone down by 2.
Okay.
And that is just a permanent decrease, and you can supersede 20 with your increase.
Okay. Well,
It's not bad.
my cleric spells are taking a
Are
hit.
you okay?
That seems more of a boon than a curse.
Are you a wizard?
And is that anyone that
He's
I
reads?
am a
sorcerer.
sorcerer.
I don't believe that. I don't think you can learn people's spells from their spell book, though.
No, I can't. Not to add to my own, but I can see what they have. I can study them, and perhaps when I gain a level, then I can choose one.
I'm just gonna send you a list. It's a lot of spells. I will read them off just for everyone's sake, but I'm gonna send you the list so you don't have to remember them all.
Is the reading?
He has Finger of Death, Circle of Death, Create Undead, Cloud Kill, Insect Blade, Blight, Everard's Black Tentacles, Animate Dead, Bestow Cursed, Fear, Vampiric Touch, Mel's Acid Arrow, Ray of Enfeeblement, Spiral Clamp, Web, Chromatic Orb, Magic Missile, Counterspell, Ashen Splay, Chill Touch, Mage Hand, Poison Spray, Prestidigitation, and Counterspell.
I have a lot of those already.
Twice.
I think I corrected myself on the first one, but yeah. I will send you the list of spells that are in the book.
I mean, it does make sense. It's kind of in your wellhouse.
Yeah.
Nate's like, I'll take another 2 negative in my intelligence so that I can get stronger.
Rickshaw, it kind of looks like you've looked a little dehydrated. Seems it may have pulled some life force from you. Looks like you've aged a little bit.
He's gotten wiser.
Is it an attunement book?
No.
I feel
Actually,
like
he looks
has
more
this
handsome.
draining effect
So,
to it.
I've read it. Yeah, but you won't see those effects. It's wisdom, but that's not a physically.
I'm saying like
visible
because of the
He's saying
curse
like the
itself has a
draining, but like
effect.
Right, but then I'd have a nice glow about me since my first one.
yeah.
I mean, you have more presence, right?
Right.
Which could also be the undeadness of it. It's a lich's book. It definitely makes you look more undead, I'm sure. You don't have quite the glow, but you do have this menacing aura about you.
Worth noting for you as well, the book isn't limited to one person. This isn't an attunement book. It's not a one-use book. The only thing is that anyone who uses it would also have a connection to whoever that lich was.
Yeah, this seems like it's something for the Dawnbringers to figure out, and as
Well, it's a good thing I'm a Dawnbringer.
Right? I will let
Found
Kelmia,
I was gonna have Kelmia respond, but she took off.
I'll let Kelmia know as soon as she shows up.
Did I see anything, by the way?
You would
No
have seen
need.
Kelmia.
Dawnbringer business. I will let her know. Persuasion check.
I'm still gonna let her know, but
24.
I mean, I don't know what I'm rolling for because I'm not like.
He's not convinced.
It would be insight, and
But-
what I would say is just,
But if he doesn't tell, I was gonna talk to her anyways. Oh, that's the wrong character. I do not have a plus 11.
Why not?
That's only an 8.
and I would. You'd believe that he is
like-
being truthful. However, it wouldn't take away that you're gonna talk
Multiple
to her.
people can call 911.
Yeah, like
That's for
you'd be
sure.
like, all right, cool. You're gonna talk to her too. That's
I mean,
that's cool.
I won't
That's how it would be.
question that he's going to talk to her. So I probably won't be like, "Hey, Kelmia, did Rickshaw talk to you?"
Yeah,
I'd
you
be
would
like,
just be like, we found this thing and here, like,
Here's my findings when I was researching it.
Yes.
yeah.
Dude, Razu's itching to read the book. I can tell. He's like, he's salivating.
Razu, you can't even read this book.
Razu, you can totally read this book.
No, don't do it, Razu. He's like, I want that 2 strength.
Dude, I do want the 2 strength.
Do you want to announce that Rickshaw got the inspiration?
You can.
Oh yes, I apologize. That did. Rickshaw did get the inspiration, courtesy of Jasmine.
Huzzah!
Okay, and then Rickshaw. Yes, Rickshaw did get it. I just barely read that chat message. Apologies. Kane, going to the top of the ship, you being much slower than coming up. By the time you got to the top, you would see,
round, so 6 seconds.
and she can get really far in that amount of time. You would see Kelmia effectively off the ship a couple hundred feet out, running across the water, but she doesn't seem to be running towards anything specifically. It's almost as if she's running out to open sea.
I have no idea what kind of check this would be, but can I sense the magical fluctuations in the air? Did he cast teleport?
No.
Okay.
No, too, that's not something you'd be
yeah.
able to sense. You would have had to have seen something happen. The only thing I would say is you're confident that Kelmia is moving with an objective. She's going towards something, but what that is, you don't entirely know.
Which direction is she heading?
Well, actually, how long does hollow body last?
Oh, because it's a minute.
Oh, never mind.
She's invisible.
You get to the top, nothing.
To be fair, I wouldn't have seen her the entire fight then.
You would have heard her say what she was doing, though, because she did. That was not like a, yo, Razu. That was like she yelled out the ship is set to stay its course. I'll find you later. And then
Would I
took off
see
running.
like the her steps making like ripples? in
Not
the
from
ocean?
multiple hundred feet away.
I mean, the ripples would still last from when she first. But yeah,
I would say that she's generally going north.
towards the mountain, the volcano, molten
Molten Crown.
Yeah.
There's a small part of me that
I did rename it. You guys are not. You'd just be running out into this inner aisle. So if you want to look right here, you guys are only like right here at best.
But north is towards the molten crown, but also towards Kalazmir.
Apologies. She's going this way. For now, I'll rework how the directions work probably in the next campaign. But for now, we are still considering that north is going to be up on the world map. I'll be remaking it so that everything is towards the molten core. But for now, standard map, north is up.
What would even be in that direction? That's just ocean.
Yes.
Okay.
there's a small part of me.
Okay. With that, you guys are actually seemingly left with a bunch of constructs that you have no idea how to give commands to.
Why did you brand his ass? Make it so he couldn't teleport.
That doesn't stop him from teleporting.
I mean, it makes it so he has to make a save.
No, I don't think it
Brand of
does.
Castogen? That might be the level 14 version.
Doesn't matter. It's not applicable. He didn't do it.
True.
So, what do you guys want to do? You guys are left alone on the ship. Kelmia has left.
So,
I would read Ascenders.
Kelmia's gone, but I guess the ship's on autopilot?
As far as I can tell, she's heading north, but that's just open ocean.
I mean, I can't move the ship anywhere. The golems just do what they do.
The ship is still sailing in the proper course.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. We can't go after her.
I wasn't since she's fast.
And is she running on water? How'd she get off the boat?
Jumping, I assume.
But she didn't take a dinghy or something with her?
I don't think she has a dinghy.
I don't think there's lifeboats on this craft.
I'm sure there is.
I haven't seen one.
Wonder if the golems are lifeboats. Go talk to one of the golems. Try to ask it. In case the ship sinks, are there any lifeboats or flotation devices?
There is no response. They
Fair
do
enough.
not seem to possess the sentience to understand what you're saying.
I clapped twice.
Nothing.
Fuck.
I cast message on one.
I believe you're aware that when the message spell fails, so you would know that it does fail.
I don't think it.
Let's just hope the boat doesn't sink then.
It can reply, probably. Right? Because it's a creature still, right?
Pretty sure it's a construct.
Depends on the constructs. So constructs are creatures. We did establish this before. That said, depending on the construct,
But it doesn't have to reply. It would still happen.
It might have zero.
I guess that
intelligence.
is true because it is a creature. It could still receive the message. No, so the spell would work, but you would not receive a reply. It either seems to completely ignore you or would not even be able to comprehend your message. Hard to know which one.
I don't think they can talk to us.
That was hell. Razu, did you draw another card?
Yes. We got a book.
You know those are dangerous, right?
Truthfully, all things considered, that actually wasn't that bad.
I'm pretty sure you guys told us that if they killed any of us, that our souls would be sucked forever.
Yes, but they didn't even get close.
That is not true.
I mean, I'm just thinking you're flirting with death. Literally.
You say that because our two people counterspelled the big spells.
That's
That's
true.
just how combat works.
Yeah, but I don't go
Design.
picking fights.
If I didn't have Zephyr here, I'd be questioning whether or not we'd be alive. That's
I
all
take
I'm
on
saying.
fights.
Aren't we
that I
planning on going to Zinderhold after
I
this?
take on fights for the better good, not just to fight.
Aren't we going to Zinderhold after
Yeah,
this?
and I'm not competing.
That's true. He didn't
is.
join.
I mean, yes, because he's an idiot.
Fight.
Case in
Point
point.
proven.
As Kane's like, maybe he is.
Fair enough.
Are you sure you want to still draw one of these cards? I mean, ultimately, it's a test of fate, so I'm not opposed necessarily to you doing
I definitely
it.
would want to wait till tomorrow. But as far as I am aware, I have seen things that we have been able to deal with every time. Either with Gurgle's help, your help, or the might of the idiot Razu.
I mean, you may get chained up and attacked by undead for all I know.
It is entirely possible.
Okay,
Which is why I will ask for your all assistance, similar as how I assisted Razu in this endeavor.
I suppose there's not a whole lot else to do when we're sitting here on a boat for 2 months with no actual jobs to do.
What
only so
adventurers
much-
do when they're bored.
pull cards out of.
If it is all right with you,
Pull
as it is
cards out of
technically
strange
your
decks.
possession.
Although I
Well,
will say
Kiko.
this time I want to be on the other side of the boat, and you just scream if you need me.
By the way, Tico, I think the Lich left his arm behind.
I'm not using that.
Oh. May I see that arm?
Oh, she'll cook it. She'll cook it for you.
This is quite literally what she's like learned how to tap your necklace effectively to open it. She like clicks your necklace and like literally she starts almost looks like she's shoving it into your chest.
She like jumps onto your shirt and is like holding your shirt with one hand.
She like pulls me down to her level.
That's probably more accurate. Not
no!
jump. It's just grabbed him, pulled him down, and just like
I couldn't resist.
like shoving a
if I wanted to.
baguette. What is it?
Stuff it in the cornucopia.
She's shoving a baguette into like a small hole. Just,
I was disturbing.
For what it's
For
worth.
you, I had to smell that thing. I can at least take off the necklace first.
Okay. I need it for a few days anyway. I have all the ingredients. I need to cook. Plus, I have to show Packer this arm. He
Don't-
probably has not eaten a lich
No.
What's the
before.
packer?
No betting it away.
Why would I bet it away? That would be dumb.
I am actually
I'm
with
glad you
Razu on
agree.
this.
There's somebody that eats souls, apparently.
that's Rickshaw.
They don't. You guys don't
He
know he
asked
eats
what the packer was,
souls.
and I said, I'm with Rickshaw on this. What's the packer?
I was there when he ate.
Did I say
No,
Razu?
I was there when he ate.
Oh,
the
I
first
meant
one.
Rickshaw. My
Yeah,
apologies.
but I don't think you guys realized he was eating souls.
I did. I was invisible.
But he also said that he doesn't. He like the soul energizes his food, but or like energizes him, but he doesn't unless it's permanent. He's not eating them.
No, he said that's what your pot does.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
No, I'm pretty sure the first time that I saw him eat a soul, when I stole the card, he was playing a game with the dude, and then he ate the dude that lost the game.
True.
And that is just Razu's interpretation, whether it's true or not.
Now you said Razu.
I mean,
That's
Gurgles.
Gurgle, but yes.
Everyone's now
Your
Razu.
fault.
Everyone's
You did it to
Razu.
me.
But
My bad.
No, Tiku, what's the packer?
Oh, he's this great guy. He's about this tall.
He's a little taller than me, right?
He's the one that gave
He's
us
like 3 feet
these.
tall, so I think that's a
Yeah,
little
he's a little taller than me.
So he appears.
Oh, I would very much like to meet him.
He's apparently also an agent of chaos.
Go for it.
He's great.
I think that would mean Rickshaw would want to meet him even more.
I
Yes.
mean, if he wants to change deities, he can. I mean,
Should
I'm
have
sure.
One does not need
Dora.
to change deities to meet another chaotic individual.
Yeah, but you probably shouldn't be going to try and look for a new patron.
Who says I'm looking for a new patron?
I mean,
Right, dude.
typically that's what happens when you go meet another god.
Who says he's a god?
That is true. He's not in any of our books about gods.
I'm pretty sure he's at least on that level. Maybe a god as much as maybe the
Well-
serpent is.
I'm not so sure I should trust your sources for information. You've never heard of me and I'm a founding member of the Dawnbringers.
I've never heard of you.
Like I'm saying.
You're stricken from the history books.
Oh, stricken from the history. That's your excuse?
We didn't have history books.
Yes, we do.
Gurgle
about-
didn't.
Tico didn't write any books.
No, we, the grung.
Oh, the Grung. I mean, you
The
had
dragon did
some.
some. They did have some books.
Yeah,
They were a little outdated, though.
most grung can't read, though.
But I feel that the
I mean,
Grung are a
wait.
little,
They make pretty good
biased
Wait,
against
wait a
people
second.
like
Wait a
Yuan.
second. I need a. Can you read, Gurgle?
Biased?
Yes, against Yuanti.
Oh, you know, maybe because you guys eat us?
Gurgle.
Oh, other
I'm
people
curious.
eat other people.
I'm
It's
curious.
like it's a circle of life.
I've never actually.
Just because you were born a prey animal.
I've never actually seen this. Can you read?
Yes.
Okay. I was just curious because who taught you?
Who taught us?
Yeah, because you said most Grung don't know how to read. Where'd you learn?
His grandpa.
My grandpa?
Oh, Tico guessed it.
Congratulations.
Tico
just
so
curious.
smart.
So when did your grandpa disappear out of your life?
I
When
don't
I
know,
was
but I know when
13.
he returned.
when I was 13.
So you probably got a pretty good education as far as that's concerned.
Chico is so smart.
Are you obliging the request?
Oh, to meet the Packer?
Let me just put it to you this way, Zephyr.
Yes, I would love to meet him.
I'd never met a dwarf, or I don't even know what a dwarf
Sure,
was until I
let's
went to Zapakar.
I grab Gurgle's hand and open my door with his hand to see if that will work.
She grabs it and I slide it out of her hand.
Can it be athletics versus acrobatics?
Yeah.
Because it's contested grapple.
Yeah.
I will assist.
Oh, you're going down, Pa.
You sure?
With you roll.
What do you got? She's sliding.
You're the one making the grapple check. I'm the one making the save.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to change.
Unless you're cheating.
Are you immune to the poison condition?
Tiku?
Probably not.
I was gonna say I doubt it.
Oh, it's from Terrence's horn.
Are you
Not a
immune?
hard con save.
Are you immune to poison, Tiku?
Oh, yeah. Your first one's better for sure.
No.
Okay.
So you would have to make a Constitution saving throw to not be poisoned.
Assuming the grapple check succeeds.
She would still touch him.
20.
For a constitution check.
So you're not poisoned. Then what'd you get for your grapple?
26.
That does beat me.
So the way that I would interpret that is like she grabs your hand and she like grabs you hand to the door and she like twists it and opens it and like you slip your hand out right as she does it. So she doesn't maintain the grapple, but she does get you to open the door. Looking inside this door, it's technically for Rickshaw for the first time. You can't see in the room.
Isn't there intent?
It is
There has
almost
to be.
as if it's a. This would actually be a white veil currently.
Well,
Isn't it also
I guess we
important?
must lead by faith, not by sight, and I walk in.
Isn't it also important, just out of curiosity, how Packer works? Isn't intent also important? Don't you have to be like intent on opening it with the intent of getting to the Packer's domain?
You do. It is expending an action. So technically, if you really didn't want to, you could not. You just said that you were helping Tiku do it, so I assumed you'd be okay
No,
with it.
I'm just like, he's like, he doesn't like being manhandled, so it'd be like she forces him to touch the door and open it. He opens it, and then he lets her walk in, closes it, and then opens the Packer's door.
I mean, it would still work. You would just be on the other side of the door. It's almost as if a thin veil appears in the door frame
Just ask.
when it's activated.
You were busy
So
talking.
Rickshaw has
Maybe
gone
we could do
inside.
both
Or
at the same
is
time.
anybody else going in with Rickshaw? As this is a
I mean-
first interaction for what it's worth, I will be actually playing this one out.
I'm
Tiku.
curious, so I'll follow. Double checking with Zephyr and then make sure it's safe.
Always he double checks his Zephyr.
You know what's actually a great idea? Doesn't he want to draw cards? Just go into the Packers domain. We'll close the door and you can open them there. Then whatever happens,
I was
I don't have to deal with
hoping to
Yes,
wait till
then the
tomorrow.
Packer can take an offensive action.
it. They're his gifts. He had him draw it in there.
To be honest, I believe the Packer sent us with these cards to have them drawn in the material world.
But Terrence opened it in the Packers domain.
Yeah, but I think his intent is to have us draw them out here. Like I said, he
I'm
is.
just saying that's just reading in between the lines. He never specifically said that, so there's nothing wrong with you going in and opening them.
It's gods typically want to influence the material world, and seeing that he, as much as it's his home, I almost wonder if it's also a cage of his lair.
I would place my hand into the white smoke and like part it, similar to like opening a curtain.
But how did you get there the first time?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold that thought for so long.
Well, I got brought in the first time, but I believe the first people probably were lost, as all things lost go to him.
So I got 2. They're going in. I assume Tiku's going in. So I got 3. Is anybody else accompanying? And Razu. So Gurgle and Zephyr are staying out.
Yeah, I'm not going in.
Yeah, girl.
I don't want to tempt
Okay.
that god to mess with me.
All right. As you place your hand in it to part it, you do quickly realize this is a magical doorway, and you are not able to part it. You enter in technically.
I'd still do the motion though.
Okay. As you enter in, following Rickshaw, and I would say Tiku would be the first ones in.
Don't get eaten.
You come in, so this is the first time Tiku actually would have seen this iteration of this room as well. As it seems that you come in on a balcony. There is a square balcony that seems to wrap the room, and from what you can tell, there isn't a stairway down. There's no doors on the edge of this balcony. It's just a 5-foot balcony that wraps a rectangular room, not terribly wide, about 20 feet wide, and only about 15 feet in height, I guess is the way to say that. As you look down over the balcony, there is a small railing. The railing would only be about 2.5 feet tall, so for most of you, it'd almost be more like a kickstand. But looking over the railing, and a little bit smaller version of the rectangle, the walls go down into what almost looks like a pit, like a concrete fighting pit almost. The walls seem to be made out of like a gray brimstone. It very much almost looks like the bottom of a prison. Other than the floor of it has a large carpet that mats the entire thing, and it looks like that. It looks like the back of one of these cards is what the carpet looks like. In the center of it, there is the Packer currently sitting down, seemingly playing a game of what appears to be checkers with another individual. The individual is again ghastly in nature, more so than the dwarf you saw last time, though, to the point where, very similar to Terrence and the other ones, it is more so a gaseous silhouette of what appears to be a Luxodon. As you guys have opened up the door, the Packer kind of just like looks up, doesn't give you as much of a greeting as he usually does, and then looks back to the board.
I assume we do not want to interrupt his game.
Would be rude.
It's kind of 50-50.
I'm curious, just because this is sometimes how realms like this work, can I think up a chair?
As you try to think of a chair, the chair spawns behind you.
And I'll take the seat.
As you take the seat, you are at the bottom, seemingly near the table. As the Packer kind of like looks over at you and goes, someone finally figured something out. Interesting. And he does his next move. As you, now being technically in the bottom of this pit, look over towards the Luxodon. While you cannot make out the features of this Luxodon due to its gaseous nature, or spectral nature would probably be the better way to say it, you can very much see what appears to be a stressed Luxodon. As its head's like a little bit bent down, it's hunched over forward, seems very focused on the game in front of it. The Packer at this point actually turns to you and goes, looks up and sees Tiku and he says, you're one of the new ones, yes?
Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kane.
Do you like games, Kane? And as he moves the next piece and seems to move it into a winning position, or to win the game, I should say, he moves it, and then he looks up and he goes, time's up. And the Luxodon seems to, it like looks up for a moment and then just into the piece on the table. And the checker pieces that he was playing on all seem to be blank on top, and all of them seem like seemingly simultaneously across the board. All of his pieces seem to have the face of a Luxodon appear on the front, like it was carved in, always meant to be in the playing pieces.
I would not say that games are not one of my favorites.
Hey, Packy, I don't know how to get down from up here. Do I just hop?
He kind of like looks up at you, and then as he turns back his head and looks forward, you are now standing across from him, as well as you, all three of you are now at the bottom of this pit with him.
Do you want me to start on lunch? Oh, this is Rickshaw, and this is Kane. They're new.
Thank you for the introduction, Miss Cole.
Ooh,
I
I have
thinking of a
this
certain
cool
ring.
thing. Oh, wait, got it right there.
As you start to, you kind of saw the chair and you're like, this gives me an idea, and you start to think of it. The Packer, who's kind of like looking at Tiku, and he's like, yeah. And he stops and looks over at you and he goes,
Do I notice the Packer looking at me?
oh, very much so.
I stopped thinking of the ring.
I'll play you for it.
Look what I got. I don't think you've ever had a lich arm, right?
I believe the house has the advantage here.
This is one of the few times that the Packer does not seem to be paying that much attention to you, but in response to that, he goes, "Cowards everywhere." And then he looks at the arm and he goes, "Interesting." And he walks over, and as he walks over, the concrete walls again, in like an instant from like when you were here the last time, you now seem to be in. It's like a square with a half circle on top of it. As far as the design of the room, the half circle has a fire pit in it, and the rest of it seems to be set up like a kitchen, apart from the back left corner, which has boxes stacked. Worth noting, there is a door in this one that seems to be at the back of it. Effectively, it seems that you're in. It almost seems like a bakery style feel with the way that the oven is set up and everything. And for a moment, jarring for all of you, and then you rationalize it and justify of like, oh no, this is right. This is how it's always been.
You remind me of a halfling I've met on Kalishmere.
Looks over and he goes. He looks at his hand with his lengthy fingers that go to like elongated claws to a point. And he's just, "You must know some weird halflings."
Yes, he was a collector of sorts.
He stops and like looks at you again and goes, "I thought I recognized you."
Is you?
He just gets this broad smile. You can again see the layers of canine teeth in his mouth. He goes, "It was once." And he moves over to the stove and just almost like beckons for you to come, Tiku. He says, Come, we should be able to make something fun with this." Is that?
I just want to try. Can I roll like a saving throw to not justify it?
I'll let you attempt it. Be wisdom saving throw.
That is a 15.
Negative. You would justify it. Do I assume you listen to what he says, Tiku? Okay. He looks at it for a moment. He says, "We don't wish to use all of yours. You might be able to make maybe servings for 10 people. Perhaps
I'm sorry. Are you planning on cooking that arm?
What else?
Oh, well.
You've brought weird friends here today, Tiku. They don't play games. They don't like to
didn't
cook.
say that.
Well, it's not that I don't like to cook. I just thought you would make something more wondrous with it.
That is because you don't know the joys of food.
I was mean.
Have you ever had my food? It's
Yes,
good.
I have had your food.
The fancy kind.
Was that not fancy before?
Well, that's like normal fancy, but then there's like food that has a punch, like gives you energy and this, and zeal.
Perhaps this will be interesting to watch.
That's just kind of normal food.
So real quick before he responds to you, how many? So what he was just saying is you can make up to 10. By the way, that's 10 portions, not 10 serving. Well, not like 10 meals. You make up to 10 portions with the one arm that you have, specifically with the enhancing effect of whatever it is. How much do you want to utilize?
Probably
you
all
want
of
to
it, right?
eat?
Because
Yeah, so
the
try
faster
some.
she uses it, the better it is.
That's an undead. I don't think its quality changes over time.
How much you want to use?
But now it's dead.
5 servings, 2 for me and Packard, 1 for Rickshaw.
How's about...
That's 3.
No, 2 for Tiku, 2 for the Packer, 1 for Rickshaw.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you're going to use half of the amount of meals that you can make from this with it.
I'm gonna stick the arm.
What's the idea for food? The Packer would actually ask you, he's like, what kind of meal do you want to make with it? What should we try to experiment with?
It's a little bony, so... What about... ribs, but with an arm? We can chop it up like... Make it kind of ribbed-like.
More like pork chops, but yes, ribs typically have more bone. Okay, you are going to make arm pork chops out of the fat off of the arm. A little bit that currently remains. With this, the Packer, as they start to mix up ingredients, he says, you can challenge me to any game you like. I like all games.
I didn't mean to interrupt your game. You guys can play games. I can do this.
All right.
Currently, he continues to cook with you.
Let us play a game.
At this point, he stops. He turns around and says, "And what is the game?" And as he waves his hand in front of you, there is now a table there.
Poker.
He just moves over, and sits down at the chairs that now surround the table.
I take out the spell book. I'll wager this.
Which spellbook?
The one from the Lich that you guys just got. I assume.
It is interesting. It is bound to a lich.
He kind of like looks over towards the arm and he says, "And you wish for a mark or the ring?"
I wish for the ring. And if this is not sufficient, I would also offer up the part of me that is bound to that lich.
Inspects you for a moment. He says, "I wish for a different part. One of the 4.
4.
You are one part of a whole. A 4th, perhaps even a 5th. I will consume one."
Very well. The world doesn't need Alistair.
He places his hand. And like seems to spread it very much, almost like a dealer, where he spreads a couple of the cards on the table. And yeah, he gets to play a hand. Best of 1 or 3. Best of 1 or 3. What do you want?
Best one of 3.
You want
Best of one or 3.
Oh,
Best of 3.
best of 3.
Okay. Switch over to his step block real quick.
He's mighty confident that he's got the better plus, because that's the only reason you want a best of 3.
21.
Dirty 20.
You've lost the first hand.
First hand. Just the opening slava.
Hole?
Ooh.
16.
18.
Oh.
You win the second one.
One more.
26.
30.
Oh!
19 on the die for that last one.
Wait! Inspiration.
Hey!
Kid.
Can you even beat a 30?
If I get a 20. I can match it, but I didn't.
Rip.
Unfortunate. As you would spend the next little bit,
The first one.
as you spend the next little bit playing poker, as you're going into the third one, and you effectively you're dealt a bad hand, and you realize that you're not successfully bluffing him. He goes, "Well, it seems," and effectively as he calls you and he flips it, and you actually lose the round. He says, "It seems I have a gift for you." He gets up and he walks over to one of the crates. He reaches inside and he pulls out what appears to be a small plant. It almost looks like a tree root with a fat base kind of going up. It almost looks like a teardrop made out of a tree with a leaf on the end of it. Takes it, brings it back over to you. He slides it across the table. He says, "Dissolves in drink or food. Give it to him, or whichever one you choose. If not, I will collect."
Very well, I understand.
He looks over towards you and he says, "And what game do you wish to play?"
He's like, maybe I shouldn't do this. Kane's like sweating bullets.
Are we playing for wagers, or are we playing for the simple joy of it?
I'll play any game. But
let's
all
play
games have
D&D.
meaning.
Then how about we play a game of... I'm trying to remember how to word this. Inspiration. Manifest something, and our judges here say who's the winner.
He seems intrigued.
And you want no stakes for this game?
Truthfully, that is what the true benefit of games is, that they are purely for joy. Stakes subtract from that, in my opinion.
He notably frowns. And he goes,
if you wish to play for stakes, I suppose we can, but...
We do play for stakes. The stakes being that if you lose, and you ever enter my realm with your fake games again, I will kill you. The joy of games comes from the thrill of winning, the fear of loss. Although I don't truly experience that anymore.
Except when I stole.
Then what do I get if I win?
The ability to return and play future games. Much like Taker.
You get the back door.
So, just to make sure I understand, I am either banned from this establishment or welcomed back with open arms.
In the time.
I am fine with this arrangement.
And he just kind of gestures in front of you and he says,
I'll let you make what you want.
Right. And I will stand up from the chair at this point, and I will grab the silver chain around my neck, and I will pull it out. And what you guys see is a dragon head, similar to like the Witcher wolf medallion. Basically, a golden scale that has been meticulously carved into the head of a dragon. And basically, I'm going to be start weaving arcane runes in the air, and the runes one by one disappear into the golden dragon head as flames start to spin around the head, and I basically hold it in my hand and I exhale a breath as the flames corkscrew out, and what is held before you is the, well, at least in my opinion, the most magnificent golden dragon ever seen. As I will be casting Summon Draconic Spirit.
And this is simply a show for what is more impressive.
How big is the spirit dragon thing?
It is large size.
Large size?
Yes.
She's like, I've seen bigger.
I mean, it's not meant to be huge.
He looks
got
at
small
it.
brain though. She sees large dragon. She's like, I've seen a huge dragon.
And I would
Seems
bow
kind of
before
little.
this dragon.
Tico like crawls underneath it. Yep, pretty small.
So he's kind of looking at it and says it's pretty small.
The dragon would turn to you and start sniffing you. As it is alive. It acts on its own.
Your imagination is so limited.
As he kind of like gestures down at the floor. The floor of this entire room seems to almost disappear, like you're standing on air. Specifically standing in the sky. For a moment, it almost just seems like you're standing over almost like a large expanse. And then you realize that, no, you're just extremely high in the air. Below you seem to be able to see all of Altira. You can see, almost impossibly so, like you're looking at a sculpture up close. Even though the massive distance that you have, you can see the fine details. You can see people that you recognize in different cities. You can see your kobold friends scattered throughout different realms of Altira. You can see a familiar drunkard preaching to some what appears to be ne'er-do-wells in an alleyway, trying to lead them into a new light. You see Kogal amidst the Colosseum of Zinderhold, seemingly standing before a statue. Effectively, you see what is a replica, or perhaps the current status of Altira in what is perfect detail. You can make out almost any of them, almost like the Cube of the Infinite. When you focus on the different aspects of it, you almost can find that possibility. In that same aspect, you can look almost anywhere in Altira, and you can see different, you could pick out anything you want. The only problem is you continue to try and focus on it for a little bit to actually maybe start to make use out of this as you're curious about certain aspects, it seems to end. He does not keep it as a permanent illusion, visual, whatever it might be.
Technically wasn't finished just yet.
Well, that is what he made.
Well, if you would actually allow me to finish, I did want to, since this realm is manipulated, at least as far as I can tell, I wanted to basically transform it into the avatar of Bahamut. Basically have a godly aura, be a godly being.
What does that look like?
A great worm.
He did see Bahamut in the vision.
Bahamut, but not the avatar of Bahamut. If you simply want to make him look like Bahamut, it'd be effectively a platinum dragon.
I wanted to make Orlavale basically as a god. And how I would do that is basically try and mimic a great worm. As I assume I've heard of those.
Yeah. I mean, literally, they were just talking about him.
Yes.
Effectively, he would be able to create what you would consider a great worm, a large version of what a great worm would look like. And you do get the essence of power from it.
Did anybody else see Otiko's friends? That was so cool.
Uh-oh.
And she's lost.
And we were flying like a dragon actually flies. Have you guys ever flown like that?
Well, our two judges.
It's literally just, what did you like more? Do you like the idea of a great worm in great detail?
Tiku actually like
There are 3 judges.
crawled during
Yes.
the Great Worm thing. Tiku actually like crawled behind the Packer and
judge?
Rickshaw and was like trying to get small.
Who's the third judge? 2?
What did the Packer do?
I did not realize Razu was here.
The Packer basically gave you a map of Altira, where you could see everything in Altira in fine detail.
Well, that is much more impressive than a dragon.
Especially because there's dragons in Altira that you would have been able to see. But with that, it's still up to you guys.
That was crazy. Have you ever flown like that? You're a bird. You probably fly like that all the time. Actually, I've never seen you fly.
Are your wings broken?
Why do you have wings if you couldn't fly?
I don't have wings.
You do, though. Your arms have like feather things.
I lift up my arm.
No, they don't.
He does. It is more of just like a small amount of feathers that come off of his arm. It's not like a full.
Oh, what happened to your wings?
Never had wings.
But you're like a bird thing.
Not all birds can fly.
Maybe you're like a chicken. Chickens don't fly either.
Chickens still have wings.
So what is the 3 of your guys' vote, by the way? Or
Maybe you're like a chicken.
I need decisions. I'm pretty sure you already said the Altira land space.
Yeah, you're in that space for sure.
Where are you at?
I mean, what is the dragon to multiple dragons?
As he likes his, dragons are fascinating.
And I do appreciate the new game. However, you do not understand the essence of games.
As he snaps his fingers, you like quite literally, as you guys, as Gurgle and Zephyr, as you guys have kind of gone over to the station and you've been talking a little bit about like the events that just happened and everything, you see Kane quite literally go and hit the wall like he was ejected.
Well, I've never seen that before.
Can I roll a deck save?
Did you?
You can make an acrobatics check.
Did you have a nice meeting with the Packer?
22.
So you would hit the wall and not take damage, and you're like, and you instantly land, kind of instantly shape up the clothing. The door, not only is that essence gone, your mark on the door is gone.
What the hell?
Suffice it to say, I have been banned for life.
What'd you do?
He challenged me to a game. I wanted to have no stakes, as that is not the essence of games, in my opinion. He took offense.
Told you, he's a god of chaos.
Wrong audience, man. Wrong audience.
It is fine. I do not plan to enter there anytime.
You want to know how you get him to play a game with little to no stakes? You just say, I'm going to do this, and then he says, no, you're not, and then you do it, or you don't do it. Then he doesn't get mad at you, and then when you do it, he gives you a mark.
Yes, there was no stakes involved at that at all. With that, back into the Packer's
no
domain.
stakes for me.
For you, Rickshaw, as you had the book on the table, he looks to it and back to you, and he says,
For the book. You can keep it. Just cast it in the sea when you're done.
Very well.
Also, being as I cut his arm off, when did you ever get the right to trade away the book?
Because it's in my possession.
This is why I didn't let you pick it up.
do you wish to play a game with the Packer, or are you just there for whatever that is food that Tiku makes is?
Roger's here for the experience.
Just a virtual reality experience.
Okay. Tiku, the food that you're able to make with this, the servings that you make, you actually need to roll for it. The Packer is not just cooking for you, but more so teaching you. So it is still going to be your roll. I'll give you advantage on it if you have the help of the Packer.
I actually think I get advantage anyway with the new rules, right?
you
Oh wait,
do,
we're not
actually.
playing those yet.
I mean, according to him, we
Only
are.
the spells so far.
So I guess we're not. So I guess they still get advantage of them.
Natural 24, right? 29.
Oh yeah, you're definitely able to make it to the best of its capabilities. The food's effect is called Undying. A single time upon being reduced to 0 HP, you are instead reduced to 1.
Well, shit. Boom.
I get 2 servings. So does it happen twice? I made the Packer 2 and me 2.
They don't.
And then
they
him
don't
1.
They don't
Stack.
stack. It would just be you ate 2 servings because it's good. That said, important, it lasts for 8 hours. So if you or Rickshaw in this case, because he's willing to partake as well, are reduced to 0 HP within the next 8 hours, you're instead reduced to 1. The effect does end after 1 use. And you have 5 more servings that you can make out of it.
So she just
Now you're Kelmia
contains
proof.
them.
Hey! She'll be confused.
Wait, no, he's not.
If she gets back in 8 hours.
Because he'll just
and
like
also
ha! I'm still up.
With that, unless there's something else that you would want to do, effectively you'd have a meal with the Packer, and then you would return to the ship, and then you guys would be left back to your guys' journey at hand. Is there anything else you want to do with him, or
Puts him to 0
When-
in the first 2 attacks. And she's
when
gone
Rickshaw,
more. Comes back up with 1 HP. And she hits him.
When Rickshaw and I are headed
Should
out.
just stay down.
When Rickshaw and I are headed out.
Tico like tugs on his rib. Tico's never seen the Packer throw someone out before. That was kind of cool.
Never seen what?
The Packer throw somebody out before.
Oh. I thought that would happen often.
She says that until she realizes after she gets out that the door can't be used anymore.
Do you like games?
Oh, yeah, occasionally, yes. I did try to open a casino once.
Packer, you get along probably.
okay? With that, going back to the ship, you'd effectively going back into what you guys were doing for the duration of the travel.
I do want to draw a card tomorrow.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to for a
Kayla
week.
comes back out and she's like,
It has been a week.
Perfect. Oh wait,
has
I forgot
been
to ask him when thing
3
turns around. The
days.
It
Mark's
has been a
gone.
week.
She's like, what the heck?
I had you draw your card on the following week to have it make
Paco, it's
sense.
very mad.
Effectively, if you wanted to draw a card, for the sake of this, we'll say that 1 are drawn each week. Worth noting, Kelmia is not back within a week.
Don't shuffle it.
I got it.
All right. He just already looked at the cards.
Wait, is it?
your card?
Yeah. I'm drawing the top card Hiram said.
I love how they're all taking it from Trinity's deck.
Okay.
No, that's fair.
I did it for fun.
Ruin.
Which was at the bottom of the deck before he shuffled it. You guys did great with these shuffles.
That's not
Wait,
good.
we've already drawn Ruin once.
No, you haven't.
No,
You guys looked at Ruin. I've never actually drawn it. Nathaniel looked at Ruin and he's like, that's a bad card. I don't know what it does, but that's a bad card.
Sounds
Show
bad.
the card art.
No, Ruin has not been drawn.
I hope this.
You want to show the card art?
He said this is
But I thought he just drew Ruin.
Oh no, yeah, he just drew Ruin.
Oh,
But
no.
Ruin had not been drawn before this because Ruin is taken out of the deck.
Didn't Justin draw it though?
No, I do trade.
Um,
But you did tell us what it did.
Let me see what Ruin looks like.
That's so unfortunate.
Hey, it actually doesn't look like a bad thing necessarily.
He just said it was unfortunate though.
Okay.
I mean, there's part of this that is good. There's also part of this bad. You lose all wealth, all items, and all property associated with you. Any kind of building, any kind of altar, anything like that. So any possession that you own is gone.
Does that include all items?
It includes all magical items.
So is he naked?
All magical?
All everything.
Everything.
So is he
to
naked?
To the point that you are left naked and bare and ruined.
I did try to warn you.
What the
This
F
is
just
the type
happened?
of games the Packer plays.
Wait, the Packer didn't play this
With
game.
my
you did.
backstory,
No.
I didn't technically own any of that.
By drawing a card, you're playing the
That
Packer
was
What
game.
do you have on your character right
Just
now?
the wooden staff.
So that would be gone. All money you have, anything currently on you, which
Well, it's
Yeah.
it's not just on you though. It's anything you
anything
own.
you own, yes.
Yeah.
That's a really
Means if-
unfortunate thing to happen to you right before we go onto an island where you might need weapons.
Disappointing.
That is
The one thing I lose
I will say
that I care about.
I will say that your spell focus, I'm not gonna have it take.
Oh, okay.
But it totally took his.
To the point that the necklace that he's wearing
Didn't he
seems
just
to be
get a magic
glowing a
item?
golden aura.
Didn't he
When,
just get
when
a
this
magic item
happens.
last session or something?
Wait, isn't his
yes.
like.
Technically, I had the
forged
magic item the whole time, but yeah.
But I mean, you got to pick it, right?
I tried to warn you. I was like, fate means nothing in the face, or odds mean nothing in the face of fate.
The problem is that I was already planning on doing it, so
It's fine. Just it is what it. You're slowly making your way through the bad cards. Give me a ruin. The way that I'm doing is I'm just adding them to the bottom of the deck that I have. That card does look sick.
That's what I'm saying.
Crown with a sword stabbed through it.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't.
So what's the
necessarily
good
look
part?
Oh God. Yeah,
Okay,
because that brings
so
a whole new
ruin?
meaning.
So,
You said there
You're
was
like
a good
king.
so
part.
I have now seen.
Shit, that would be so scary if I
Not the
drew
ruin.
that.
So I have now seen.
You would just, dude, your ownership of the city would just.
It doesn't destroy the city, so it specifically says that if it's anything like a city, any documentation and knowledge that you have owned it are lost along with the card.
that would be crazy though.
So if you were a king,
Oh.
effectively everyone would just mentally justify, no, we've never had a king. We've
Or
just
no,
been.
Or
This
it
guy's
wasn't
been
you, right?
I actually could swing it that way.
it would
if I
just
could
be like the Packer.
The Packer becomes king.
Yeah, I did. That said, he doesn't. He ain't you.
Right? Yeah, I
If
know.
you drew that card, that would be
I was just thinking about the the level.
much more interesting.
Oh. Okay.
All right then.
Unfortunate card. You guys are going through the bad
He's
ones
naked.
very fast.
Also, he doesn't have his like forged item thing.
No, I do.
Oh wait, that's the one item he gets to keep. Okay.
That one.
And
is
It's a good thing I chose that one too.
And this is the essence of games to him.
All or nothing. The win
Is it
and all.
possible that I could borrow some clothing?
I have some robes.
How
That'll
tall?
do.
Well, how tall are you?
Maybe there's something in one of these rooms.
You guys were actually given, if you recall, a lot of supplies were loaded
it's
on
gonna be
with like different
a bit-
outfits to
a
be
ti-
clergy.
a little big, but here's some fine clothes.
I guess you can put on your clergy robes early.
I will do that. Well, no, because those were mine. Those are gone.
No, you just get. You guys have multiple sets for each of you. It's like you're giving clothes for a journey. You're not just gonna go with one outfit.
Well,
all
yeah,
of yours
but
are gone,
not all of them-
so
yeah,
you
yeah,
could be
yeah.
utilizing someone else's, and they'd be off in
I
size.
gave him a set of my fine clothes.
and
Can't
you have a
use
set
stickers.
of fine clothes,
Can't use
not
stick-
perfectly fitted to you, but okay.
You can get them tailored.
2 fantastic cards. I mean, to be fair, you guys drew 3 good ones in a row, and then 3 bad ones in a row. You're actually 50-50 right now.
See, told you. Every card that's been drawn on my deck is bad.
That's true.
Actually,
All 3
didn't
bad
Terry
cards have
get
been drawn.
smarter when he drew a card from your deck?
Oh yeah, no, that's
Two
true.
cards have been drawn for me.
Oh, you're right. So it's too bad. One.
Yeah.
No, no. Time out, Zephyr. Didn't Terry get smarter when he drew from your deck?
Oh, just
I'm pretty sure Terry got smarter when he drew from your
drew
deck.
I think it is. I think it's 2 bad, 1 good, 2 bad, or sorry, 2 good, 1 bad.
I don't think I let Terry draw from my deck.
Terry drew from someone's deck.
I didn't get two.
My curiosity has been sated. I will not be drawing any further.
That's real awkward.
Okay.
Why,
So that would,
why did everything else disappear except for that though?
Oh, this was a gift from Oliver. I highly doubt that he would be affected by these cards.
I mean, that's not what I have seen. Everybody that's drawn them has been affected.
Yeah,
Just to varying degrees.
Has the Packer
interesting.
himself drawn them?
Yes. We saw him draw one. We don't know what it did, but we saw him draw one right before he gave it to us.
So you assume that it affected him. But you do not know.
He seems to be the type that would take the chances regardless.
I feel like he's the type that just makes them personally, but
Well, makes them so he can play games. Probably play solitaire with them. So every time he flips one, it activates.
yeah, but it's like not as fun when it's your own thing, you know?
That's why he likes watching other
that's a
people do it.
fantastic idea to have him play.
Well,
With those cards?
Every time he flips one, it just activates.
let's see, the thing is,
You play poker with those cards?
If
I
you
was to-
survive the effects and make it to the end of the
Yeah,
round.
poker. There you
You
go.
play Go Fish?
Yeah. Old maid.
I got a great idea. So you flip them all out on the table like a memory game. Then he tells you have to flip until you get a certain card, and that card is the win. So you have to keep flipping until you get it.
also, I stole my card
That's it.
directly from the Packer, so I didn't take it from any of your decks.
Okay. Is there anything else that you guys wish to do in the coming weeks apart from what you've already said, or are we continuing on in the travel?
I mean, I'm good to help people learn and just continue.
We'll
already
continue
all the stuff.
inspecting the runes.
Okay. So playing back into what you guys were
Does
initially doing
Kelmia
on the
come back by week 7?
Kelmia comes back 2 weeks, about 2.5 weeks from the time that she left. Actually, upon coming back, she would specifically seek you out and you. So the two of you, she would seek out.
I was just wondering if I could, because she said she didn't say anything against it. Could I rummage through the gear? Is there a staff, just a normal ass staff I can borrow?
So yes, you find a normal quarterstaff.
You need something for Shillelagh.
It's really unfortunate.
That is the price
You
you
didn't
pay.
draw that card later after you get more.
After I got all my stuff.
Okay. So again, about 2.5 weeks,
got his legendary
Kelmia finds the
Avenger
two of you.
sword.
She doesn't intentionally make it to find you two alone. If you want to, she actually would even ask you. She says, well, I have a couple of things I want to tell you about that lich that I was able to figure out while I was gone.
Oh, we have his book.
Well, you didn't get him?
No. It's hard to chase someone when they can teleport. However, he did open up a gate and I followed him through it. So I know at least the general area he was in, but I didn't... If you're familiar with the way that some of those spells work, I guess our destination was not quite the same. I did not quite understand where we were going. I was simply trying to follow him.
Kelmia.
Whatever the case is,
I don't know how that spell works, just to be clear.
he connected 2 points. I found myself in a unfamiliar land to me. I know what it looked like, though.
I do have to ask real quick, because I'm very confused. How'd you make it back to the boat?
I have... She looks to one of the doors, and she points at one of the runes on the doors. One of the members of the Dawnbringers is capable of teleporting around and gave me a means to talk to him. I asked him to come get me. Is the easiest way that I can explain it. I didn't make my way back to the boat. I was sent back to the boat.
Also, other note, next time you leave, I would like to know before you disappear again. Are there any lifeboats on this in case it sinks?
Two-pot. If anything sinks this boat, you're not getting off. And 2, in that worst case scenario, if you make your way all the way down to the bottom of the ship in the cargo hold, towards the back, there's a teleportation circle of sorts.
Would I have seen that?
You can activate it. I would say you would have eventually found and explored and found that. It is a one-way teleport that Theric installed in the ship. It will send you to my hometown, to our town of Lirbost in Calasmere. It is a failsafe that is almost like return to home.
It's good to know. I would never guess that, and I probably would have drowned if the boat did sink. So
I
good to know
technically
now.
found that. I didn't realize you were looking for it.
I just want to know if there was some way to not die if the boat sinks.
Swim.
I'm not the strongest
technically-
swimmer. Not all of us are amphibians.
Technically do agree with her, though. I highly doubt anything could crack this ship.
Well, in terms of what we're looking at for that lich, just in case.
You saw that lightning bolt, right?
I did.
Yeah.
And I stand by what I said.
If I see that coming, I would like a chance.
Kelmia.
It's so
We
weird
do
not
have this
responding
book from
to
the
that.
Lich.
Yes, I believe that he's tracking you now. If I understood correctly what Bartholomew told me.
Is it really accurate if it's coming from Bartholomew?
She seems to be thinking, but not about what you said.
So specifically it's tracking whoever used it, right?
It's almost as if he knows your location at all times. Is kind of how.
So
I was
maybe
told.
we should just part ways after this whole
Rickshaw.
volcano thing.
Do you
Rickshaw.
have beef against Bartholomew?
Do I have beef with the... No.
Because he showed up after the court case, right? He was your replacement.
Oh, you remember that bit?
Well,
but you didn't read about
I pieced
me.
it together.
In that regard, you can discuss your.
There were stories about a court case.
Well, that's
but
not important right now. What is important to Kelmia is we do have this book, and I did speak with a fellow. Do you recall that very eccentric halfling in that tiny hut that was our contact before we took that ship to, I believe it was Nuyabelis?
History check for Kelmia. She's great at these.
She just says a -1.
Yeah, and she rolled a 5.
You know, the one that was yelling at us or screaming us to go away at first. It was after
I'm
the
pretty
giants.
sure you made that up.
It was after the giants.
She's like trying to think for a moment.
You know the giants that I selflessly gave away my alcohol to so we may had safe passage?
We still work with the giants. What are you talking about?
No, it was before that. After we left.
She again seems
After we
confused.
left the desert. And we.
The giants don't live in the desert. They're atop the mountain near Lirbost.
No, not that giant. The hill giants.
Exactly.
She's again just seems confused. She goes, so the lich is tracking you, and
I take the book and I throw it overboard. Not anymore.
overboard. There it goes.
I
hope you didn't want to use that, Razer. There goes
Sure.
your chest.
That's okay.
Yes.
That was the Lich's book. You can do with what you will, Kelmia.
Kelmia.
It's cursed, don't read it.
For what it's worth, if anything really bad happens, I was able to determine from talking to Bartholomew, apparently he's made his way to Zarthek. It's the new continent, not as much is known about it. The only thing I can tell you is the gate took me to more so a cold and snowy part of it.
The place where Tronile is.
Tronile is in Lagrotos.
No, it's Akira, I believe, that is there.
That is correct. That said, hopefully it's not applicable to you. I just thought he seemed a little bit interested in you. We're going to deal with it, but if it's prevalent for you, I'm going to figure that out. I'm gonna go grab that book. I'm gonna give it to Theric. As she goes, she seems to run over the side of the boat, but rather than jumping off, she quite literally just, and then just runs down the boat before she actually does jump into the water to go collect the book.
She's very athletic.
I want to wait for her.
Oh, you have no idea.
I wonder how long she's going to be gone.
She could practically run on air.
As you say that, she's back up within moments with a wet book.
Oh, great.
I was told to throw that into the ocean. I suppose my part of the deal is done then.
Whatever you say.
Well, that's that eccentric little halfling. We met him again. They call him the Packer now. Which, I mean, he was
Not a
a half
halfling.
rat when we met him. He just collected all sorts of things. He lived in that hut, that overturned boat hut. You don't remember this. Seriously, you don't.
I thought
The Packer
she's
is
just thinking for a moment. Maybe Theric was right. And she walks over to the captain's quarters and
There
goes
usually
inside.
is. Right about what?
Unless you guys wish to pursue her into the captain's quarters, she's leaving you with the book and heading
I
into the
do
captain's
want
quarters.
to just basically ask her if it's alright if I steal the quarterstaff.
She kind of looks back. She says, "Oh, I don't care. I don't need anything like that." She kind of just.
It was just in your possession.
Technically, she has
so.
the book under her arm, so she like does it like this.
Feel free to use that piece of driftwood.
Pretty much. With that, she's gonna head back into the captain's quarters, and would actually spend the next few days shut up in the captain's quarters, seemingly researcher, studying, doing something. Not entirely sure. With that, this is where we're actually going to jump through we're going to jump through the few months.
In case it's applicable, I don't have any Supreme Healing Potions anymore.
That is true. Something that you guys do notice as you guys are sailing through the Cinder Isles over these coming months, you actually see different ships, patrols that are sailing decently close to you guys, and based on the knowledge you guys have from you talking to Hurricane Zephyr of what they would be doing to patrol the Cinder Isles and how much they would keep the Molten Crown closed off where you can't exit. It's surprising to you that not any of the ships seem to stop you guys. They don't make a move towards you. They don't try to stop you guys. They don't even any kind of checkpoint. You seem to almost be able to sail through the checkpoints almost unnoticed.
Did you just pay everyone off?
Stop her boat.
No, this is what is called reputation.
No.
Oh, I'm asking
It's a magic ship. It's invisible. She invisible the whole ship.
I'm asking Kalamia.
As you kind of go, as you talk to her, I would say after she finishes in the captain's quarters and you find her on deck in one of the coming days, she kind of looks over and she says, I don't know exactly how Theric did it, but it's a combination of illusion magic and I think that's about it. It's some kind of magic illusion. They think that
I told you it was invisibility.
Well, no, they think that we're the king's vessel.
So what happens when they find out that we're not royalty on here?
But for a ship.
Oh, they'll come looking for us for sure, but I plan on being long gone by that point.
Oh, great. So our problem.
No, miss, but get in character. My hat.
Yeah, we should probably get dressed up now.
By the light of the forge, we are near.
All right, guys, remember, we are...
Cooking. Yes.
No.
Tiku remembers.
Yes, Tiku. Stick to that.
She just killed me a charming. She says, for what it's worth, I'll be changing the illusion once we get a little bit closer to the Molten Crown. We will be changing to a vessel of a high priest.
Yes, but...
And they shouldn't question that too much, simply because if it is assumed that if you make it through all the checkpoints in place, that you're supposed to be there, I guess you could say.
And let's hope that works out. But in case we get stopped, everyone in costume.
Okay.
Tiku doesn't remember how to put this on.
Tiku, that's the armhole. Tiku, no, like this. As I'm trying to manhandle dresser.
It is very much
She's
so like a
fussy
parent
kid.
trying to dress their kid. But yes, effectively coming to the end of what is this 3-month journey, starting to get ready to actually enter into the molten core. The molten core itself, you guys actually see a good half day before you actually arrive. This very much so just looks like a massive island. It, almost to the point that like...
So, when we go into the molten core, do we have to worry about Executus?
Who the F is Executus?
Actually,
No old school vanilla WoW players.
I mean, I know who you're talking about.
nope, I'm ignoring that. Looking at the magma core, or sorry, the molten crown, to give you guys an idea of how big this island is, which it almost looks like the island itself is just a single, almost like mountain range that is just one volcano that just kind of I guess it would look more, it'd be more accurate to describe it as a connected mountain range over the entire island. There is no like beach or anything like that from what you guys can tell as you continue to approach. The temperature as well gets much, much hotter, to the point that by the time you guys are within like maybe an hour of getting there, it is like almost burning to your skin. It is, so specifically, it'd be about 130 degrees. And the only reason that this does not seem to burn you, and Kelmy actually tells you this, is that the ship is the ship is currently enhanced to be able to deal with extreme weathers. As soon as you disembark, it will not only feel hotter, or it will be hotter, but in addition to that, it is likely going to be a struggle. Along those lines, she actually is going to be providing you all with effectively what these would be. Does this require attunement? Even if it does, I'm going to say no. She's giving you guys what is temporary rings of fire resistance. And when I say temporary ring of fire resistance, what I mean by that is while wearing this ring, you have fire resistance until you have taken a cumulative 200 fire damage. As soon as it has absorbed a cumulative 200 fire damage, the ring will break. And then the resistance to fire would go away.
And then you take 1d6 fire damage per hour.
It's a d10, but yes. But yes, so she provides all of you guys with one of those rings, including you, Gurgle, as she doesn't know that you're resistant to fire. And effectively, as you guys get to, so there's no beach from the side that you guys were approaching, but as she kind of like circles around the south side of the island, which again takes a few hours at the end of this journey. Even when you get to the island, it takes a couple hours to actually sail down to the south side of it. The mountain itself is quite literally like 100 miles of the actual size. Is about 100 miles in length. It all seems to be this one volcano. That said, as you actually sail around to the south side of it, there is a little bit of what appears to be a landing. That said, it very much so seems carved out. The land itself, you can see that it's unnaturally even in some points, and you can see where portions of there seems to be like a plateau, but the side of it, the way that it's cut off, it very much so looks to be like a staging ground. You can see that there's remnants of what appears to be effectively like a campsite on one of these almost like small plateaus of the rock, a little bit inwards. This area that has been carved out, you would assume by the dwarves of Zuprakar, is about half a mile in. So they've just taken a huge chunk of this rock and dug it out, to the point that as you guys look off a little bit further to what would be the east, you can actually see where rocks have been piled so much that they are it is above actual sea level, and it almost looks like there was a rock slide, and you can just see rocks piled into the ocean, and you imagine that there is much more stone that has actually fallen into the ocean itself. With that being said, though, as your ship is starting to approach the south side of the Molten Crown, there is two individuals that are standing right near what appears to be again a carved out pier. Yes.
Pier, yeah.
Very similar to what you guys actually experienced where this ship was docked near Zuprakar, where the actual stone itself was carved out to be the pier rather than having it built into the sea. The two individuals they seem to have noticed your guys' ship as you guys have been approaching, and they have come up to the edge of the pier. And as you guys are coming into dock, Kelmy says, "Well, I will not be accompanying you in. We will be, we being me and my golems, we will be again traveling to the north side of this island. You'll either have to make your way through the volcano and meet me on the other side, or I'll do my best to be back here, maybe in a week's time. So, do with that what you will. I will wait for a single day on the north side, just in case you have a chance, but if it is anything longer than a day, you'd be best holding out and waiting for me to come back to this south side of the island. I'm...
from a week from now?
No, for...
a day right
or
now.
Or you mean like within 24 hours you want us to be on the north side, or we want to be back here?
Yes, I believe it'll take me about a day to travel to the north side, and then if not, where I am coming back through, it'd be much too hard to determine. So my recommendation was to wait down here, and I believe I'll be on that. Well, I guess I will be on that side for a few days. Maybe you could catch me on the north side. It's just I'll be back here in a week if you don't see me on the north side.
Do you have any paper birds by chance?
I still have some.
I do too.
She thinks for a moment. Yes. I think we do have some. Bartholomew left some. Or maybe it was Theric. I think there might be in my jewelry store.
We can send. We have some. We can send you a message as long as you have something to reply with.
I could do that as well. Perhaps if the plan changes, then you can just... I often forget how useful magic can be. Most of the people I meet that use magic are...
incompetent?
Assholes.
Oh, you mean like the undead fuck that attacked us?
And she looks towards Rickshaw. She says,
very
yes,
much an
just
asshole.
only like him. All right, well... I wish you the best of luck.
How many times have I healed you, Kelmia?
She again just doesn't seem to pay that much attention to it. With that, she's actually going to go. She's actually going to go down to the second floor. What is it when you're going down?
Descend
to the second floor of the boat. Yes. She's going to descend to the second floor as you guys actually pull up to the pier. It is here. I'm losing my mind. As you pull up to the pier, and the two individuals down at the bottom, both of which are dwarvish, one of which seems to be wearing a full suit of armor that is the symbol of Moradin, which is the anvil and the fire. It does very much seem like a combination similar to yours, where it has the anvil with the flame of Magnum Empire. This is a little bit different from the symbols that you saw within Zotberkar. The individual next to him seems to be wearing light robes with the sleeves actually cut off. Not cut off, but designed to be sleeveless. It's actually open-chested, and the symbol is on both the right and the left of it. Seems to be wearing trousers that the robe kind of the robe is a little bit overflowing over as they call out, and specifically the robed individual, and he says, "Welcome. I was not expecting new forgers today." As he looks towards the guard, or what appears to be the guard, who shakes his head no. By the way, at this point, I kind of have that you guys are standing on almost like the side of the boat, looking over to where he can see you. If you're not there, tell me. But that's how I kind of had this picture for you guys.
I would assume we're all just kind of like falling in line behind him.
Okay.
And he's effectively just the front.
I beg your pardon. We must have traveled faster than the message we sent of our coming.
You may have known that the dock and everything's kind of in disarray right now, so things just aren't getting communicated as well.
So, tell me then, as he quickly kind of looks through your apparels and then looks at you. He says, "I don't believe I'm familiar with your grace. Tell me, what is your name and what is the step of journey? Where are you in your journey?"
My name is Otto Sarcophagi, and we are on our third step.
He kind of pauses for a moment. He says,
Well, for now, please disembark. There's no other aboard your vessel, yes?
I turn and I look. I believe we are all here.
Okay. For that one, you do want to make a deception check.
Oh, I don't actually think he understood what you said. He's asking if there's anyone else on board, and I think he's talking about like kill me and them.
Like the crew of the ship that
He's
brought us
asking
here?
if anyone else is on the ship.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
the same thing where he was just talking about us 6.
Oh, the crew that brought us here is on board, but they are set to depart.
He does squint at that a little bit. He goes, very well.
It is probably the reason we arrived before the message of our coming. By the light of the forge, we were blessed by being able to charter this ship that was very, very fast.
You go ahead and make a persuasion check. Again, per the nature of what we talked about, you have advantage.
So, dirty 20.
Okay. He seems to think for himself, and he says, It is an odd way to make your way through your journey. However, I am aware of some of the events that happen near Zinderhold, as well as some of the other strongholds that we have across the lands. Perhaps it was best. However, they will not be able to disembark from your vessel if that is the case. And he turns and he says, send word as well. I believe we should inform both Forge Master as well as the Great Mason. The dwarf standing next to him in armor nods and turns and actually starts to walk towards the volcano itself, or walks towards to enter the volcano itself. And at this point, he kind of walks down the pier and again calls us. Well, if you please come, we must begin the ceremony to prep you to enter on the final step of your journey. I assume you guys do all just disembark?
Mm-hmm. Yep, disembark. Stay fairly quiet and just follow our shepherd.
Okay. As you disembark and start to walk towards the volcano, the guard makes his way, and effectively, as soon as the guard gets a little bit further in, the individual with you stops and turns back to you, and he says, "All right. Well, typically, this is where we would begin our ceremony, but as I was uninformed and unprepared for your arrival, I don't know exactly what steps we're looking to do." And as he looks towards you, he looks around you for a moment. He seems almost a little bit confused, and he says, "Where is your soul craft?"
I pull out my key.
He is going to inspect it as much as he can. And then I wrote down what you guys were at. He leans up close to it, but he doesn't reach out to take it or anything like that. He just seems to visually inspect it, and then he kind of nods and he says, "Well, it seems as if everything is in order for you, Your Grace. Tell me, what is each of your goals?" He's going to start by looking to you, Razu. He says, "What are you looking to? What is your guide been guiding you to?" Worth noting, he actually does seem a bit confused, almost as if he has a normal script that he follows, and he's going off script. Is kind of the interpretation you get.
Man needs improv classes.
To finish and masterwork forges, soul forges.
So what is your soul craft then?
he turns and gestures back, and very much so seems almost like with a proud face, or like very like almost seems to stand up a little bit taller. He says, "We have the most perfect and masterwork forge possible. You should know this. You surely did not come to change the forge."
I think he meant our soul crafts. He's not as
So what is
familiar with
your
the
step?
terminology.
Where is your craft,
I'll
child?
pull out my alchemy set.
To finish and masterwork, my alchemist set down from my soulcraft that I obtained, that I knew was my soulcraft through my lineage.
Persuasion check with disadvantage.
Kenku recall?
Read me Kenku Recall again.
If you are proficient, you get advantage.
Are you proficient with persuasion?
I am.
You can just try roll it.
That roll.
10.
Okay. Where did my eraser go?
Oh, you look sus.
Okay, just so you guys know, the way that I'm actually doing this is a group check, but each one is going to be determined as he talks to you. He then turns to you, Tiku. And you, I apologize, I have not met many small dragons. What is it that you are looking to craft, little chef, as you do still have your chef's hat
She
on?
likes you
In your
already.
own words.
You are a good old man. Yes.
Tiku says. She grabs out her little pot.
I need to make best pot ever for cooking and for using fire to make best food.
He walks up, and again, he does not take or actually touch the pot itself, but as he inspects it, he says, "And why do you cook? This one comes for lineage. Why is it that you make feasts?"
For best feast ever to be
To
survive.
As the Forge Father nourishes our souls with his teaching, so does little Tiku nourish the body.
Tiku does it to survive and to master the craft of cooking.
He just nods to himself. So you did have disadvantage from before, which actually gave him a good answer. So you are going to straight roll it with also the assistance of, your Otto.
That's hot.
Otto sarcophagi.
Just Otto.
Plus,
No, he has a last name, the proud sarcophagi line.
What is this? Persuasion?
This is a persuade. Actually, for you, actually, apologies. This is deception, because you guys are lying.
Still a 10.
Is it a
One,
lie
it's an
that she uses
Sorry,
it
what?
to nourish
That's an
the
8.
body?
An 8? Unfortunate.
I am not charismatic.
Wait,
There's a little bit too much smiling, not enough reverence. There's excitement for the meal, but not for the journey and the craft. Is kind of how I'd interpret that. As Tiku shows a little bit too much interest in the cooking itself, and not as much interest in the help that Morden would be able to give with the cooking. With that, as he turns to you, and he says, "And you, young one, what is your craft, your mission?"
okay, first thing I gotta check. So as far as the attire goes, we're all like in robes. Right?
Yes, you are very
Okay.
much so all in effectively Morden attire, which,
Okay.
just so you know, is robes plated with precious metals.
Okay. For mine, it's a suit of armor, so I gotta pull it out. Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't wearing it, and I would have to actually pull it out. Okay.
I mean, you could be wearing it as well, and you could basically show it through
Underneath
your
the
robes.
robe,
I would let
yeah.
you choose. You could have it as a
I'll
carry-on.
pull it out.
Okay, so in this case, I would say it would be in the gear that you guys would have taken off the ship.
I could show you. It's pretty hefty. Just one moment as I take off the amulet, and then I start pulling out the suit of armor. piece by piece. It's all covered in kind of like burlap cloth type thing. I unwrap it and everything. Show him like this is a culmination of the union of the gods between Vidron and Moradin. It's a kinship I feel between the two. Trying to find the perfect balance to show both reverence. I am still working on that balance. I get bits of it that come in my dreams, but I want this to be a wondrous piece of art.
He would nod. So you get to make a roll with advantage.
Woot. Come on.
Is it always deception, or is it only if he says something that's a lie?
I mean,
he is lying.
It is a lie. He's literally considering unleashing something to kill Moradin. This is not the truth.
17?
17, okay. He actually does not question you. Likely due to you would specifically know Zephyr. He would not question him as soon as he believed that he was a high priest. This guy would actually be technically considered lower than him, and so it would not be his place to question his rank or his journey. He would simply be going through to facilitate whatever this ceremony is. Worth noting, Hurricane didn't tell you anything about a ceremony to enter the Molten Crown. Whatever he's talking about with the ceremony, you actually don't know what it is. With that, he comes to you, Gurgle, and he says, And you, my amphibian friend, what is your craft, the story of your soul?
My father worshipped the fire primordial that works with Moradin. Magnamemnar has always been deep-rooted in my family and my upbringing. And I believe this is the culmination of my journey. Finding out my connection to the Fire Mountain, Moradin.
And what is your craft?
My craft is a representation of my family, which is on this shield.
And I show the shield, and then I show the symbol.
This is actually my family's mark. Actually, didn't know until I came to Zalpurkar that this was even the symbol of Magnamemnar.
You actually do get him a persuasion, because that was not a lie. You did not actually even talk that much about Moradin. You were talking about your relationship with Magnamemnar instead, which is actually true.
I don't think it would have mattered either way, but persuasion is a higher stat for me, so that's kind of why I tried to do it that way. 28.
Okay. And that's what goes to you, and he says,
I would grab the chain and I will slowly pull out, revealing the draconic scale that is carved in the visage of a dragon.
Would he still have that?
Yes, so I specifically said that he had that.
Oh,
and it seemed to have a golden hue to it. Almost as if someone prevented it from being taken.
I was found at my lowest. Haste and false judgment and hubris leading me down a dark path. In an attempt to fix that, I'm attempting to teach myself patience. So I slowly, over the course of many weeks, months, years, have been crafting this with a small notch here, a small nick there, just ever so slowly and steadily improving upon it, and the longer I take, the closer I feel.
He nods, but he also seems a bit confused as he inspects it. He says, How does this represent your journey, though?
It is a journey of patience,
But
of knowledge.
again, looking at the necklace, he seems to be looking. Effectively, he seems to be looking for a reference to Moradin or something of the magma core, or sorry, the
Molten core.
molten crown.
Oh,
I'm probably going to do this a couple times.
I was waiting to add the final touch until I was positive I was ready.
He's again continuing to look at it. So you do still get to roll with advantage due to the training that Zephyr was able to give you.
And would it be persuasion instead?
I would say that it would be persuasion for you as well.
I feel like that'd be deception. He said he'd been crafting it for years.
He has.
12.
What?
Okay, so based on your stories, effectively what I did is I assigned a DC to each of them, and then I just had you roll against it. So we got a fail and unfortunately another fail, even though your check was only a 10. So we got a fail with a check of a DC of a 20.
Charisma!
A fail with a check of a 8. A success with a check of a 10. A success with a check of a 10. And a fail with a check of a 15, because it didn't have the mark on it. So
Split down the middle.
Why was mine a
We
20?
win harder than you guys lost.
I had a good story still. I am
or
very
is,
not charismatic.
or
though.
is it just? Oh no, I guess because technically. he's
no,
right.
so because it's a tie, you would actually.
So I'm curious.
You would actually effectively like you can. Actually, no. We're gonna go through this because you can see that he seems kind of skeptical. He seems.
So I think you get over there.
Hire me.
Okay,
So
just one
I
second.
believe
I
some
wanna-
of you, but some of you seem like you're not ready for the
Wait,
final
wait,
journey.
one-
Yeah, some of you are not going through
While I was
the
talking, I did want to cast Produce Flame, basically engulfing
I actually have a whole nother box of
medallion in flame. I completely forgot about that. I even have it right there, and I just completely forgot about that.
I would say that you'd be able to do that. However, producing flame would not lower the DC, unfortunately, as he would know that many people can do that. So, effectively, what we're going to do for this is actually quite literally, you can see that he both seems skeptical between the ship coming, some of the stuff that he just heard, a little bit too much excitement about the aspects that would typically not be associated with following in the steps of Moradin, and what he very much so, like you could definitely tell that funnily enough, for the two of these two, he almost doesn't even seem to be looking at them in this almost like quizzical fear. He's more so focused on the others, which is slightly causing him to doubt them. What do you say to him?
I'm slowly putting the armor back in, taking careful to wrap it with like super precise care and everything.
Make a performance check.
Okay.
It is
performance.
Understandable to question the motives of others who are so seldom drawn to the light of the forge, such as little Tiku here or little dragon. Not many of them, their ilk, find themselves amongst the followings of Moradin, and their energy, their vibrance for life can sometimes be a little off-putting. But we must set aside these biases so that we can lead those to the forge so that they may be remade and tempered in his teachings.
Do go ahead and make a persuasion check.
But do I get advantage on performance at all?
Oh shit!
I would. Do you get advantage on the performance? How much do you actually care about the armor?
I do have advantage.
I'm like like as I'm wrapping it, I'm like saying prayers.
I did not hear that. Okay, that's not much better.
Was he one of the ones that passed?
He was one of the ones that passed. I would say yes.
Fucking matter.
What you got?
13.
Okay. What'd you get in your performance? Depending on what you get.
12.
A 12.
We're not charismatic people, okay?
This is like the universal D&D party. Okay, we're sneaking in. We got caught. Fuck!
So here's what we're gonna do. With his performance,
Code black.
with his performance, you're gonna add a D4. Your DC is a 15.
You gotta get a 2. Just don't roll a fucking 1.
Roll a D4.
So his continuing to take care of his armor as you were explaining this, Zephyr was also effectively reverently treating his soulcraft. So I'm letting you add a D4 to yours. The DC is 15, so if you roll a 2 or higher,
2 or higher.
if you roll a 1, then you fail.
Openly reverently
There you go. Boom. 3, 16.
All right. As you can see again, like as you say, he seems a bit
Stressing me out.
confused, and like he actually very much so. It almost looks as if he's starting to hit a contemplation, and then he sees the reverence that Zephyr is treating his soulcraft with, and he stops and his face softens a bit, and he says,
Oh, well, I don't necessarily. I believe that you are on on the journey. I think you may have prematurely allowed some on this, in this particular step of their venture. That said, it should be fine.
Isn't that more for the fires to judge, though?
Yes, and that is why we shall be conducting the ceremony now. We shall let.
Very good.
as he kind of like looks up at the volcano, he says,
We shall let the crown decide.
as he just walks more into this again about half-mile stretch of almost open rock. He actually just goes to one of the plateaus where there's almost like a divot, or not a divot, but almost looks like a small hole that's been carved out.
I would like to make a religion check to see what I must be doing. 13.
I'm gonna say you have advantage because Zephyr was looking into this, and you did listen to his lessons.
15.
15.
It's better.
He wants to know what he should be doing.
So in this case, you're trying to think about it, and you're like, wait. You realize that what he's actually doing. So this hole in the ground. There's a fire at the bottom of it, as well as some tools. It is a decent enough that it is almost like a makeshift forge. And specifically,
He's going to test our crafting skills.
he is going to ignite this little mini forge that's in this volcano. And he is actually going to have each of you come and apply your soulcraft for the first step of tempering. If your soulcraft if it fails the tempering, and just so you know, or you guys do know this, if it fails the soul tempering, it's actually not a
You're off.
oh, you're no, it's not a you're evil. It is a you cannot enter the molten crown yet. This is the first step of actually reforging your weapon. Also worth noting, as you guys proceed into the molten crown, assuming that you are continuing on the right steps,
We are
assuming you're actually following the steps of this journey, you would actually be tempering your weapons multiple times. You didn't realize that the first one was actually outside of the molten crown, but this is actually something that you were expecting to do inside, or told was part of this.
They wouldn't have told us what to do to get past this point.
No one tells anyone what to do
to
go through this.
I'm going to walk up next to our good friend the priest here.
So, one other thing, that I would add to that. He's simply going to start the forge. You're supposed to test their soulcraft.
Oh, I will test the...
So effectively, each of them is supposed to present it to you, and then you present it to the flame, as you're supposedly the person that is closer to communion with Moradin, and thus would allow, or have a... You're the only one that, in their belief, would actually be able to get a response.
I like message Zephyr.
Bring it over.
I like message Zephyr.
I'm starting to question why we didn't make me the priest.
I think he's doing a great job.
I'm going to start with Tiku's
Can we talk to fire?
cauldron.
Okay. As you go over it, I assume that you do give him your cauldron.
Don't break it.
Oh, it shall not be broken.
She hands you the small cauldron. This priest does take a little bit to the hole that's in the ground. Effectively, what he actually does is he pulls out a small hammer and chisel, And as he kind of he almost like crawls down into the hole a little bit, and right at the center of it, he just takes it and he hits it like it is a solid like slap or smack. Yeah. As he smacks this, what appears to be this chisel or this large nail into it, it just immediately, and almost like a pond, but with magma, it's just and starts to fill it up, and he starts to step back. It actually touches his foot a little bit, seems to burn a little bit of his shoe. He doesn't seem to react to it at all, whether or not he can't feel the pain or he's tempered himself to it, you don't know. As he gets to the top, he kind of just dusts, almost like he's dusting off, and flicks the little bit of magma that's almost like dried a little bit onto his shoe in that moment, kind of taking a bit of it off. And then he gets to the top of it. In moments, this hole, this almost divot, seems to fill with magma that it's not only can you tell is extremely hot, it is bubbling. This is quite literally molten in its nature. Hotter than you would even see with most like flowing magma. Again, if you're familiar with volcanoes at all, the heat that it takes to actually have it to start to bubble is quite high.
Can I roll a religion check? Would Orthe be all right with me going through with this?
Go make a religion check.
Don't be shocked, Tigger.
16.
You'll give yourself away. This is normal. You've been doing this 100 times.
Orthe would be okay with anything to meet the goal that he had for you, which is to figure out how you can continue
So
the next journey.
I take the Diku's little cauldron over to the fire.
Yeah. As you get close to this effectively magma pit, you can immediately tell that if you get your hands close to it, there is a decent chance that it would bubble up and burn you.
I must focus on the mission. Alright. I'm going to expend
You gotta do this. You gotta do this 5 times, by the way.
one sorcery point. Cast subtle spell.
Okay.
Minor illusion. Oh no. That it succeeded.
He doesn't even know what it looks like. He just makes up some shit. He's like,
what? I actually do need to know, what does succeeding look like?
He gets engulfed in magma.
It is tempered. It does not begin to melt. It does not begin to deform or crack.
Okay, so effectively that it's placed on the top and stays afloat and in correct form?
Yes.
Okay. What's the DC of your illusion? He is actively watching.
Oh, that's great, because it's
Diku's
minor
gonna go
illusion,
up.
so unless he touches it, he believes it.
So
They
illusions
have to
are mostly based off
investigate it.
investigation.
Yeah.
Can you visually investigate?
So if he's actively investigating it, it would be a roll against the DC. That's how other illusion spells work. So you can roll it that way. Technically, the spell doesn't say it has a DC though.
So it would just be his spell save.
So no, right here. If you create an image or an object such as a chair, blah blah blah, the image can't create sound, light, or smell. Physical interaction with the image reveals it to be an illusion. So unless he comes up and touches it,
Minor illusion. If a
would
creature uses its action to examine the sound or image, the creature can determine that it is an illusion with a successful investigation check against the spell save DC.
Yeah.
Which would be his
oh, at
DC.
the top. I was just looking at image.
Yeah.
So yes, I would need to know what the DC is then.
19.
The DC is 20.
Oh, right. You got the plus
And he's
1.
gonna use investigation.
17 for the first one. For the sake of this, to speed up, you're effectively going to do this 5 separate times with each person's craft. So
Tiku's actually gonna go up.
he
and-
just gets to roll 5 times.
Tiku's gonna go up when he's doing the other one. So Tiku doesn't know what's next. Can you explain to Tiku what is next?
You're asking the priest, or you asking him?
On
The priest.
As you
let's see,
ask him his,
And I'm holding my pot.
he has that quizzical look on his face is still there because you unfortunately rolled really low. As he looks at you and then looks towards Otto.
I've explained it to her before, but the kobold mind is a little.
Tickles here. Maybe
with again a softened expression after hearing Otto's words, he says, "Worry not, child. This is why you are accompanied by his grace. He shall guide you through the molten crown."
We will never lead you astray. I grabbed Razu's.
I was trying to do that while you were doing it.
I'll give him disadvantage on the next one. So only against Razu. I'll give him disadvantage because you distracted him.
Jeez, I hope this doesn't.
That's good because the first one was a natural 20.
I hope this did not blow
That
up
said,
on
it was
me.
a 3, so you actually saved that one. So that's 2 of them down.
What kinds of items do people bring? Tiku brings pot.
I'll
What
then
other
take
items?
the suit of armor.
Create soul crafts with.
He responds to you and he says, it is a matter of the soul, but and he seems to almost like, you ever seen Shifu in Kung Fu Panda where he's like inner peace? He's like, that said, child, you must wait. We are on the first step, and as yours was treated fairly, so must everyone else. I'll give it to you one more time. But even if you continue to talk to him after this, he does seemingly ignore you for a time. That's a 7 on that one. So that is 3
I did what I
checks.
could.
And then as I get back, I kind of, my old age, and cast, looked like I'm casting healing based on a week back from my advanced age, just to like give my hands a reprieve.
Okay, so 2 more.
The shield.
Holy moly, he's rolling so low. It's another 7. So he's only got 1 more.
I would hand him mine.
Unfortunate.
What was the last one? It was probably yours, right?
Who was... It
Yeah,
is him,
probably
was the last one. As he looks at it, and your illusion would have that it succeeded, and he stops for a moment. He seems confused, and he looks up to you, and he goes, "Your Grace, are you?" He seems confused, and he goes, "Why?" And starts to look amongst you guys.
He's going to need to make a charisma saving throw.
What are you casting?
Suggestion.
No.
I mean, suggestion's the right move here, or friends.
Suggestion.
Oh, sorry, it's a wisdom saving throw, not charisma.
Suggestion lasts 8 hours, so it's better.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Well,
I've
friends,
cast it for
you can
longer
explain.
It's a 21.
Wow.
As perhaps it is best not
You don't
to
have
question.
bend luck?
Hold on,
You don't
hold on.
have bend luck to give him a minus D4? Saga was doing that every left and right.
Can you use lucky?
Yes.
No.
Only if it's
Specifically on
affecting
only
him.
Okay. Okay.
Perhaps it's best not
wait, hold on,
to question
hold on.
someone above
hold
your
on.
station.
He's casting silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs.
I also silvery barbs.
Your silvery barbs is still a 21. It's the same roll.
He's casting silvery barbs. And he said at the same time.
It's a 20 still. What the fuck? You just rolled a 19, a 19,
isn't 20
and then a
the same
20.
He still passes though.
Yeah.
Or sorry, he rolled a 19, a 19, and then a 17 on the die. Is what he rolled each
Does that
time.
mean that it's a 19 then? Because he has a +2?
No, he has a +3.
Then why was he getting 21 when you rolled a 19?
Oh, because I'm bad at math. It was 22, 22, and 20. He's for sure got a +3. I'm looking at his character sheet.
Nobody else had silvery barbs.
We almost made it.
That was really close. And he was also, when he was rolling before, it was literally 5, 4, 5, 3, 3, 7. You wasted all the good rolls by giving him disadvantage. If I actually just rolled all of those back to back, he would have failed. With that being the case, as he looks and you say not to question his superiors, he goes, no, what have we done? And he reaches to his side And he pulls out what is a small. It looks to be almost like a gray, gray and brown
Tiku's
rock.
right next to him, I chop off.
You are in response to him picking up this rock and
as Tiku's sitting right next to him
and cracking it.
Wait.
Wouldn't we get like a react?
whistle
Like,
or an alarm?
Tiku
wouldn't that be
has a
initiative?
reaction.
That was him reacting to you guys all doing the spell.
But then we could do our own spells. Like I could cast polymorph.
Yeah,
I would
initiative
say,
should be rolled at
I would
the
say
onset
minimum, the people that didn't do a spell or anything could roll initiative and try to beat him.
I would say
Well,
that.
Tiku was
So for
trying
the
to,
sake
like,
of this, I
I'm
would allow the
next to him.
three of you, because you guys all three just did something.
Okay, yeah,
And then it'd
But
be.
no
okay with
revives
that.
is a reaction.
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
matter.
still
Doesn't
fine.
matter. Still an
Fun
action
fact
of
for
type.
you: this character, what he just broke, is a reaction as well. It's literally. Well, it is a reaction. His thing that he just did, where he breaks that, is his reaction that he does upon figuring
but
out.
if he
that
gets a
something
higher
happens.
initiative, yeah, I'm perfectly okay with.
Yeah,
whatever.
so we are just we're gonna have the three of you roll initiative against him. 18 is what to beat.
What the fuck?
He's going ham now.
Oh god, that's not Tiku.
I wonder if I could get to the point where like the camera could see my dice.
You could roll on
it would take some.
I'd have to get like a
setup.
different camera. So 18 to beat. Both of you can roll against it to see if you can act before he breaks the stone.
17.
16.
Unfortunate. So yeah, no. This would be him.
Do we
He
know,
takes this.
Do we know what it does? No.
You have no idea as he pulls out this rock and he breaks it. He says, "This is the most blasphemous." And while he seems frustrated, you guys actually feel the ground start to. And one of the platforms near you, not probably about it'd be about 15 feet away from you guys. Another one of those plateaus that seems dug out. The stone just and breaks as what appears to be a large. It very much looks to be a large dwarven head, but it's made out of what appears to be some kind of metal. It looks to be like a deep black iron as this dwarven head kind of like pops out. And just so you know, the size is just the head of it as it pops out. Roughly seems about this big.
For what it's worth, we are doing this for the sake of the gods.
He, at this point, just no longer believes anything you say, unfortunately, as he's...
Oh, I've been hoodwinked!
Why though? As what appears to be this iron
11
golem.
deception.
He rolled a natural one to try and distance himself from. Oh, I had no idea.
As you say that, he calls out. He goes, "Iron Golem, dispatch them!" As he actually starts to turn to run to the
Yes, Golem, them.
And that is where we're gonna end for tonight. To pick up next week, as they unfortunately
sailing away and then.
Unfortunately, you have not fooled this priest.
Oh, we were so close.
However, you did not. So with that, next week we will be starting with initiative, as they unfortunately must go to odds with whatever this iron golem.
That
this
moment when
priest
0
has
charisma,
spawned
like
is.
across half the party.
It is what it is. So yes, with that, we will be back next week on Friday, same time. And then again, as a reminder, the week after that, we will be playing a bit later. But for now, thank anyone for tuning in. Have yourselves a wonderful night. See you next week. Bye-bye.